This man transmigrated into the poorest exiled baron, starting with nothing but a patch of rotten muddy land and a group of serfs on the verge of starvation. He had thought he would never survive this winter, but then he suddenly awakened a lord's population dividend system. For every new resident added to his territory, he would receive 1 silver coin every morning at dawn. In an age when ordinary people could scarcely accumulate any wealth in their entire lives, refugees were a burden to others, but to him, they were walking vaults. Other nobles blocked the roads and drove away the displaced. But the man stood before the city gate and shouted, "Come to my territory. There is food, there is work, and there are wages." No one believed this madman would really give away bread and meat for free. Yet in just a few days, countless starving people poured into this forgotten village. While the other lords were still fighting over grain, he was already completely submerged in the silver coins that skyrocketed day by day. No one had imagined that this muddy wasteland, which no one was willing to set foot on, would one day become a super metropolis with a population of millions. Nolan Continent, Greywood Town. I stepped into the stinking muck and looked up at my new domain. There was no castle, no marketplace, only dozens of dilapidated wooden shacks with blackened roofs. On both sides of the street, the gaunt townsfolk wrapped in tattered burlap peeked at me, their new lord, with numb yet fearful eyes. I was a transmigrator. The original owner of this body was the third son of the Duke of Brambleflower in the royal capital. After being dragged into a court struggle, the ducal house fell. I was stripped of my inheritance, exiled to this godforsaken borderland, and became the most destitute baron. Old Steward Bar hobbled forward on his cane. He said that according to custom, on my first day in office, I was supposed to collect a first meeting tax from the people. But this year there's been a great drought, and the people can't even afford black bread mixed with sawdust. If you insist on taxing them by force, the only things left to take are their daughters or their winter rations as collateral. The serfs kneeling in the mud lowered their heads even further, and several little girls, thin as skeletons, trembled in their mother's arms. In their eyes, a new lord taking office meant having the last layer of skin peeled off. But I said nothing, because the moment I stepped into the territory this morning, a crisp voice had sounded in my mind. Ding! Lord Population Dividend System successfully bound. For every legally registered subject alive within your territory, you will receive 1 silver coin every morning, available for withdrawal at any time. I forcibly suppressed my pounding heart. In this world, if an ordinary serf family worked hard for a whole year and managed to save 30 copper coins, that was considered a good harvest. And 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins, enough to buy a strong man bread for a whole month. Now the system was telling me that for every living person in my territory, I could lie down and get 1 silver coin a day for free. Bar, how many people are there in our town right now? I licked my dry lips. The old steward opened a moldy sheepskin scroll and sighed. Replying to my lord, there were originally 850 people. More than a dozen starved to death a few days ago, and now there are 836 left. 836 people. 836 silver coins a day, equivalent to 8.36 gold coins. Even a wealthy viscount with fertile lands would have a net annual income of at most 50 gold coins. Yet if I just lay still in this mudhole town, the money I made in 1 week would exceed what others earned in an entire year. Just as I was overjoyed, a dull thud came from the mud not far away. A scrawny old farmer, having suffered from prolonged hunger, rolled his eyes back and toppled stiffly into the filthy water. He twitched twice and then stopped moving. May the God of light show mercy. Another one has starved to death. Bar drew across indifferently, clearly used to it. But in my mind, a cold notification immediately popped up. Ding. Territory population -1. Current population, 835. Estimated income tomorrow, 835 silver coins. The smile on my face froze instantly, and my eyes turned red like a starving wolf protecting its food. The one who had died wasn't some old man. What died was 1 gleaming silver coin a day from me. If this old man stayed alive, he could contribute 365 silver coins to me in a year. In 3 years, that would be over 1,000. What god of light? Can the god of light pay you money? I suddenly drew my long sword, pointed it at the old farmer, and roared at the guards. Get him up now. Pour water into him. Pinch his philtrum. Go get the best herbal doctor. If he dies, none of you are eating tonight. In my territory, without my permission, not even an ant is allowed to die. The serfs of Greywood Town swore they had never seen such a mad noble in their lives. Not only did I not collect taxes, I even ordered that half-dead old farmer to be carried into a clean tent. My exact words at the time were, "This is the most precious treasure in Greywood Town, even if we have to keep him alive with ginseng. No, I mean, we have to save this old gentleman." After returning to the dilapidated lord's cabin, I sat on a creaking chair and asked Bar how much food remained in the town granary. "My lord, there are less than 200 gene of stale oats mixed with sand. That was being saved for you and the guards for winter. The serfs can only gnaw on tree bark." Not enough. Far from enough. I slapped the table and stood up. These 835 people were my lifeline, living printing presses that spat out money on schedule every day. If half of them starved to death, who was I supposed to cry to? I silently recited, "Withdraw," untied the cloth pouch at my waist, and smashed its contents down hard onto the wooden table. With a clatter, hundreds of gleaming silver coins rolled out like a waterfall, nearly blinding the old steward. This? How is this possible?" Bar's legs went weak and he nearly knelt. More than 800 silver coins. On the black market, that was enough to hire a small squad of heavily armored knights. The ducal house had already been confiscated. How could an exiled baron possibly have so much money on him? Don't worry about where the money came from. Even if it was conjured by magic, it's still real gold and silver. My eyes burned with fervor. Bar, immediately take 2 guards on the fastest horses to the Merchants Guild in Redleaf City 10 kilometers away and spend all this money. "My lord, what do you want to buy?" "Armor. War horses." "Buy armor, my ass. Buy grain. Buy meat. Buy the finest white wheat, slabs of salted pork, whole barrels of ale, as well as coarse salt and clean cloth, and haul it all back in wagons." Bar was completely dumbfounded. "My lord, have you gone mad? Use white flour and salted meat to feed those lowly mudlegs? They were born to eat dirt. To hell with what they were born for. In my territory, if I say they deserve to eat, then they deserve to eat. If you buy even 1 grain less than I ordered, I'll hang you from that crooked-neck tree at the town entrance." Actually, I had done the math very clearly. A gene of top-grade white flour cost only 3 copper coins, and a gene of salted meat 10 copper coins. Feeding these 800-plus people until they were stuffed like pigs would cost less than 20 silver coins a day. But as long as they stayed alive, they could generate 835 silver coins for me every single day. This was a once-in-a-lifetime business with a profit margin of over 4,000%. Only an idiot wouldn't do it. At dusk, more than a dozen wagons loaded with grain and meat rolled into the square, and the entire town instantly erupted. 3 enormous iron cauldrons were set up, and the firewood blazed. Snow-white oat flour was poured into boiling water. The cooks generously sliced off big chunks of fatty meat and threw them into the pots, then sprinkled in coarse salt more precious than gold. A rich, overwhelming aroma of meat drifted through the whole town on the evening wind. Those serfs hiding in their broken huts waiting to die crawled out as if they had smelled blood, lying in the mud and staring fixedly at the cauldrons. Some were so excited they fainted on the spot. I stood on the high wooden steps and loudly announced to the dense crowd below, "Starting today, Greywood Town abolishes the first meeting tax. Everyone, bring your wooden bowls and line up. Each person gets a large bowl of meat porridge and a piece of white bread. As long as you are people of Greywood Town, as long as you're still breathing, I, Lorian Brambleflower, guarantee that you will eat your fill every day." The whole place fell silent. Then, thump, thump, more than 800 serfs, men and women, old and young alike, all dropped to their knees in the mud in unison, kowtowing and bawling their eyes out. "The God of Light has performed a miracle. Merciful Lord, you are a saint. I am willing to lick your boot soles for generation after generation." Ding. Subjects' loyalty has reached maximum. Territorial cohesion greatly increased. Population status, extremely stable. Looking at those devout believers below, the corners of my mouth rose wildly. Eat, go on and eat more. Fill yourselves up and live well. What you're eating isn't meat porridge. It's you helping me reinforce my money printing machine. At dawn the next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the gloom, and I awoke to the wonderful sound of the system. Ding. A new day has been settled. No deaths yesterday. Income, 835 silver coins, deposited into system storage. With a thought, clatter, clatter, hundreds of brand new silver coins fell onto the bed, piling into a little mountain of silver. In a single night, not only had I earned back yesterday's food money, I had also made several hundred silver coins in net profit. At this rate, in less than a month, I could build a luxurious marble villa in this mudhole town. But it's still not enough. I stroked my chin, my gaze turning sharp. 8 gold coins a day might let me swagger through the countryside. But if I wanted to build an army, buy magic scrolls, and take revenge on the nobles in the royal capital who exiled me, this money was only a drop in the bucket. There was only one core problem: too few people. With 10,000 people, that would be 100 gold coins a day. With 100,000 people, that would be 1,000 gold coins a day. If I possessed a metropolis of 1,000,000 people, I could even bury the imperial palace alive in gold coins. Bang! The door was suddenly shoved open, and Bar came running in, panting, his face full of terror. "My lord, this is bad. The border guards report that a great famine and plague have broken out in the neighboring Redleaf Viscounty. To save grain, the Viscount has driven out over 10,000 landless refugees. Right now, at least 3,000 to 4,000 refugees are flooding along the trade road toward Greywood Town, and the Viscount has even sent cavalry behind them to drive them on." Bar stamped his feet anxiously. "Quick, give the order to shut the gates and have the guards set up bows and crossbows on the walls. If so many refugees pour in, they'll eat all our food, and they'll bring plague and riots with them. The surrounding barons have all ordered any approaching refugees to be shot." In this era, refugees were synonymous with disaster. They had no property, only begging mouths, and in the eyes of nobles they were just a swarm of walking locusts. But when I heard this, I froze. 3,000 to 4,000 refugees, surging toward me, while others were desperately driving them away. Smack! So excited that I slapped my thigh, I leaped to my feet, my eyes blazing with dazzling light. Locusts? That's because they're blind idiots. In my eyes, these aren't refugees at all. This is clearly a mountain of gold with legs, lining up and jumping straight into my pocket. 3,000 refugees meant 3,000 silver coins a day, a full 30 gold coins. As long as I gave them food and registered them, my income would instantly multiply fivefold. Who would dare drive my mountain of gold away? Bar, pass on my order. Bring out every wagon in town and load up all the leftover meat and flour from last night. I roared while strapping on my leather armor. All guards, bring your weapons. We're not going to defend the town. We're going to the border with me to welcome guests. WL, welcome guests. Bar was completely unable to keep up with my train of thought. That's right. Tell everyone that Greywood Town is opening its gates wide today. Whoever dares shoot even one arrow to drive people away, whoever dares kill even one refugee, I, Lorien, will flay him alive. An hour later, on the muddy main road leading to Redleaf territory, thousands of refugees trudged through the muck with their families in tow, while cavalry behind them drove them onward with whips and spears. Among them was an old soldier named Gareth, nicknamed Old Wolf, who was clutching his 5-year-old granddaughter tightly in his arms. He had injured his leg in a clash with orcs and was kicked out of the army like trash. Now he was being driven once more toward a wasteland of death. "Move, you lowly maggots. Don't dirty Lord Viscount's land." A cavalryman swung a barbed whip and lashed it viciously across the backs of slow-moving refugees, instantly tearing their skin open. Old Wolf's heart was filled with despair. He knew that ahead lay Greywood territory, a place plagued by famine year after year. How could that miserable place possibly take them in? Once winter came, everyone would become ice sculptures in the wilderness. At that moment, a strange convoy appeared on the horizon ahead, more than a dozen wagons carrying steaming iron cauldrons. And I, this young noble, sat atop a chestnut horse, staring at them as if I were looking at priceless treasures. I drew my long sword, gathered all my strength, and let out a roar that shocked the entire wilderness. All the trash Redleaf territory doesn't want, Greywood territory will take in. As long as you acknowledge yourselves as my people, the people of Lorien, no matter your age or sex, food and lodging are guaranteed, meat at every meal, and absolutely no taxes. However, Old Wolf's first reaction was not joy, but deep fear. A trap. This was definitely a trap. In the army, he had seen too much of the true face of nobles. Those lords wouldn't even spare a mouthful of horse feed for a serf. Food and lodging guaranteed, meat at every meal? There was only one possibility. They would be tricked and sold to slave traders, or sent into black iron mines from which none returned. Not just Old Wolf. More than 3,000 refugees all stopped in their tracks, looking at me with wary, fearful eyes. Not a single person dared step forward. Seeing this, Carl, captain of Redleaf Territory's cavalry, laughed loudly. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Lorien, driven out of the royal capital. What? Is your Greywood town so poor now that you have to pick up garbage to eat? These mudlegs won't squeeze out even half a copper coin. I couldn't be bothered with him at all. Time was money. If I wasted even one more minute, some unlucky bastard might starve to death. And that would mean one shiny silver coin gone from tomorrow morning at 6. Bar, don't just stand there. Lift the lids. I shouted. With trembling hands, Bar ordered people to lift the wooden lids off the 3 great iron cauldrons. In an instant, an irrationally rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of white wheat swept across the entire wilderness like a storm. The moment Old Wolf smelled it, his stomach rumbled like thunder and his legs went weak. The little granddaughter in his arms, who had been on the verge of death from hunger, miraculously opened her eyes and licked her cracked lips. Grandpa meat. Listen up. I stood on horseback, pointing to the pile of wooden boards and charcoal pencils stacked beside me. Anyone who wants meat porridge, come line up right now. Write your name on the board, and if you can't write, leave a handprint. As long as you admit you are subjects of Greywood Town, this pot of meat porridge is yours to drink your fill. This crude registration method was only because Greywood Town couldn't even scrape together a single sheet of parchment. But I didn't care. The only thing I cared about was the system's judgment. At last, hunger overcame fear. Old Wolf limped to the very front. To hell with slave minds. If he could let his granddaughter eat even one mouthful of this white porridge with meat, then even if they chopped off his head immediately after, he would accept it. My lord, I'll do it. I'll do it. Old Wolf slammed his pitch-black thumb down hard onto the wooden board, leaving behind a filthy fingerprint. At that very instant, a heavenly sound rang out in my mind. One legal subject added, current territorial population, 836. My eyes lit up instantly. I snatched the wooden ladle from the cook, personally scooped up a heaping spoonful of thick meat porridge from the bottom of the pot, deliberately picked out the fattest piece of meat, and plopped it hard into Old Wolf's broken bowl. Well done, veteran. Eat more, and whatever you do, don't choke. You absolutely have to stay alive. The way I looked at Old Wolf was warmer than if I were looking at my own father. Holding that steaming bowl of meat porridge, Old Wolf was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the glistening chunk of salted pork in his bowl in disbelief, then looked at me and my beaming smile. No whips, no insults, only a real bowl of actual meat. By the god of light. Old Wolf dropped to his knees in the muddy water, tears streaming down his aged face. As he carefully fed the meat porridge into his granddaughter's mouth, he kowtowed frantically to me. You are the embodiment of mercy. I, Gareth, swear that from this day on, this life is yours. With Old Wolf taking the lead, the 3,000 refugees completely lost their minds. My lord, I'll press mine. I'll press mine too. Don't shove, let me do it first. All 7 members of my family need to be registered. The notification sounds in my mind went off as densely as firecrackers. One subject added, one subject added. Watching those living people scramble to throw themselves into my pocket, I grinned so wide my mouth nearly reached my ears. In my eyes, every single one of them was a walking money tree. Just then, a harsh metallic scraping sound mixed with hoofbeats came from the rear of the line. Carl, the cavalry captain of Redleaf Territory, slowly approached with more than a dozen fully armed riders. Wearing gleaming half-plate armor, Carl looked down at me distributing food, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. Baron Lorien, I had already heard how miserable your exile from the Brambleflower family was, but I didn't expect your brain to have gone bad along with it. Pointing his riding crop at the refugees wolfing down their food, he sneered. More than 3,000 useless mouths that do nothing but eat, and you're feeding them fine white flour and salted meat? Do you really think you're some saint descended to the world? Hearing his voice, the nearby refugees all shrank their necks in fear. Sitting on horseback, I didn't even raise my eyelids. Knight Carl, this is the border of Greywood Territory. They are now my subjects. Mind your wording. My subjects? Ha ha ha. Carl burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. In less than 3 days, whatever little fortune you have will be eaten clean by this swarm of locusts. And when there's no next meal, they'll tear your bones apart and boil them for soup. I'll be waiting in Redleaf Territory to watch the show when you get hanged. Carl's mockery represented the consensus of the entire noble class. Without land, without tools, more than 3,000 mouths were a catastrophic disaster for any territory. And yet, I smiled, even more brightly and brazenly than he did. I shook my head and casually pulled out a handful of silver coins from the pouch at my waist, tossing them lightly in my hand. The crisp clinking of metal instantly caught the attention of Carl and every cavalryman. On this barren frontier, the gleam of silver was more tempting than anything else. Captain Carl, I hear there are still quite a few refugees near the border of Redleaf territory who haven't been driven over yet. I narrowed my eyes, looking every bit like a shrewd merchant. Carl swallowed and stared at the silver coins. Probably another 1 or 2 thousand old, weak, sick, and crippled ones. They can't walk anymore, and they'll probably die in the ditches tonight. Why are you asking? Die in the ditches? What a criminal waste. I threw the 20 or 30 silver coins in my hand straight to the ground at Carl's horse's hooves. Consider that your trouble fee. Go back and tell Viscount Redleaf that anyone who can't walk, as long as they still have one breath left in them, is to be hauled over to Greywood territory for me by wagon. Carl froze, staring at the silver coins on the ground, wondering if he had heard wrong. And not just that, I raised my voice a little. Let's make this a long-term business. From now on, any refugees, beggars, or half-starved slaves that Redleaf territory, or any nearby territory, doesn't want, send them all to me. For every living person you deliver, I'll personally pay you an escort fee of 5 copper coins. The whole place fell silent. Carl and his dozen cavalrymen looked at me as if I were insane. Spending money to buy refugees as cheap as grass, and even useless old, weak, sick, and disabled ones at that? What kind of ruinous foolishness was that? But Carl was a greedy knight, and only a fool would turn down money. You said it yourself, Baron. Afraid I might change my mind. He hurriedly had his men pick up the silver coins, a greedy grin spreading across his face. By tomorrow before sunset, I guarantee I'll personally deliver the remaining 2,000 in Redleaf territory. Oh no, I mean your 2,000 precious subjects, right to you. Let's just hope your treasury hasn't been eaten empty by then. Watching Carl ride away with his men, old Steward Barr was so anxious he nearly fainted. My lord, you're confused. We can barely support 3,000 people as it is. If another 2,000 come, Greywood town will collapse under the weight. Collapse. Looking at the rapidly rising registration count on my system panel, the smile at the corner of my mouth was greedier than a devil's. Barr, you'll never understand. What they're sending me aren't beggars. They're sending me printing presses. I knew it clearly in my heart. As long as we made it through tonight and held on until 6 tomorrow morning, then not just 2,000 more, even 20,000 more, I could afford to feed them. As night fell, huge bonfires were lit outside Greywood town. 3,412 refugees were settled on the open ground outside the town. Although they could only sleep on the freezing mud, every face carried a dreamy expression, because in their bellies sat the fullest, most fragrant bowl of meat porridge they had ever eaten in their lives. Old Wolf leaned against a dead tree, holding his sleeping granddaughter. As a former soldier, he voluntarily took on the task of standing watch. Looking toward the Lord's wooden house in the distance, his eyes shone with a loyalty he had never known before. Whoever dares touch a single hair on Lord Lorien's head, he muttered through gritted teeth, touching the rusty dagger in his chest, I'll bite his throat out. And at that moment, inside the Lord's wooden house, I was pacing the room anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. The wall clock ticked steadily. 5:55 in the morning. Only 5 minutes remained before the system settlement. I felt like my heart was about to leap out of my throat. Please, for the love of heaven, don't let anyone freeze to death tonight. I bit my nails and stared fixedly at the clock. The freezing nights of the Middle Ages were deadly, especially for these frail refugees. Tonight, I had Barr haul out all the deadwood in town to make bonfires, all for the sake of preserving as many lives as possible. Now I treated these refugees with even more care than priceless treasures. 5:58, 5:59. At last, the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand perfectly overlapped at the 6 and the 12. 6 in the morning. The system's voice exploded in my mind. A new day has been settled. Current total population of the territory, 4,247. All newly added subjects survived yesterday. Today's income has been issued, 4,247 silver coins. Boom. It felt as if fireworks exploded inside my skull, and all the blood in my body boiled in that instant. Withdraw? Withdraw it all. I roared in my mind. In the very next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. No longer just a small cloth pouch, but an entire metallic waterfall appeared out of thin air in midair inside the room. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Dense silver coins crashed down onto the wooden floor like a torrential downpour, the sound deafening. More than 4,000 silver coins. That was dozens of pounds of pure silver. Their gleam nearly blinded me. They piled up on the floor into a half-meter-high mountain of silver, forcefully overturning that broken wooden table. Converted into gold, that was a full 42 gold coins plus 47 silver coins. One day, In just one single day, the pure income of a frontier barony exceeded the entire yearly total of others. I threw myself at that mountain of silver, plunging both hands into the icy heap and letting those silver coins stamped with the empire's crest slip through my fingers. I'm rich. I'm really freaking rich. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down from the ecstasy of sudden wealth. But this still isn't safe enough. The weather is getting colder and colder. If the refugees sleep out in the open, then even if they're full, they can still catch cold easily. If an epidemic breaks out, my daily income of over 4,000 coins will evaporate in an instant. In my eyes, this wasn't saving people, it was protecting my core assets. Bar, get your ass in here. I kicked open the door and roared at the dozing old steward outside. The old steward came scrambling in, and the moment he looked up, he froze as if struck by lightning. He stared at the mountain of silver that nearly filled half the room, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Gee, God of light, my lord, have you truly mastered the legendary art of alchemy? Cut the crap and bag the money. I threw several large sacks at him. Call all the guards and head to Redleaf City immediately. Find those greedy merchant guilds. Buy up all the lumber, stone, thatch, coarse cloth for winter warmth, and herbs for treating colds on the market, every last bit of it. My lord, what are we buying so many materials for? Bar asked, stammering. What else? To build houses, of course. I want all of my more than 4,000 subjects to be living in houses that can block wind and rain before winter arrives. By the time the sun had fully risen, the square of Greywood Town was packed with subjects once again. In addition to the original serfs, the more than 3,000 newly arrived refugees also stood in neat formation, gazing eagerly at me on the platform. Everyone, winter is coming, I said in a loud voice, dressed in a brand new noble hunting outfit. I, Lorian Brambleflower, will never allow anyone in my territory to freeze to death in winter. Starting today, Greywood Town will begin large-scale housing construction. We're going to build hundreds of new houses and tear down and rebuild all those broken straw huts that leak wind. As soon as the words fell, a stir ran through the crowd. Old Wolf frowned. Sure enough, a lord's kindness came at a price. They had been given meat so they would have the strength to work. In the Middle Ages, it was only natural for lords to conscript serfs for labor. It was called unpaid corvée, doing the hardest work, eating the worst slop, and dying from exhaustion if that was your fate. That was the iron law of this world. But Old Wolf had not a single word of complaint. Compared with Redleaf territory simply driving people to death, Lord Lorien had at least fed them. This life had been sold at a fair price. Just as everyone had mentally prepared themselves to work like beasts and die on the construction site, my next sentence hit them like a bomb and blasted their minds into mush. In recognition of your hard work, I hereby announce. I drew my long sword and pointed it at the sky. Any adult who participates in construction, whether chopping wood, quarrying stone, or mixing mud, will not only be guaranteed 3 full meals a day, but I will also pay each of you an extra 2 copper coins in wages every day. Silence. A deathly silence filled the square, with only the howling winter whined through the treetops. Old Wolf suspected that his ears had gone bad. Below the platform, Bar viciously yanked his own beard and winced until tears sprang from his eyes. Pay wages. Pay wages to serfs who had no personal freedom and were born as the property of nobles? This didn't just violate imperial law. It practically violated the rules handed down by the ancestors themselves. One bold, old serf tremblingly raised his hand, his voice thick with tears. My lord, are you saying that if we build houses for ourselves, you'll not only feed us, but also pay us money on top of that? Can't you understand plain speech? I glared. I've got plenty of money. As long as you work fast, build the houses sturdy, and don't freeze to death, what are 2 copper coins? Those who perform well will even get a year-end bonus. I had calculated this very carefully. Building houses took time, and I had to push these people's enthusiasm to the limit. If I didn't pay them, the serfs would only dawdle and slack off. With 4,000 people, that was only 8,000 copper coins a day, or 80 silver coins. But if they stayed alive, they could bring me more than 4,000 silver coins in daily income. Taking out 2% of the profit as a bonus would be considered ruthless even by capitalist standards. But in the eyes of the serfs, this was a goddamn miracle. Old Wolf's eyes instantly turned red. He clenched his fists hard, suddenly raised his arm, and roared himself hoarse. Long live Lord Lorien. For my lord, for the new houses, even if I grind my hands to pieces today, I'll still chop down 10 trees. Long live my lord. May the God of light forever bless Greywood Town. Thunderous cheers rang through the sky. More than 4,000 serfs who had once been lifeless now burst with unprecedented vitality in their eyes. Like a pack of crazed wolves pumped full of adrenaline, they grabbed stone axes and wooden shovels and howled as they charged toward the woods and the quarry. At the quarry, Pete, a bearded man with a face full of whiskers, hauled a block of stone weighing dozens of pounds onto a cart, panting from exhaustion. He wiped away his sweat and looked at Old Wolf, who was swinging his pick like a madman. "Gareth, old buddy, slow down. Even a mill mule needs time to catch its breath." "Shut up, Pete." Old Wolf didn't even turn his head. Blisters had already formed on his rough hands, yet he acted as if he felt no pain at all. "If you want to slack off, then crawl back to Redleaf territory and lick those lords' boots. Didn't you hear Lord Lurian's promise? 2 copper coins, a full 2 coins. When I was risking my life fighting orcs in the army, that stingy quartermaster would only give me a few bites of sour black bread." Of course I heard him. Pete swallowed, but his eyes still carried the insecurity unique to people at the bottom. "But I swear, this feels just like a dream. How could a noble lord possibly take money already stuffed into his purse and pull it back out to share with mudlegs like us?" "Because Lord Lorien is a true saint," Old Wolf shouted stubbornly, bringing his iron pick down hard, sending sparks flying. When the setting sun spread across this muddy land, the dull sound of the horn rang out on time. Under Bar's supervision, thousands of serfs covered in mud and sweat formed a long line. Old Wolf stood at the very front, breathing like a broken bellows, staring nervously at the few little piles of yellow copper coins on the table. Gareth chopped 5 logs, hauled stone 10 trips. Bar adjusted his monocle, picked up 2 copper coins from the table, and dropped them into Old Wolf's blood-smeared palm. "Take it. You earned this." Cold heavy. It was that uniquely metallic sensation, the kind that made the soul tremble. Old Wolf stared blankly at the 2 copper coins in his palm, then suddenly stuffed them into his mouth and bit down hard. A faintly bitter brass taste spread across his tongue. It was real. Damn it, it was actually real. Woo-woo. It's real money. Dear heavens, I actually earned money from the Lord in this lifetime just by working. Pete, standing behind him, got his coins and immediately broke down crying, dropping to his knees and frantically kissing those 2 copper pieces. The whole camp fell into a bizarre frenzy. No one felt tired anymore. The serfs who received their pay had green light practically shining from their eyes, wishing they could go cut 10 more trees overnight. At that moment, urgent hoofbeats and commotion came from the wooden palisade outside town. Knight Carl rode up on a tall horse with his cavalry squad, arrogantly driving before him a long line that looked like walking corpses, appearing at the entrance to Greywood Town. "Oh, my dear Baron Lorien," Carl shouted at the top of his voice, his tone full of gloating delight. "As agreed, I've brought you the rest of Redleaf Territory's great gift. A total of 2,050 wretches practically rotting in stinking ditches. I wonder whether your treasury can still manage to boil up one more pot of white porridge with the scent of meat for them." Seeing those 2,000+ refugees, barely clothed, skin and bones, and coughing constantly, Old Steward Bar felt his vision go black and nearly fainted dead away. "It's over. It's all over. Greywood Town is going to be eaten into poverty." Yet I, standing on the high platform, looked at that moment like a starving ghost seeing the greatest delicacy in the world, my eyes bursting with incomparably greedy light. "Oh, Carl, my good brother, you are truly an angel bringing me warmth in the darkness." I made no effort to hide my ecstasy and directly threw a heavy linen sack at Carl's horse's hooves. "This is 10,000 copper coins, or 100 silver coins, as your escort fee. If there's ever business like this again, be sure to come to me first. Even if it's 10,000 of them, I'll take every single one." Carl opened the sack, looked at the pile of copper and silver coins inside, and the corner of his eye twitched. He looked at me as if I were insane and cursed under his breath. "What a hopeless lunatic. Just wait to die, you stupid pig." Carl rode away with the money, completely satisfied. And I, looking at those 2,000 shivering new printing presses, revealed an incomparably benevolent smile. "Bar, quickly. Don't let my darlings freeze. Start the pots, cook the food, and get them registered." The night wind howled outside the shabby lord's wooden house. I sat at the table, swirling a glass of wine I had bought at a high price from Redleaf City. I didn't even go to sleep, because I knew tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. 6,297 people. That was Greywood Town's current total population after adding the new refugees. In this world, where population was desperately scarce because of backwardness and war, that was already close to the scale of a small city. The clock on the wall ticked on, ruthless and enchanting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I closed my eyes, my lips trembling slightly as I counted down. At exactly 6 in the morning, the system's voice exploded in my mind right on time. Current total population of the territory, 6,297. Today's income has been issued, 6,297 silver coins. Withdraw, rumble, rumble, rumble. This time it was no longer a rainstorm, but a full-blown metal avalanche. More than 6,000 silver coins poured down out of thin air, directly piling up into a towering mountain of silver inside my cramped bedroom. The wooden table was crushed flat, and a few loose silver coins bounced onto the bridge of my nose, hitting me so hard that stars burst in my vision. The floorboards of the whole wooden house creaked under the unbearable weight, as if in the very next second both the money and I would crash straight through. My God! I struggled to pull my legs out of the pile of silver coins and gasped for breath. Nearly 63 gold coins. Converted into the purchasing power of this world, my income for a single day was enough to buy a 3-story villa with a garden in the best district of the royal capital. I'm rich, truly rich. But immediately after that, my brow furrowed sharply, and I reached out to pinch my nose shut. An absolutely horrific, nauseating stench drifted in through the cracks of the wooden house. It was the sour reek of more than 6,000 people who hadn't bathed in decades, mixed with the stench of excrement left everywhere and the rank smell of rotting wounds. The commoners of the Middle Ages had no concept of hygiene, and some even believed that bathing attracted demons. Once the population broke 6,000, the smell became strong enough to knock a person unconscious on the spot. Damn it! If this keeps up, we won't need orcs to attack. One plague will carry off my whole mountain of gold. I kicked the door open and stared into the thin morning mist, my gaze turning incomparably severe. Half an hour later, more than 6,000 subjects who had just finished drinking hot porridge heard the roar of their new lord in the square. Listen up, people of Greywood Town. Starting today, I am issuing my first lordly decree, the absolute cleanliness order of Greywood Town. Pinching my nose, I pointed at the disgusting piles of waste around the camp. First, half of every construction team will split off immediately and dig 10 enormous cesspits and public latrines on the downwind side of town. Second, from this day forward, anyone caught relieving themselves anywhere other than the latrines will lose that day's wages the first time. If caught a second time, they won't be allowed a single bowl of meat porridge for 3 days. Third, build 4 large public bathhouses. Every night, everyone must wash themselves completely clean before going to bed, or their wages will be docked as well. The crowd below instantly erupted. Old Wolf scratched his matted hair crawling with lice, his face full of confusion. Merciful Lord, hasn't relieving oneself anywhere one pleases been the tradition since ancient times? Having to go all that way sounds like torture for our bowels. Shut up, Gareth. I shot him a cold glance. Do you want your little granddaughter sleeping beside a cesspit and dying of some foul disease? That sentence struck straight at Old Wolf's weak spot. His face turned pale, and he immediately roared. No one is allowed to shit wherever they want. If anybody dumps filth around the camp, I'll ram a sword hilt up his ass myself. I nodded in satisfaction. Bar, take the money from yesterday and make another trip to Redleaf City. Buy up every bit of coarse salt, spice, lard soap, and rough linen in the merchant houses. Buy all of it. Tell those merchants that Greywood Town is not short on money. At that moment, Hobie, a senior merchant of the Gold and Rose Trading House in Redleaf City, was bumping along toward Greywood Town in a wagon loaded with inferior ale. Boss, are we really going to that godforsaken Greywood Town? The driver complained. I heard that new baron's gone mad, taking in over 6,000 starving refugees. That place has to be a plague-ridden hell by now. Shut up, you idiot. Hobie puffed out his fat belly, his little eyes gleaming. Yesterday, that baron's steward threw around dozens of gold coins in the city and emptied half the market. That was real gold and silver. As long as I can smell the scent of gold, then even if it's hell's own cesspit, I, Hobie, will wade right into it. When the wagon rolled over the hill and Greywood Town came into view, both Hobie and the driver sucked in a sharp breath at the same time. There was no hellscape strewn with corpses like they had imagined. On the contrary, it was a bustling construction scene that no medieval merchant could possibly understand. Thousands upon thousands of ragged yet high-spirited people shouted work chants like industrious ants, carrying huge loads of timber and stone, frantically laying foundations and building walls. Even more unbelievable, on the downwind side, Hundreds of people were seriously digging deep pits and lining them with stone. By the god of light, what are they doing? Digging their own graves? The driver stammered. No, they're actually building sewers and public latrines. Hobie saw through it at a glance, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Building special places for a bunch of serfs to shit? Even the Grand Duke in the royal capital has never been this extravagant. The moment the wagon entered town, I went up to meet it with Bar. Ah, traveling merchant, welcome to the rising miracle of Greywood. I spread my arms warmly, though my eyes kept sweeping over his wagon. Honored Baron. Hobie instantly switched to a fawning smile and jumped down from the wagon. I am Hobie. I have brought you linen and ale, though as for the price. Enough nonsense. I cut him off directly. How much rough linen do you have in that cart? How much lard soap? How many winter clothes and blankets for keeping warm? Hobie froze for a moment, then cautiously named an outrageous price. My lord, I have 500 bolts of coarse linen, 1,000 cakes of lard soap. If you want it all, it will be at least 30 gold coins. There have been many bandits lately, and the transport costs. He had been waiting for me to haggle, and had even prepared himself to be cursed out. 30 gold coins was enough to buy a small knight's estate. But I didn't even frown. I simply snapped my fingers at Bar. Clatter! Bar staggered forward carrying a heavy cloth sack and untied it directly at Hobie's feet. 3,000 gleaming silver coins piled up like a little hill in front of his leather boots. This is silver equal to 30 gold coins, I said in the calmest tone possible. Count it. And on top of that, I'll give you an additional 10 gold coins as a deposit. Hobie's legs went weak, and he dropped to his knees in front of the silver pile, his voice trembling. And my lord, a deposit of 10 gold coins? What else do you want? I want you to get your ass back to Redleaf City immediately and haul every last bar of soap, every bolt of cloth, every sack of salt, and every medicinal herb in the whole city over to Greywood Town. I bent down, patted his plump cheek, and a madness burned in my eyes so intense it was almost suffocating to a merchant. Go back and tell those rich fat pigs that from this moment on, Greywood Town is buying all survival supplies at high prices for an unlimited period. No matter how much they have, I'll swallow all of it. Oh, I swear. My lord, you are simply the earthly agent of the god of wealth. Hobie clutched a handful of silver coins, so excited that tears and snot ran down his face. I'm going right now. Even if I have to sell my underpants, I'll haul the supplies to you. Watching the merchant caravan race away in madness, Bar looked worried. My lord, aren't we spending money too fast? Too fast. I looked at the system panel, where the population status had already changed to extremely healthy thanks to better housing and hygiene facilities. Bar, one day you'll understand what it really means to bring in money by the bucketful every single day. The next day, at 5:59 in the morning, inside the Lord's wooden house. I was not pacing anxiously like the previous days, but sitting quietly at a newly replaced oak desk, idly playing with a gleaming fine steel dagger in my hand. The wall clock gave its final tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. The system's voice sounded. Current total population of the territory, 6,301. For newborns were added yesterday. Today's income, 6,301 silver coins, stored in system space. I closed my eyes and let my consciousness sink into the system space. Looking at that enormous mountain of silver, quietly glowing and belonging to me alone, I let out a long breath. But this time, I did not shout that crazy order of withdraw everything. Money is a wonderful thing, but before there is a sharp enough sword to protect it, it is poison that summons death. I understood very clearly that over the past few days, in order to stabilize the people's hearts, I had acted far too flamboyantly. Throwing handful after handful of silver coins around had already stirred the suspicion of the merchants in Redleaf City and of Carl. How could a ruined baron, his house confiscated and himself exiled, possibly have this much ready cash? Once that news reached political enemies in the royal capital or drew the covetous eyes of greedy neighboring lords, the current Greywood Town would absolutely be trampled flat under iron hoofs. With a slight movement of my mind, I withdrew only 50 silver coins from the space and put them into a money pouch, then tapped on the desk. Bar, come in. The old steward pushed the door open and entered, instinctively keeping his head lowered, as though guarding himself against a sudden waterfall of silver coins at any moment. But today the room was spotless, with nothing unusual at all. My lord, you called for me. I walked up to him, my gaze more serious than ever before. Bar, I know you've always had doubts in your heart about where all this endless money of mine comes from. Bar trembled all over and quickly lowered his head. No, my lord. As a servant, I should not pry into my master's secrets. Relax. I patted his shoulder, lowered my voice, and let just the right amount of sorrow and mystery enter my tone. The truth is, this was the final trump card my mother left me. She came from the greatest mercantile alliance in the South. On the eve of my exile, she secretly sent someone to give me a spatial ring, and inside it was all the savings of her lifetime. I lied without the slightest change in expression. In this world, spatial magic was rare, but by no means non-existent. It was the most reasonable explanation. I stared straight into his eyes. But you have to understand, this money is a dead number. Spend a little, and there is a little less. More importantly, if Viscount Redleaf or some other baron learns that I'm holding a huge fortune, what do you think they'll do? The old steward inhaled sharply. They'll pounce like wolves that have smelled blood. They'll find any excuse at all to start a conflict and rob us clean. Exactly. So from this day on, put away our nouveau riche behavior. Go find that merchant Hobie, slip him a few silver coins in private, and have him spread a false story. Say that, in order to stay alive, I sold the only high-tier magical talisman my mother left me to the black market at a cheap price, and that is how I got this life-saving sum of money. And say that this money has nearly all been eaten up by the refugees already. I understand, my lord. It's a brilliant cover, Bar suddenly realized. And one more thing. From now on, don't settle large transactions with pure silver coins anymore. Go to the black market and exchange them for worn copper coins and inferior silver coins. Make purchases in batches and buy from different merchants. We need to look appropriately poor while quietly building up these 6,000 people into something strong in everyone's blind spot. I walked to the window and stared at the camp gradually waking outside, a cold gleam flashing in my eyes. The money can be hidden, but the fangs must start being sharpened. At noon, pot after pot of meat porridge still bubbled in the square, but today Greywood Town's atmosphere was different from before. I had issued a new order. Today's wages were suspended, and all able-bodied males between 15 and 40 years old were to gather on the open ground east of town. Old Wolf stood among the crowd, glancing around at the nearly 1,500 young and middle-aged men, unease stirring faintly in his heart. Uncle Gareth, what does the Lord want to do? Could it be that he thinks we eat too much and wants to drive us away? Pete beside him rubbed his hands nervously. He had only just gotten used to the good days of eating his fill every day and receiving copper coins on top of that. Even if he had to die, he did not want to return to the wilderness again. Shut your filthy mouth, Pete. Lord Lorien's wisdom is not for the likes of us to speculate about. That was what Old Wolf said, but his own palms had started sweating too. At that moment, surrounded by several guards, I stepped onto the high platform. I was not wearing splendid noble clothing, but a neat suit of black leather armor, with a long sword hanging at my waist. Men of Greywood Town. My voice was low and powerful. Tell me, these past few days, have you eaten your fill? Have you slept warm at night? Yes, warm. Praise to my lord. More than 1,000 men roared in unison, the sound wave deafening. Good. I let out a cold laugh, and then suddenly changed the subject. But do you really think that in a world where even dogs have to tear at each other, you can go on forever eating white bread in peace and taking wages from me? Just yesterday, I received word that Redleaf Territory's cavalry has been patrolling our borders. Bands of raiders in the wilderness are gathering. They've caught the scent of meat porridge. They want to storm into Greywood Town, steal your bread, burn the houses you built, and sell your wives and daughters into brothels. The moment those words fell, the entire crowd went dead silent. Every person's breathing turned heavy, and bloodshot veins began to fill their eyes. For people who had only just grabbed hold of a lifeline, anyone trying to take away the rice bowl they had now was an irreconcilable mortal enemy. My lord, we're not afraid. Old Wolf suddenly strode out of the crowd and roared in fury. Whoever dares steal our food, I'll bite his throat apart with my teeth if I have to. Excellent. That's exactly the kind of mad dog I need. I pointed at Old Wolf and loudly declared, Gareth, step forward. From today on, you are the militia captain of Greywood Town's Iron Guard. I clapped my hands, and several wagons covered with oilcloth were pushed forward. I yanked away the covers. Under the sunlight, several hundred fine iron spears sharpened to a frightening edge, iron swords, and thick hard leather armor were stacked neatly on the wagons. These were weapons I had ordered Bar to secretly transport in over the past few days through the black markets of various territories, paying heavily and moving them in batches overnight. Medieval serfs had no right to possess weapons, but that rule meant absolutely nothing here. In an age where human life was as cheap as grass, Wealth without force to protect, it was simply fat meat laid out on a chopping block. Now, I need 500 men who aren't afraid to die. I drew my longsword and pointed it toward the sky. Join the Iron Guard. You won't need to haul bricks at the quarry anymore. Your daily wage will rise to 5 copper coins. Every meal will include meat, and your families will get priority for the new houses. But the price is this. When the enemy comes, you must use your flesh and blood to stand at the very front of Greywood Town for me. Those willing to stake their lives, come up and take a weapon. Old Wolf did not hesitate in the slightest. He rushed onto the platform first, took a heavy fine iron cross, sword with trembling hands, and dropped to one knee. My sword will fight for you. Count me in. I never want to starve again. Pete charged up with red eyes and grabbed a spear. And me, my lord, I'll sign a death oath too. In order to protect the hard-won full meals and dignity they had gained, these serfs who had once been as lowly as dirt exploded with a ferocity that made the blood run cold. In less than half an hour, all 500 sets of weapons and armor were snatched up. I looked at the force below me, their formation ragged but their eyes as savage as starving wolves, and the corner of my mouth curled into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. The armed force to protect my assets had finally begun to take shape. Anyone who wanted to touch my 6,000 silver coin daily cash machine would first have to ask whether these 500 well-fed mad dogs agreed. Meanwhile, 30 li away from Greywood Town, the Black Pine Forest reeked of cheap ale and sweat. The man known as Bloodblade Baron sat on a fallen dead tree, wiping his nicked broadsword with an oily rag. As the largest raider chief operating around Redleaf City, he had nearly 300 desperate men gathered under him. Deserters, ruined mercenaries, and wanted criminals who lived by murder and plunder. Boss, the news is absolutely true. A bandit skinny as a monkey darted out of the woods and ran excitedly up to Baron. I bribed a groom from the Gold and Rose Trading House. He said that exiled Baron Lorien sold the high-tier magical talisman left by his mother and got a huge fortune in return. Baron stopped what he was doing, and a greedy, murderous gleam flashed through his one remaining eye. A huge fortune? How huge? Several thousand silver coins. Maybe even gold. The skinny bandit swallowed hard. That prodigal fool used the money to support more than 6,000 refugees in Greywood Town. They say those people get white flour porridge with salted pork every single day. And Greywood Town doesn't even have a proper army. There isn't even a single knight, just those starving serfs who are all skin and bones. Damn, 6,000 refugees. A lieutenant with a face full of meat couldn't help bursting into laughter, revealing a mouthful of rotten yellow-black teeth. That little noble brat plans to open a charity chapel in the wilderness or something. Several thousand helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered, plus mountains of white flour and salted meat. Boss, this is practically the God of Light's winter gift to us. In the medieval wilderness, 300 armed raiders who had seen blood were more than enough to effortlessly wipe out a barony without high walls and without a standing army. In their eyes, 6,000 serfs were not a threat, but a tremendous fortune. Young women could be sold to slave traders, strong men could be seized as laborers, and as for the old and the children, one slash would do. Tell the brothers not to get drunk tonight. Baron stood up decisively and shoved his broadsword back into its sheath, his one eye brimming with a cruel and savage grin. Wait until dark, then we'll sneak over. Remember, I want the Baron alive. I'm going to force him to tell me where he hid the money. Baron's one eye was full of a savage grin. As for everyone else, kill whoever gets in the way. Take all the food and women. Tonight, we're going to roast meat and celebrate in Greywood Town. The 300 raiders let out hyena-like howls and, under cover of night, crept silently toward Greywood Town like a black cloud. At the same time, inside the Lord's wooden house in Greywood Town, I was looking at a sheet of parchment handed over by Bar, my brows knitted tightly. My lord, there was a cave-in while digging the sewer yesterday. 2 serfs were gravely injured, and one of them breathed his last half an hour ago. My face darkened enough to drip water. Dead. Even if it was only the lowliest serf, in my eyes that was still a perpetual bond yielding 1 silver coin a day. What had died was not a person, it was my endlessly flowing future wealth. The injured one. Use the most expensive medicine if you have to, but you must keep him alive for me. Even if he ends up crippled, as long as he's still breathing, I'll support him for life. Why yes, my lord. Bar wiped away cold sweat. Just then, a shrill horn suddenly sounded outside the door. That was the highest level alarm from the outer sentries. Enemy attack. Raiders, prepare for battle. At the edge of Greywood Town in the dead of night, Torches began lighting up one after another. Riding on horseback, Bloodblade Baron stared at the few crude wooden barricades ahead and gave a disdainful snort. Charge in. Set fire to it. Let those mud-legged peasants learn the rules of the wilderness. The 300 raiders brandished rusty swords and blades and howled as they charged at the barricades. In their imagination, the moment those cowardly serfs showed their faces, they would scatter in terror and fall to their knees begging for mercy. What greeted them, however, was not crying, but a burst of whistling sounds that made their scalps go numb. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of wooden javelins sharpened to terrifying points flew out from the dark trenches, instantly piercing the chests of more than a dozen raiders at the very front. Screams tore through the night sky, and blood sprayed across the freezing mud. Damn it! It's an ambush! Baron was struck with shock. But before he could react, behind the wooden barricades there suddenly rose a dense row of fine iron spears gleaming with cold light. Greywood Town Iron Guard. Form ranks. Old Wolf Gareth, wearing hard leather armor, stood at the very front of the formation. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, like a food-guarding mad wolf whose territory had been violated. Just minutes earlier, when the alarm sounded, not a single one of the 500 iron guards had retreated. They looked at their wives and children asleep in the camp, looked at the new houses whose foundations had just been laid, and thought of the copper coins and meat porridge that let them live like human beings every day. If the raiders broke in, all of that would be gone. They would turn back into destitute refugees with nothing, or even become corpses in the wilderness. Brothers, Lord Lorien gave us life and dignity. Old Wolf raised his crossed sword, his roar as shrill as a demon's. My lord said it. Fall back one step, and your whole family starves to death. Kill one raider, and you get 2 silver coins. Kill. The 500 men who had once been the most cowardly of serfs were now transformed into the most terrifying fanatics. They knew no knightly swordsmanship, only the most primitive battle formation and the most frenzied desire to kill. Young Pete locked his eyes onto a raider who leapt over the barricade toward him. He did not dodge. Roaring with all his strength, he drove his fine iron spear savagely into the man's stomach. Don't touch my meat porridge. Die, you fat pig. Even after the man collapsed, Pete stabbed him over and over like a madman, more than a dozen times. The 300 raiders were completely stunned. These were serfs? These red-eyed lunatics who would rather die than retreat, wielding weapons even finer than those of regular soldiers. What hell had they crawled out of? As he watched his men fall like wheat before a scythe, Baron finally realized how fatally wrong the intelligence had been. Retreat. Retreat now. They're regular troops. Retreat? Where do you think you're going? A cold roar came from behind them. At some point, I had already led dozens of elite guards on horseback in a flanking maneuver from the side, my face livid. That was money. That was my brood hens laying silver eggs. These pieces of wilderness trash actually dared to kill my hens. Leave none alive except the leader. Chop every last one of these things to pieces for me. I drew my long sword, and my voice carried a brutality that filled every raider with despair. The battle ended completely at 4 in the morning. Of the 300 raiders, more than 260 were killed on the spot. Only a little over 30, including Baron, were left alive, their hamstrings cut, tied to wooden stakes in the square like dead dogs. The air was filled with the sharp reek of blood. More than 6,000 subjects held torches and stared at those captives with cold, hateful eyes. I strode up to Old Wolf. A deep gash on his left arm had split to the bone and was still dripping blood, yet he still stood ramrod straight. My lord, the Iron Guard did not fail its mission. We did not let a single raider break into the camp. Old Wolf dropped to one knee. But 15 of our brothers died in battle, and 8 were badly wounded. The moment I heard 15 died in battle, my head buzzed. 15 people. That meant that starting tomorrow morning, I would permanently lose 15 silver coins a day. Over a year, that was more than 5,000 silver coins. These bandits weren't killing people. They were digging up Lorien's ancestral grave. I spun around viciously and strode over to Baron, who was tied to the stake. Oh, noble Baron. Baron was drenched in cold sweat from pain. When he saw my eyes, more terrifying than a demon's, he finally broke. I surrender. By the rules of the nobility, I'm willing to ransom my life. I know of a secret treasure in Redleaf territory. Treasure? I sneered and grabbed his greasy hair, forcing him to raise his head. You stupid pig, you have no idea what you just did. You killed 15 of my subjects. Even if you moved the entire Redleaf castle here, you still couldn't repay the decades of revenue I've lost. I did not give him any chance to keep talking. My longsword flashed as a streak of cold light and pierced straight through his throat. Blood gushed out, splattering all over me. I pulled out the sword and kicked the corpse aside like garbage. The rules of the nobility? In Greywood Town, if you touch my people, even the king of heaven dies. Long live my lord. The 6,000 subjects around us erupted into deafening cheers. A noble who personally executed bandits in order to protect serfs had, in their hearts, completely become a godlike object of faith. I tossed the long sword to a guard, rubbed my temples wearily, then dragged over a wooden chair and sat down right there in the blood-reeking square. The sky in the east was gradually turning pale. At exactly 6 in the morning, the system's voice sounded right on time. 16 deaths yesterday, 1 from injuries and illness, 15 killed in battle. Current total legally registered population, 6,285. Today's income, 6,285 silver coins. 6,285. Even though a chunk of flesh was scraped off, at least I managed to protect the whole plate. The nerves I had kept taut all night finally relaxed, and a capitalist-style smile once more curled at the corner of my mouth. My lord, what should we do with these 30-some remaining captives? Bar shot a disgusted glare at the raiders, who were so frightened they had wet themselves. Hang them all, or cut off their heads and hang them on the barricades as a warning to the other hyenas? By medieval rules, the gallows was the only answer for bandits. I walked over to the captives, stroking my chin and looking at them as if I were inspecting live pigs on a butcher's block. Hang them? Behead them? A wildly insane idea suddenly flashed through my mind. The system's rule was this: as long as a person was a legally registered subject within the territory and remained alive, they could provide 1 silver coin a day. So the question was, did slaves count as legally registered subjects? If it were Viscount Redleaf, he would kill these hidden dangers without hesitation. But who was I? I was the ultimate exploiter who wanted to register even the stray dogs by the roadside. Bar, bring me the registry. My lord. Bar froze, thinking he had misheard. I said bring me the registry and a charcoal pen. I raised my voice. I walked up to one of the trembling raiders and pointed at the parchment. Put your thumbprint on it. My lord, is this a confession? I'll do it. I'll do it. Please don't kill me. Crying, the raider pressed his thumb, caked in blood and mud, onto the page. I held my breath and stared fixedly at the system panel. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ding. Detected 1 legally registered slave subject added. Current territorial population, 6,286. It worked. I got so excited I swore on the spot, my eyes blazing 100 times brighter than if I had seen the most beautiful woman in the world. The system recognized slave registration. As long as they were branded with my mark, even bandits could be turned into cash machines producing 1 silver coin a day. I turned around and looked at those 30-some bandits. The gloom vanished from my face, replaced by a warmth so unnatural that it made everyone shiver. Kill them? No, no, no. Bar, we are merciful nobles. I even personally brushed the dust off one bandit's shoulder. The God of Light teaches us to give lost lambs a chance at redemption. The bandits were stunned, staring at this merciful baron in disbelief. Were they really not going to die? Pete, register all 30-some of these men. Mark them as lifelong slave status. Then, my tone instantly turned as cold as an ice cave. Put up an iron fence for them at the quarry behind the mountain, and assign 20 iron guards to watch them day and night. From today on, all the sewer sludge in Greywood Town, the most dangerous mountain quarrying, and the heaviest hauling will all be handed over to them. They get only 1 meal a day, rye gruel mixed with sawdust. As long as they don't starve to death, that's enough. Anyone who dares slack off gets whipped with a leather lash soaked in salt water. Looking at the bandits, who had just thought they were saved and were now ashen-faced, I revealed a devilish smile. You should thank me. I've given you a reason to keep living. Now go to the quarry and burn off your remaining value properly. 1 daily meal of moldy gruel cost less than half a copper coin. Yet each of them could bring me a full 100 copper coins of pure profit every day, while also taking over the most dangerous and life-shortening heavy labor in the territory. Bar stared blankly at the scene and quietly swallowed. He suddenly felt that compared with the traditional nobles who simply hanged people, his baron, who constantly kept the word mercy on his lips, seemed far more twisted and surreal in his methods. Not only had this crisis failed to injure Greywood Town's foundation, it had instead opened the door to a whole new world for me. Those wilderness bandits, raiders, and enemy prisoners of war? How were they enemies? They were all sweat and blood gold mines that could be exploited at nearly zero cost. The next morning in Greywood Town was awakened by an incredibly shrill metallic pounding. Clang, bang, clang, bang. On the open ground east of town, more than a dozen crude earthen kilns built overnight were belching thick smoke. I wasn't stupid enough to spend all my money buying finished farming tools. Instead, I had paid heavily through the Redleaf City black market, through a mix of coercion and trickery, to get 5 old blacksmiths and a batch of apprentices, and had also bought a mountain of low-grade pig iron. At that moment, old Wolf Gareth stood there blankly, staring at the brand-new iron logging axe in his hand, its dark gray sheen gleaming, his hands trembling uncontrollably. By the god of light, teach this is really being given to me for free? In the Middle Ages, iron was an extremely expensive strategic resource. If an ordinary serf family owned even a rusty iron sickle, it could be passed down to the next generation as a family heirloom. When they worked, they usually used polished wooden sticks, bone hoes, or stone axes tied with rocks. And now, a full 2,000 brand new iron picks, iron axes, and iron shovels were piled there on the open ground like common cabbages, free for these serfs to choose from. Hold it steady, Gareth. Bar adjusted his monocle, and even his tone carried a dreamlike daze. My lord said using stone to cut trees is too slow. Time is life. With these iron things, you'll be able to build 10 wooden houses in a day. Old Wolf took a deep breath, suddenly raised the iron axe, and hacked viciously into a thick pine trunk. Crack! A clean, crisp snapping sound rang out. Wood chips flew, and the axe buried itself deep into the grain. If it had been the old stone axe, that blow would have left nothing but a white mark. Dear heavens, this cuts as smoothly as butter. A young serf beside him clutched an iron shovel, so excited he could barely form words. To work. For my lord. Old Wolf let out a fanatical roar and led the thousands of infrastructure workers now armed with tools, howling as they charged toward the black pine forest outside town. Standing on the hillside, I looked at this labor force whose efficiency had increased by more than threefold and nodded in satisfaction. My lord, this is too extravagant. 2,000 iron farm tools. That's nearly 500 gold coins thrown in. Bar sucked at his teeth in pain. I gave a cold snort. Bar, your vision is still too narrow. It is already late autumn. In at most 1 month, deep winter will arrive. Do you think the merchants of Redleaf City can keep transporting grain to us forever? Once the heavy snow seals the mountains and the trade roads are cut off, then even if I'm sitting on mountains of silver coins, I still won't be able to buy a single grain of wheat. Bar's face turned pale. My lord, you mean? We must have our own output. Buying grain can only solve emergencies. Farming is the true foundation. I pointed toward the vast stretch of barren land outside town. I want them, within half a month, not only to finish building houses for winter, but also to reclaim all that wasteland, plant it with cold-resistant winter wheat, and build wind-proof greenhouses. The iron farm tools were only the first step in getting these 6,000 people through the winter. In my heart, I roared madly. Of course, every morning at 6 sharp, I'm getting more than 6,000 silver coins deposited like clockwork. 500 gold coins worth of iron tools is only 7 or 8 days of income. As long as it ensures these 6,000 printing presses survive the winter steadily without large-scale deaths, I'd even buy them gold hose if I had to. Just then, an iron guard came running up the hillside, panting. My lord, a merchant caravan has arrived outside town. But they're not selling grain. It's the famous Black Crow Slave Trading Company from Redleaf City. Slave traders? My brow lifted, and my eyes instantly lit up. Come on, let's go take a look. Maybe we can pick up a few money trees that still have the ability to sprout. Outside Greywood Town, several huge iron cage wagons stood on the muddy road. The fat leader of the Black Crow caravan wiped the greasy sweat from his forehead and came forward with a smile. Honored Baron Lorien, I hear you're undertaking great construction works. I assume you may need some obedient and strong expendables. I walked toward the iron cages, and a strong rank stench hit me in the face. Inside were dozens of slaves with numb expressions, defeated orc laborers and bankrupt serfs sold into bondage. Too skinny, and most of them are injured. I waved dismissively. I was buying slaves to increase my population base. If I bought back this bunch of half-dead wretches, they probably wouldn't even last until tomorrow morning's 6 o'clock system settlement. They were pure money-losing goods. Wait, my lord. I still have one special item. Seeing that I was about to leave, the fat leader hurried to the last wagon, which was covered by a black cloth, and yanked it away. Curled up inside the cage was a woman. She wore a tattered linen robe, and a rare head of silver hair lay in disheveled tangles. Even though her face was smeared with dirt, it could not conceal her strikingly delicate and deep-set features. Her ears were pointed. She actually had half-elf blood. Most striking of all were her eyes, clear as emeralds yet filled with unyielding pride. What is this? A half-elf toy for warming someone's bed? That won't help me build houses or farm fields. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, my lord, you misunderstand. The fat leader lowered his voice mysteriously. Her name is Alara. She was originally a senior botanical scholar at the Violet Academy of Magic in the royal capital. She was found to have half-elf blood, and even worse, she publicly published heretical nonsense, offending the Church of Light. That's why she was stripped of her scholar's title and reduced to slavery. Heretical nonsense. I grew interested. What did she say? Did she blaspheme against the God of Light? Alara sat in the cage and looked at me coldly. Even reduced to a prisoner, she still maintained a scholar's pride. All I did in my paper was prove that if human and livestock waste is composted at high temperature and then spread over farmland, wheat yields can increase by more than double. Instead of those idiots in the church who stand over fields all day chanting those bullshit prayers to the light. The moment those words came out, the guards and bar around us both sucked in a sharp breath at the same time, staring at her as if she were a monster. Good heavens! Spreading that filthy, stinking stuff on a food people are supposed to eat? She's a madwoman bewitched by demons. Bar frantically crossed himself over and over. In the medieval mind, crops were gifts from God, while excrement was the vilest filth. To link the two together was absolute, unforgivable heresy. And yet I froze where I stood. I felt neither anger nor disgust. My dark eyes only grew wider and wider as I stared fixedly at Alara in the cage, my chest heaving. Human and livestock waste, high-temperature compost, yields increased twofold. I muttered to myself. Greywood Town now had more than 6,000 people. Every day they ate white flour and salted meat, and what came out of them was mountains upon mountains of organic fertilizer. I had been worrying over what to do when the cesspits filled up, and now here it was, a ready-made divine fertilizer that could double grain production. To these natives, this woman was a lunatic. But to me, a transmigrator, how was she any kind of witch? She was clearly a walking chief agricultural engineer. With her, the entire territorial development cycle could be fully closed, and I could support 60,000 people, 600,000 people. How much? Even my voice trembled. The fat caravan leader thought I was disgusted and awkwardly rubbed his hands together. My lord, this woman really is unlucky, but she does have half-elf blood, and she is quite pretty. Give me 5 gold coins, and I'll throw in that cage of healthier laborers from the front as a package deal. What do you say? Bang. I directly smashed a heavy money pouch into his arms so hard he nearly dropped backward into the mud. There are 1,000 silver coins in there, equal to 10 gold coins. I pointed at Alara with fanatical eyes. Open the cage immediately. She is now the chief agricultural officer of my Greywood town. That night, inside the Lord's wooden house, Alara had washed off the dirt and changed into a clean linen dress, sitting before the fireplace. The steaming plate of roasted lamb chops and white bread in front of her remained untouched. She only watched me warily with those emerald green eyes. Eat. It's not poisoned. I was bent over a rough sketch of the territory's land reclamation plans. What do you want from me, Baron? She said coldly, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. If you expect to use my elven blood to satisfy some twisted noble fetish of yours, give it up. I'll bite your throat out. She had already prepared herself for the worst. The fate of a purchased female slave was usually worse than death. I have no interest in your body, Lady Alara. Or rather, I have no interest in fleshly transactions that generate no surplus value. I did not even look up. I only want to know this. If I give you enough manpower, can your composting theory get 2,000 mu of winter wheat to sprout before deep winter arrives? Alara froze and stared at me in disbelief. You don't think it's blasphemy? You don't think it's filthy? Filthy? Going hungry is the real original sin. Poverty is the greatest filth of all. I let out a cold laugh. I don't care whether you use manure or black magic. I want grain. As long as you can grow grain, every cesspit in Greywood Town is under your control. Alara's eyes flickered violently. As a scholar, she had been scorned and exiled. No one had ever acknowledged her research. And now, a ruined noble in a remote territory was willing to support this heretic with everything he had. This will take a great deal of money. She gritted her teeth and cautiously threw out a difficulty to test me. Composting requires special fermentation pits. Land reclamation needs huge amounts of tools. And we also need to buy high-quality winter wheat seed from major cities. That's at least several hundred gold coins. A baron in exile like you simply can't afford it. I said nothing. I merely turned to look at the wall clock. 5:58. 5:59. The timing is about right. I stood up and stretched my neck. Yesterday, I had bought dozens more slaves, and now the total population was 6,352. Tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. The system's voice rang out on time. Current total legally registered population, 6,352. Today's income, 6,352 silver coins, has been deposited into system space. I turned around and looked at the baffled Alara, a devilish curve rising at the corner of my mouth. You just said it would take several hundred gold coins? With a flicker of thought. Crash. Without the slightest warning, it was as if a tear had split open in the void, and a dazzling silver waterfall poured out. Thousands upon thousands of silver coins crashed down like a breached flood straight onto the oak table between us, spilling over the tabletop and quickly piling into a half-meter mountain of silver at Alara's feet. Alara was completely stunned by the sudden silver storm. Her knife and fork fell to the floor, and her cool, detached eyes widened like bells as she stared fixedly at the silver covering the ground, her mind going completely blank. What kind of spatial magic is this? By the god of light, did you loot the imperial treasury? She screamed, her proud elven bloodline utterly smashed to pieces by this simple and brutal force of capital. Forget the god of light, Alara. Here, money is the only truth. I casually scooped up a handful of silver coins and tossed them onto the plate before her, my tone wild with arrogance. There are tens of thousands of silver coins here, equal to several hundred gold coins. And this is only a few days' worth of my pocket money. I leaned down close to this scholar, stunned beyond all measure, my eyes burning like torches. Now, I appoint you Minister of Agriculture and Infrastructure Development of Greywood Town, abbreviated as the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm giving you an unlimited budget. If you need people, you get people. If you need money, you get money. I want your heretical nonsense planted across the whole of Greywood territory. Alara stared blankly at the room full of silver coins, then turned back to look at me, this mad lord. She suddenly felt that compared with the high nobles in the royal capital, all full of virtue and morality, yet stingy and hypocritical, this man before her, reeking of money, radiated an irresistible, fantastical charm. As you wish, my lord. She took a deep breath, lifted the hem of her skirt, and performed an elegant scholar's bow. But in her eyes, the mad fire of scholarship had already begun to burn. I will turn Greywood Town's cesspits into the richest gold mine on the entire Nolan continent. The next day in Greywood Town was filled with an indescribably sharp, pungent stench. Beside the dozen or so enormous cesspits on the downwind side of town, more than 2,000 serfs holding brand-new iron shovels stood at a distance, every one of them pinching their noses, their faces full of resistance. Alara wore a gray coarse linen overrobe, her lower face wrapped in cloth. In her hand was a parchment notebook, and in those emerald-green eyes flashed a feverish light. The fermentation is perfect. The temperature is high enough, and all the parasites and eggs inside have been killed by the heat. She stirred the dark brown sticky mass in the pit with a long wooden pole, then turned and shouted at the trembling serfs. What are you still standing there for? Dig the fertilizer out, load it into wheelbarrows, and transport it to the 2,000 mu of reclaimed land in the east. Plant the winter wheat before the first frost arrives. The serfs looked at one another, but not a single one dared step forward. Old Wolf Gareth swallowed hard and forced himself to walk up. Lady Alara, it's not that we're trying to be lazy, but this is excrement. If we spread this demon-cursed filth on his sacred land, not only will no grain grow, it'll bring plague upon us. Ignorant. Foolish. Alara trembled with anger. This is premium nitrogen fertilizer produced by sealed composting. It can make your wheat ears grow as thick as your thumbs. If you won't believe a scholar like me, are you really going to believe those charlatans in the church who only know how to swindle money? But the serf still hesitated and would not move. In the medieval world, using manure to farm was as contrary to common sense as asking a modern person to eat dirt. Just as the stalemate stretched on, a black horse came galloping over. Wrapped in a black bearskin coat, I jumped down from the saddle with a cold face. I did not cover my nose. I strode straight to the edge of the pit and took a deep breath. Ugh, I nearly vomited up last night's meat porridge in my heart, but I forced it down. I knew that if I wanted to break the chains of belief binding these natives, reason alone would be useless. I turned, drew my long sword, pointed it at that enormous cesspit, and let out a thunderous roar. Filth? A demon's curse? You blind idiots. My voice boomed across the wasteland like a bell. In other territories, yes, this may be shit. But in our Greywood town, this is the sacred soil of harvest bestowed upon me, Lorien, by the god of light. The entire crowd fell silent. Even Alara froze and stared blankly as I made up utter nonsense with a perfectly serious face. Tell me, do you want to eat white bread every meal in winter? Do you want your children to stop gnawing on thorny tree bark? I roared. Yes, my lord, Old Wolf answered with reddened eyes. Then spread every last drop of this sacred soil onto the fields for me. Bar announced the decree. Bar immediately ran forward carrying a large wooden chest and shouted at the top of his lungs, by order of my lord. Whichever team transports the most sacred harvest soil today, that team gets an extra half-pound of salted meat in tonight's porridge. For every 10 full carts, there will also be a reward of 1 extra copper coin. Boom. The serfs who had just moments ago looked resistant, feeling they would be blaspheming against God, had their brains shut down on the spot. Extra meat? And money too? To hell with demon curses. To hell with filthy defilement. In front of gleaming copper coins and oily slabs of salted meat, even shit smelled sweet. Out of the way. Everybody out of the way. The first cart of sacred soil belongs to Team 1. Old Wolf let out a beast-like howl and charged to the pit first, shoveling the material madly into the cart. Old Wolf, that's against the rules. Team 2 move. Scrape even the dregs from the bottom of the pit clean. Young Pete was even crazier. He actually stripped off his shirt and wrapped it around the cart's basin, afraid of spilling even a single drop. In less than 10 minutes, the more than 2,000 serfs and iron guards were fighting over carts of excrement, as if they were scrambling for a gold mine, nearly coming to blows. Alara stood to one side, watching these serfs with green light in their eyes fighting over shit, and felt as if her whole worldview had shattered. She had spent 10 years studying botany and written countless papers to persuade nobles and the church, only to be branded a heretic every time. And this man, with one sentence and a few copper coins, had made these people treat shit like a holy relic. Do you see now, Scholar Alara? I walked to her side and sneered in a voice low enough for only the two of us to hear. What belief cannot solve, profit can. In the face of hunger and money, they would lick a cesspit cleaner than a dinner plate. At 5:55 in the morning, at the quarry behind the mountain, the cold wind howled like knives. Scarface Kyle was wrapped in thin, tattered hemp clothing, curled up inside a wind-sheltering wooden shed. He was one of the raider leaders from the attack on Greywood Town half a month ago. After that disastrous defeat, their boss Baron had had his throat slit in public, and the 30-some survivors had been branded as lifelong slaves and thrown into this sunless quarry. By Kyle's experience after more than 10 years roaming the wilderness, becoming a war captive slave usually meant you would not live longer than half a month. Endless beatings, moldy food, and brutal labor would quickly squeeze a person dry. Get up. You pieces of trash fit only to eat dirt. Dawn's almost here. Time to work. Outside the shed, several soldiers in leather armor banged on the wooden fence, their eyes cold. Kyle shivered as he crawled to his feet, ready to receive a beating. But today the soldiers were not carrying whips. Instead, they brought in 2 large wooden buckets. Bang! The buckets were set heavily on the ground. Our Lord is merciful. The temperature dropped today, so you get extra food. 1 bowl of hot black rye gruel for each of you. Kyle froze. Trembling, he got in line and received his portion. It was hot. It really was hot. And although it was black rye gruel, there were no deadly stones or wood chips mixed into it. Though rough as sand to chew, when it went down into his belly, it brought real warmth. To a raider on the verge of freezing to death in the wilderness, this was a divine blessing. Good heavens, is this the last meal before execution? One bandit beside him sobbed with tears and snot running down his face as he wolfed it down. Once you've eaten, get your asses to the mountain. My lord said if anyone dares slack off and mines 1 less stone today, tomorrow he gets to go swimming in the cesspit, a soldier bellowed. Kyle drained the last mouthful of gruel and even licked the bowl spotless. He picked up the heavy iron pickaxe and walked toward the hard rock wall. At that moment, he suddenly understood what was so great about being a bandit. Every day in the wilderness you lived in fear, never knowing where your next meal would come from. And if your luck ran out, a regular army would cut off your head for merit. But what about being a slave in Greywood Town? It was exhausting, yes, and there was no freedom, but at least no one starved here. There were even warming fires inside the shed, and he had heard that the Lord was recently building some kind of windproof greenhouse. Once winter came, maybe there wouldn't even be any danger of freezing to death. To hell with freedom. I'm never leaving in this lifetime. I'll smash rocks in this quarry forever." Kyle swung his iron pick and let out a heartfelt roar, working with even more drive than the paid freeman. In the Lord's wooden house not far away, I held a cup of hot sheep's milk and quietly watched the clock. Tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. The system's voice sounded. Current total legally registered population, 6,381, including 34 lifelong slave subjects. Today's income, 6,381 silver coins. Hearing that beautiful notification in my mind, I smiled in complete satisfaction. These 34 bandits consume less than 2 copper coins worth of black rye gruel altogether each day, yet they steadily produce 34 silver coins for me, plus tons of premium building stone. I stroked my chin, and my expression grew profoundly thoughtful. This kind of zero-cost, high-return, no wages required perfect financial product is just too delicious. Looks like I need to think of a way to lure a few more bands of wilderness raiders over. If any other lord heard the thoughts in my heart, he would absolutely be so horrified he'd think I had been possessed by the abyssal demon king. What normal noble spent his days hoping raiders would come attack his own territory? In the blink of an eye, Greywood Town's construction frenzy had reached its final phase. Hundreds of neat wooden houses had sprung up from the ground. Their design was simple, their roofs were thickly covered with thatch, and every crack in the walls had been stuffed with windproof mud plaster. Under Alara's guidance, all 2,000 mu of winter wheat had been planted. Behind the town, dozens of simple greenhouses had even miraculously been built from wooden frames and oil-coated rough hemp cloth, with underground smoke channels connected to heated Kong beds for warmth. But the chill in the air grew ever more biting, and the first snowfall could arrive at any moment. At noon that day, an enormous merchant caravan slowly rolled into Greywood Town under the protection of more than a dozen fully armed mercenary guards. A banner showing a golden eagle with outspread wings flew atop the wagons. That was the emblem of the Golden Eagle Trading House, the largest merchant guild in Redleaf City and the surrounding region. The guild's chief steward, a bald middle-aged man named Mars dressed in luxurious silk and sporting a huge beer belly, sat in the finest carriage, arrogantly sizing up this frontier town rumored to be overflowing with wealth. "Chief Steward, Greywood Town is just ahead," said one manager respectfully. It said that ruined Baron sold a magical talisman and has a fair amount of spare cash on hand. "Should we raise the price of the winter clothes, coarse salt, and aged grain we brought by double this time?" Mars sneered. "Double? You think too little of these wasteful fools who've never seen the world. Heavy snow is about to seal the mountains, and these are life-saving supplies. Raise the prices 5-fold. If he doesn't buy, those refugees will freeze and starve to death. He has no choice." However, when Mars stepped down from the carriage and saw the scene inside Greywood Town, the speech he had prepared caught in his throat. There was no stinking mud pit as he had imagined, no refugees starved down to skin and bones. The ground had been leveled with crushed stone, and rows of wooden houses stood in perfect order. In the reclaimed fields in the distance, groups of serfs were energetically building some strange kind of wooden sheds. Everyone wore shabby clothes, but their complexions were rosy, and their eyes shone with a vitality and vigor that was almost alarming. What made Mars's scalp go numb even more was that in the central square of the town stood a full 500 soldiers in hard leather armor, holding fine iron spears in neat formation. That chilling killing intent, forged from hacking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, made even the grizzled mercenaries he had hired unconsciously tighten their grip on their weapons. How the hell was this the exile settlement of a bankrupt baron? This was clearly a military fortress growing at a frantic pace. "Welcome to Greywood Town, Chief Steward Mars." Surrounded by a group of iron guards, I walked forward, a trace of amusement in my eyes. Mars swallowed with difficulty, put away his arrogance, and replaced it with a fawning smile. "Oh, praise the god of light. Honored Baron Lorien, the Golden Eagle Trading House has brought you the winter supplies you most urgently need. A total of 300 cartloads of aged grain, 2,000 thick sheepskin coats, and 1,000 jean of coarse salt. It's just that the price." He was still hesitating over whether to quote that 5-fold extortionate price, since those 500 spears under my command did not look easy to provoke. "No need for nonsense, Mars." I interrupted him directly and raised a hand to snap my fingers. Bar immediately came forward with more than a dozen serfs, pushing 4 heavy wheelbarrows. When the oilcloths were thrown back, for small silver mountains dazzling enough to blind the eyes shone in the midday sunlight with a suffocating brilliance of wealth. A full 40,000 silver coins, equivalent to 400 gold coins. Mars's heart skipped so violently it nearly stopped on the spot. In his entire life, he had never seen so much ready cash at one time. In this world, major transactions were usually done by pledging goods or using gold notes. Almost no one carried around such an enormous quantity of real gold and silver. This is, Mars's voice trembled. This is 400 gold coins in cash. I walked up to him and lowered my voice, speaking like a demon, whispering into his ear. I don't care what your goods normally sell for. These 40,000 silver coins will buy everything you brought today, including your wagons and the horses pulling them. Mars felt his head buzzing. This price was a full 20% higher than even the most outrageous extortionate price he had imagined charging. But that's not all, Mars. I patted his stiff shoulder, my eyes burning with a frightening fanaticism. This is only a deposit. Starting today, I want the Golden Eagle Trading House in Greywood Town to sign an exclusive supply contract. I don't care what methods you use. Go to other city-states, even to the Orsish border, and buy me slaves, buy me refugees, buy me pig iron, buy me every kind of livestock that can breed. As long as you can transport it to Greywood Town, however much there is, I, Lorien, will take it all. Understood. Staring at that mountain of silver coins, then at my eyes as if they could devour everything, Mars finally yielded completely. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his whole body of fat trembling with excitement. As you wish, my great Baron, more dazzling than gold itself. The Golden Eagle Trading House is willing to serve you like dogs and horses. I turned to look at the convoy loaded with supplies and took a deep breath of the cold winter air. With this batch of bulk supplies, these 6,000-plus money trees could finally survive the winter in peace. Next came spring. Greywood Town would reveal to this backward world the terrifying fangs born from the union of capital and infrastructure. One night in mid-November, Greywood Town welcomed the first blizzard of the year. The raging wind, carrying icy snowflakes, slashed brutally across the Nolan continent wilderness like countless knives for stripping flesh from bone. In the past, nights like this were called death knocks at the door. Every first snowfall, whether in Redleaf territory or any other barony, hundreds or even thousands of serfs living in drafty straw huts would silently turn into stiff ice sculptures in their sleep. Inside newly built wooden house, number 37 in Greywood Town's eastern district, Martha, a serf woman in her 50s, jolted awake from a nightmare. She had dreamed that the broken straw roof had collapsed under heavy snow, and that she and her son had frozen to death alive in the mud. God of light, Pete, my child, wake up, don't fall asleep. If you do, you'll never wake again, she cried in terror, instinctively trying to pile the only little heap of dry straw she had over her son. But when she opened her eyes, she froze. There was no biting wind, no leaking roof shedding snow. She lay on a wooden bed layered with thick straw and brand new linen, covered by a heavy sheepskin coat that carried a strong odor of sheep. In the stone fireplace at the center of the room, several good black pine logs burned fiercely, crackling. The warm firelight lit the snug little wooden house as bright as day, warm enough to make a person want to sweat. Mother, why are you awake? Young Iron Guard soldier Pete turned around from beside the hearth. He was using an iron skewer to roast a palm-sized slab of salty fatty pork over the fire, where it sizzled and dripped oil, filling the whole room with rich meat fragrance. Dear heavens! Pete, I'm not dreaming, am I? Martha trembled as she reached out her rough old hand to touch the soft, warm sheepskin coat over her, and the tears broke from her like a flood. In past years, when it snowed, we couldn't even bear to burn the cow dung we picked up. This sheepskin coat, this meat, where did they come from? Mother, did you forget? Lord Lorien issued these winter supplies. Pete stuffed the roasted salted meat into a piece of soft white bread and handed it to his old mother, his eyes shining with almost fanatical devotion. My lord said that when heavy snow seals the mountains in winter, infrastructure work stops, but the Iron Guard's military pay will still be issued. And because we worked hard building houses before, every household was allotted sheepskin coats and firewood. Pete looked at the dancing flames and thought of the despair of waiting to die out in the wilderness just a few months ago, and his eyes reddened. Mother, do you know what my lord told us in the square yesterday? He swallowed and imitated my overbearing tone. My lord said, when it snows, stay the hell inside your houses. If you've got nothing to do, then go make a few more babies with your women. And if anyone dares freeze to death on my land, that's a massive waste of Greywood Town assets. Even if I have to go to hell, I'll drag him back and whip him. Listening to those crude yet powerful words, Martha clasped her hands together and knelt toward the direction of the Lord's wooden house, crying uncontrollably. What Viscount Redleaf? What Church of Light? Did they ever give us one mouthful of hot soup? No. The old woman knocked her head hard against the warm wooden floor. Pete, remember this. Lord Lorien is no noble. He is a god wearing human skin. If one day my lord orders you to slay a dragon, then even if you have to bite with your teeth, you'd better bite a dragon scale off for him. On that night of raging blizzard, in the hundreds of wooden houses across Greywood Town, countless refugees like Martha and Pete sat around warm fireplaces, eating roast meat, shedding tears of gratitude, and offering the most frenzied loyalty in their hearts to that merciful Baron. The next day, the snow had already risen past the knees, and the whole of Greywood territory lay covered in a dead white silence. But in that agricultural forbidden zone behind the town, fenced in with wooden palisades, there was a magical scene so contrary to reason that it defied belief. Half-elf scholar Alara stood inside a huge windproof greenhouse. The roof was made of coarse hemp cloth and wooden planks smeared with a thick layer of pig fat. Its light transmission was terrible, but for the Middle Ages, it was already the limit. What truly kept the greenhouse warm was the complex network of underground heated flue channels. This was a design that mad lord, had sketched out from thin air, then forced several thousand serfs to dig day and night. Outside was a frozen world of snow and temperatures well below zero, but inside the greenhouse heat rolled over the skin. Alara knelt on the soft earth and carefully brushed aside the top layer of dark brown sacred harvest soil with her white, slender hands. A touch of green. Two delicate yet vibrant wheat shoots were proudly breaking through the earth, stretching themselves beneath winter's siege. They've sprouted, they really sprouted. Alara's eyes overflowed with shock. She cupped the soil in both hands, trembling with excitement. Growing wheat in winter, creating spring in the midst of wind and snow. My compost theory plus his heated greenhouse. This is a miracle worthy of being written into the agricultural history of the Nolan continent. At just that moment, the heavy wooden door of the greenhouse was pushed open. Wearing my black bearskin coat and carrying with me the cold breath of wind and snow, I walked in rubbing my reddened hands, and the first thing I did was lock my eyes onto that little patch of green. Well now, Minister of Agriculture, looks like our manure alchemy worked. I squatted down in the mud without the slightest disgust, my eyes even more fanatical than when staring at gold. Baron, please mind your wording. This is the combination of the composting method and the greenhouse effect. Alara stood up, her voice still carrying the proud aloofness of a scholar. But the way she looked at me had already changed from her initial wariness and disdain into a strange kind of awe. It was this man who had smashed the shackles of the seasons with literal mountains of silver coins. His methods were so plain and straightforward, yet so brutal. I don't care what it's called. I only care about yield. I waved a broad hand and asked directly. With the winter wheat in these 20 greenhouses, plus the wheat seed in the 2,000 mu outside now covered by snow, how much grain can we produce once it all thaws next spring? Alara took a deep breath and gave a number that even she herself found insane. With sufficient base fertilizer, plus the high-quality wheat seed you bought regardless of cost, my conservative estimate is that by next autumn's harvest, it will be enough for the more than 6,000 people of Greywood Town to eat their fill for a full 3 years. 3 years. My eyes instantly lit up like two searchlights. My brain began calculating wildly. If 6,000 people could eat for 3 years, then what if I expanded the population to 20,000? Feeding them for 1 year would absolutely be no problem. 20,000 people meant 20,000 silver coins a day in income, 200 gold coins a day, 6,000 gold coins a month. Well done, Alara. You are the brightest jewel in my entire territory. In excitement, I grabbed her mud-stained hand and shook it hard twice. A faint blush rose to Alara's pale cheeks, and she pulled her hand back awkwardly. My lord, you gave me the chance to use my talents. This is what I should do. It's just that the firewood consumption of the greenhouses is terrifying, and our expenses. Money means jack shit. If it can grow grain, I'd be willing to burn gold coins. I cut her off, turned around, and strode toward the door. Keep a close watch on these wheat shoots. I'm heading back. Today is an extremely critical day. The extremely critical day I meant was precisely the system settlement after this first snowfall. When I returned to the Lord's wooden house, the hands of the wall clock were already pointing to 5:58 in the morning. Old Steward Barr stood beside me holding a thick registry book, his expression tense. In this age, extreme cold was a meat grinder for the poor. In the past, after the first blizzard in Redleaf territory, the Lord would always send wagons into the slums to haul away corpses, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. 5:59. I sat at the table, fingers tapping irritably on the surface. I had invested 40,000 silver coins in winter supplies. Even those bandit slaves had been issued thick blankets and hot porridge. This was my ultimate market defense operation as a capitalist, and success or failure would be decided here. Tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. The system's voice sounded. Survival rate assessment under extreme weather in progress. Total effectively registered and living population in the territory yesterday. 6,381. Deaths yesterday due to extreme cold. 0. 0. The instant I heard that number, I sprang to my feet from the chair, slapped the table hard, and burst into a laugh so villainous it was almost absurd. Ha 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 ha. Bar, not a single person in our territory died. Not even the weakest old man. Not even a bandit smashing stones in the quarry died. I paced the room in excitement. My silver coin moat held off death's scythe. Though Bar had no idea how I got the information, the string of miracles lately had already taught him to believe in me without question. He, too, stared with widened eyes in disbelief and dropped to one knee in excitement. My lord, this is a miracle. It is your mercy that protected Greywood Town. From this day on, your name will become the faith in every subject's heart. Faith, my ass. I was doing it to protect my core assets, I complained inwardly. But then a highly shrewd, greedy merchant's calculation flashed through my dark eyes. If my Greywood Town could suffer 0 deaths, then what about the other territories? Bar, send someone to the merchant compound right now and drag that fat man Mars out of bed for me. My eyes were as sharp as a snow wolf sighting prey. My lord, in weather like this, what do you want with the Golden Eagle Trading House? We already have enough supplies to make it through winter. Bar was puzzled. We have enough supplies, but not enough people. I walked to the window and looked out over the endless white wilderness, the smile at the corner of my mouth like a devil's. In Redleaf territory, Black Iron City, and those nearby baronies, this storm must have left thousands upon thousands of serfs and refugees on the verge of freezing to death. In their eyes, those blue-lipped refugees are burdens that waste grain, garbage about to rot in a ditch. I spun around sharply and said each word with force. But in my eyes, they are all high-quality assets being dumped at extreme wholesale prices. Tell Mars to take the grain and sheepskin coats we bought and drive wagons to the surrounding territories. Tell those high and mighty nobles that Greywood Town is willing to dispose of their garbage for them, as long as it's a living person, male or female, young or old, even one with a broken leg. I'll trade them 1 pound of inferior black rye for every living person. And if they think that's too little, smash them with copper coins. Bring me those nearly frozen refugees by the hundreds and the thousands. Bar sucked in a lungful of icy air. He finally understood my mad plan. I was going to buy population at the bottom of the market across the whole wilderness in the dead of winter. Go, Bar. I took a deep breath, my eyes burning with a fanaticism fierce enough to melt snow and ice. This winter, I'm going to push Greywood Town's population past the 10,000 mark. The blizzards of deep winter fell on and off for half a month, and the whole Nolan continent seemed frozen into a solid sheet of white iron. On the trade road outside Redleaf City, Golden Eagle Trading House steward Mars was wrapped in 3 heavy layers of bearskin coats, shivering on horseback. Behind him stretched a horrifying procession several miles long. 1,200 refugees purchased from the surrounding territories trudged through the snow one step at a time, like some macabre public parade. Mars had not only bought these people with inferior rye and copper coins, he had even subsidized them with the guild's winter clothing, terrified that the goods might die on the road. Even so, several hundred still collapsed into the snow and never rose again, being far too weak. Chief Steward, Greywood Town is just ahead. The manager pointed toward the faint wooden palisade in the snowstorm, his voice almost crying. God of light, this has been a hellish journey transporting corpses. When that huge, wretched refugee convoy reached the square of Greywood Town, the fanatic smile on my face as I came out to greet them froze solid in a single second. There was none of the joy I had expected at welcoming new printing presses. Instead, I felt a chill shoot from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my skull. Too miserable. No, not just miserable. This was a heap of non-performing assets. These 1,200 people before me were completely different from the first batch of refugees several months ago. They had been frozen in blizzard conditions for half a month. More than 80% had suppurating frostbite all over their hands and feet. A third of them were delirious with high fever. Violent coughing rose and fell all over the square, and many even carried the unmistakable foul odor of dysentery. Mars, you stupid pig. I grabbed the fat steward by the collar and roared in fury. I sent you out to buy high-quality distressed assets, and you brought me back a pile of plague bombs ready to blow up my whole territory at any moment? Mars quivered from head to toe, all his fat shaking, and cried out in grievance. Baron, you can't blame me for this. You said any living person would do. Every territory is throwing out these 6 serfs now. I dug them out of heaps of corpses for you. I shoved him away, my face dark as iron, and glanced at the system panel. Although with this group's arrival the system prompt showed 1,206 new legal subjects added, pushing my projected daily income above 7,500 silver coins, I could not smile at all. Greywood Town's original 6,000 people were a healthy population, restored over months through meat porridge, housing, and the cleanliness order. If I let these 1,000+ refugees carrying frostbite, influenza, and possible infectious diseases move directly into town, Greywood Town would become an enormous morgue within days. At that point, forget more than 7,000 silver coins a day. Even my basic foundation would be utterly destroyed by plague. This was the fatal backlash caused by infrastructure failing to keep pace with population expansion. Stop all purchases. By my order, stop every single population bottom fishing operation immediately. I made the decision on the spot and shouted with absolute finality. Until we digest this batch of people, Greywood Town is not to let in even a single stray dog. Bar stamped his feet anxiously beside me. My lord, then what do we do with these people? Drive them away? If disease spreads to the Iron Guard and the work crews, our whole winter will be ruined. Drive them away? Is your skull full of shit, Bar? I glared at the weak refugees, grinding my teeth as I thought. As long as they still had one breath left, tomorrow morning they could spit out 1 silver coin each for me. Who dared throw my money back into the snow? Gareth, take the Iron Guard and immediately fence off a temporary quarantine zone for me on the downwind far western side of town. Without my order, no one is to go near it. I drew my longsword and gave an order as cold as ice. Drive every one of these new arrivals into the quarantine zone. Put up temporary tents. Boil hot water. And go bring me Alara, immediately. The temporary quarantine zone on the west side of Greywood Town now looked like a refugee camp filled with wailing. A young refugee girl named Anna curled up in the corner of an icy tent. Her feet, covered in frostbite sores and even partly ulcerated, gave off a nasty smell. In Redleaf territory, a sick serf like her who had lost the ability to work deserved only to be thrown into a mass grave to feed wild dogs. She closed her eyes in despair and waited for death. Then suddenly, a pair of rough hands wearing coarse linen gloves seized her ankle. Ah, it hurts. Anna cried out. Shut up, little girl. If those feet of yours aren't treated now, they'll have to be sawed off. A middle-aged woman in a strange white linen overrobe and a homemade face covering was mercilessly wiping the ulcerated sores on Anna's feet with a rag soaked in strong liquor, making cold sweat pour down her from the pain. This woman was Martha, the same older woman who had wept with gratitude during the first snow. Now a wooden tag hung on her chest, marked with a crooked cross drawn in charcoal. Aunt Martha, the hot water's ready. Several younger women in the same white linen overrobes came running and carrying wooden buckets. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of the quarantine zone, Minister of Agriculture Alara stood on the verge of losing her mind. Her signature silver hair was tied up hastily, her exquisitely beautiful face smeared with soot, while she directed dozens of serfs to furiously boil herbs in several great iron cauldrons. Lorian, you greedy lunatic. I am a senior scholar of botany and agronomy, not a physician. Alara protested furiously at me while I inspected the area from not far away. You're actually making me figure out which herbs can treat frostbite and chills? What if they eat the wrong thing and die? Wrapped in my bearskin coat, I stood outside the wooden fence with a cloth soaked in vinegar over my nose and mouth, my eyes cold and rational. Herbs are plants too, Scholar Alara. I trust that with your intelligence, you won't kill them. Besides, treating a dead horse like a living one is still better than letting them rot in their tents. I knew very well that medieval medicine was practically non-existent, and that so-called bloodletting worked faster than murder. I could only rely on modern common sense, disinfecting with strong liquor, boiling herbal broths, enforcing quarantine, and making people wash with boiled water, to brute force my way through the crisis brought by this wave of refugees. For that reason, I had even gathered more than 300 women and elderly people in town who had lost the ability to do heavy labor and organized them into Greywood Town's first field medical corps. In order to motivate them, I offered these fringe people, who had previously done nothing but eat for free in the territory, a high wage of 3 copper coins per day. Listen up, everyone in the medical corps. I stood on high ground and shouted to the busy women and elders below. You are not tending to a pile of rotting meat. You are saving Greywood Town's assets. For every one of these sick people you can snatch back from death's hands, not only will I pay wages, I'll also reward you with an extra half gene of white flour. Driven mad by the stimulation of money, the women of the medical corps erupted with terrifying fighting power. They did not mind filth or stench. Like dealing with their own sons, they forcibly stripped the refugees, scrubbed them clean, and poured bitter herbal broth down their throats. Inside the tent, Anna drank the scalding herbal meat soup Aunt Martha fed her, and at last a trace of color returned to her pale face. Looking at this rough-handed woman whose eyes were blazing with determination, tears could not help spilling from Anna's eyes. Annie, why? Why is the Lord spending so much money to save useless trash like us? Anna asked through sobs. While using a red-hot knife to carve away rotten flesh from the person beside her, Aunt Martha answered proudly, You poor little thing. In Lord Lorien's eyes, as long as you're still breathing, you're not trash. My lord said that even if you end up crippled, as long as you can sit on a stool and twist hemp rope, then you're a precious cornerstone of Greywood Town. I stood on the perimeter, staring at the slowly stabilizing health values on the system panel, and let out a long plume of white breath. I really wasn't some great saint. I simply saw these sick people as rusty gears, spend a bit of oil to scrape off the rust, and even if a few teeth were chipped, as long as they could still turn, then every morning at 6 o'clock they would still bring me that charming little chime. The refugees' life crisis was barely stabilized. But what followed was another huge crisis, one enough to destroy all of Greywood Town in deep winter, fuel collapse. Several nights later, old Steward Barr came crashing through the door of the Lord's wooden house in a panic. My lord, this is bad. The snow has sealed the mountains, and all the trees outside have already been cut down by us. Barr's lips were purple with cold as he held up a statistical register, his voice trembling. With all those braziers in the quarantine zone burning day and night for medicine and warmth, our firewood reserves are being consumed at double the expected speed. I shot to my feet, face darkening. How many days can we last? At most 3 days. Barr swallowed dryly. In 3 days, if the Iron Guard can't brave the blizzard and cut wood deeper in the black pine forest, then the heated Kong flues in those dozens of greenhouses will go cold, and all the newly sprouted winter wheat will freeze to death. And the subjects' fireplaces will go out too. More than 7,000 people will be exposed to death's scythe. This was the chain reaction brought by the population swelling from 6,000 to more than 7,000. More than 7,000 fireplaces burning day and night meant wood consumption at a terrifying astronomical level. If I sent people into the deep mountains to log, in a -20-degree blizzard, dozens of young laborers could freeze to death in a single day. That was an asset loss I absolutely could not bear. Damn it, an energy crisis. I slammed my fist onto the table so hard the ink bottle jumped. No coal, no oil, no electricity. Relying only on backward timber, medieval towns had a physical upper limit of scale. If I could not solve the fuel problem, Greywood Town would not even survive this winter. Just as I was at my wit's end, even considering whether to pay an outrageous price to have the merchant guild buy charcoal from other cities, there suddenly came a report from Iron Guard Captain Gareth outside the door. My lord, something happened at the quarry. Old Wolf Gareth burst in, covered in snow. Those bandit slaves who were punished and sent to break stone seemed to have dug up some cursed thing of the devil, and now black water is bubbling out of the deep pit all across the quarry. A devil's curse? I froze for a second, then frowned deeply. Lead the way. To the quarry. Half an hour later, holding a torch, I stood at the edge of the deep pit in the back mountain quarry. In the blizzard, more than 30 bandit slaves shivered violently. Their ragged clothes were smeared with an extremely sticky black grime, and even their faces were so black only the whites of their eyes showed. My lord, spare us. The bandit leader Scarface Kyle dropped to his knees the instant he saw me and wailed. We were only obeying orders to mine stone, but what came out from underground isn't stone at all. It's black. It shatters with one strike and covered us in this black poison. It's devil's dung. I ignored his crying, lifted the torch, and stared fixedly at the wide black rock layer exposed at the bottom of the pit. I followed the pit path down and picked up a chunk of black stone. Its surface glimmered with a dull sheen. It was not hard, and with only a slight squeeze, black powder stained my glove. My heartbeat suddenly quickened. That instinct unique to capitalists made me smell something even more enticing than gold. I slowly brought the torch close to the black stone. Hoof! It burned somewhat sluggishly and gave off a pungent sulfur smell. But under the torch's heat, the black stone slowly reddened, then began burning on its own, releasing an intensely fierce heat. I stared blankly at the burning stone in my hand. The gloom and agitation vanished from my face, replaced by a wild joy so intense it would frighten even demons. Devil's dung? Idiot. You bunch of bumpkins who've never seen the world. I turned around and burst into mad laughter in the blizzard, laughing until I nearly could not breathe. Old Steward Barr and Old Wolf Gareth looked at each other, thinking the snow had finally driven me insane. Barr, Gareth, do you see this? I raised the burning black stone high, Industrial Revolution fire blazing in my eyes. This isn't a rock. This is coal. Black gold enough to roast the whole winter of the Nolan continent. Fuel crisis? Energy ceiling? In front of this open-air coal mine of unknown reserves, that was all bullshit. I suddenly turned and looked at those bewildered, soot-covered bandit slaves, my gaze becoming incomparably warm. Kyle, well done. You have rendered immortal service to Greywood Town. I walked over and warmly patted his coal-dusted shoulder. Kyle was so overwhelmed he stammered. And my lord, does that mean we don't have to be slaves anymore? Can we return to freemen? Freedom? Oh, you're overthinking it. The smile vanished from my face at once, revealing the cold fangs of a capitalist. Starting today, you are promoted to Greywood Town's first batch of glorious royal coal miners. Gareth, turn the quarry into a coal mine. Issue each of them 2 iron picks, plus double rations of black rye porridge and winter leather clothing. I shouted the order, formally opening the curtain on Greywood Town's energy upgrade in this pitch-black snowy night. As long as they don't dig themselves to death, make them dig like they're trying to. Before the sun rises tomorrow, I want to see black gold piled beside every fireplace in Greywood Town. When the first cart of pitch-black coal was pushed into Greywood Town Square, the subjects looked at those stones as if they were a wagon load of monster dung that might explode at any moment. This stuff really burns. By the god of light. It smells exactly like a fart from an abyssal demon. Pete pinched his nose and carefully poked at the coal in the cart with the butt end of his spear. Less nonsense. If my lord says it burns, then even if it's a block of ice, it had better spit sparks for me. Old Wolf Gareth smacked Pete on the back of the head, then personally picked up a lump of coal the size of a football, walked into the nearest wooden house, and tossed it into the nearly dead fireplace. A few minutes later, a miracle occurred. Lit by a small amount of firewood beneath it, that black stone first released a burst of bluish smoke. Then its surface glowed with a dark red that made the heart pound. There were no soaring flames, but what erupted from it instead was a terrifying, steady, and long-lasting heat wave. Hiss, too hot. Old Wolf had been standing a meter from the fireplace, but the heat drove him back 3 steps. He stared at the stove in shock. Good heavens, this black stone gives off 3 times more heat than the best red pine would. On that stormy, snowy night, for the first time, the chimneys of Greywood Town's hundreds of wooden houses released black smoke, tinged with a faint sulfur smell. The scent was a little choking, but in a -20-degree winter, to commoners this smell was the sweetest breath of life. And the greatest beneficiary was Alara's Ministry of Agriculture. The half-elf scholar was now standing inside the greenhouse, staring fixedly at the coal burning in the underground flue opening, those emerald eyes full of a complete overturning of everything she knew. Firewood burned too quickly, requiring someone to add fuel every 2 hours. If anyone overslept, the wheat shoots would freeze to death. But with this coal, a single full heating bed could burn steadily for most of the night. My lord, from what ancient text did you learn about this mineral? Alara asked as I came to inspect, her tone carrying an unprecedented fervor. With this fuel, I can raise the greenhouse temperature by another 5 degrees. I might even try growing some fast-growing vegetables that normally only survive in summer. Ancient texts. No, Alara, this is the scent of capital. I took off my heavy bearskin coat. Inside the greenhouse, it was so warm I even undid the buttons of my shirt. Looking at the thriving wheat shoots, I smiled in satisfaction. Go tell those aunties brewing medicine in the quarantine zone to switch every brazier over to coal. Boil the water for me, and keep it going 24 hours a day. As long as the temperature is high enough, the cold in those refugees' bodies can be forced out. At 6 in the morning, The familiar mechanical voice sounded in my mind on the dot. System notification. Total surviving population in the territory yesterday, 7,587. It has been detected that the territory's energy system has undergone an epoch-making upgrade from firewood to coal. The subject's freezing death rate has dropped to extremely low, and health values are slowly recovering. Today's income, 7,587 silver coins, has been deposited into system space. Seeing the silver mountain in system space visibly swelling larger each day, the stone in my heart finally dropped. The energy crisis was solved, the death rate in the quarantine zone had been contained, and the basic foundation of more than 7,500 people was stable as a mountain. Next, all I need to do is quietly wait for spring. I lifted a cup of hot tea and looked comfortably out at the snowstorm through the window. What I did not know was that in this winter so cold even gods would shiver, the law of hunger in the wilderness was only just baring its fangs. 30 li outside Greywood Town, at the edge of the black pine forest. Crack. A thick dead tree trunk was crushed to splinters under an enormous green foot. In the blizzard, more than 200 hulking monsters with rough dark green skin were trudging forward with difficulty. Most of them stood over 2 meters tall, with 2 tusks protruding from their mouths, carrying crude giant bone clubs and rusted iron slabs. This was an orc raiding tribe driven from its land by the snow, gone mad in search of food. The tribal chief, Grum the Bone Breaker, panted heavily, and the white vapor from his breath froze into ice on his tusks. They had not eaten a single bite of meat in 3 days. If they did not find food soon, the whole tribe would starve to death. Suddenly, Grom's huge nose twitched. The wind had changed. Mixed into a pungent sulfur smell was a faint scent so irresistible it drove orcs mad. It was the fragrance of roasted salted meat, and the smell of large numbers of humans gathered together. Awoo food. There's food ahead. Grom let out a thunderous roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Tear them apart. Take their meat and fire. More than 200 starving orcs let out beast-like howls, and, braving the blizzard, charged toward Greywood Town like out-of-control heavy war chariots. In their common understanding, orcs were the nightmare of civilians. One adult orc warrior had enough strength to tear apart 3 fully armed ordinary militiamen. Even regular mounted knights disliked fighting them in close combat once dismounted. At 1 in the morning, on the outskirts of Greywood Town, the Iron Guard sentry on night watch was wrapped in a sheepskin coat, leaning against an iron bucket full of burning coal for warmth. Suddenly, a faint tremor passed through the ground. Enemy attack. The shrill horn instantly tore through the howl of the blizzard. Old Wolf Gareth had not even gotten fully dressed before grabbing his crossed sword and charging out of the wooden house. When he rushed onto the defensive platform and, by torchlight, made out those huge green figures in the storm, his heart spasmed. Orcs. Damn it. At a time like this, how can there be an orc tribe wandering here? Cold sweat broke out on Garrett's back. He had seen those monsters while serving in the army. They were true killing machines. Captain, can we hold them? Beside him, Pete's hand shook on his spear. Those monsters looked like little moving hills. Whether we can or not, we have to. Old Wolf slapped Pete across the face and roared with bloodshot eyes. Have you forgotten the warm bed in the wooden house behind you? Forgotten the half-gene of salted meat your old mother got today? If these green-skinned bastards break in, who's giving me my meat porridge tomorrow? For Greywood Town. For my lord. The 500 Iron Guards instantly snapped out of their fear. That was right, why fear orcs? Compared with going back to those days of gnawing bark and waiting to freeze to death, even if abyssal demons came, they would dare bite them twice. Form ranks. Fine iron spears, 45-degree angle. Without orders, no one retreats. Bang, bang, bang. The orcs crashed violently into the wooden barricades, and the fragile wood groaned with the sound of imminent breaking. Grom swung his enormous bone club, laughing wildly as he smashed apart a section of the barrier, ready to hear the terrified screams and see humans fleeing in panic. Instead, what greeted him was a forest of steel, glittering with icy light beneath the torches. Thrust, Gareth roared. Slash, dozens of extremely sharp fine iron spears, using the momentum of the orc charge, rammed brutally through the chests of more than a dozen green-skinned monsters at the front. Even though their hides were tough as ox leather, in the face of absolute steel weapons and dense formation, they were still stabbed into sieves. Awoo! Screams rang through the night. Green blood sprayed across the snow, steaming with heat. Grom froze. Impossible. Since when did human militia have steel weapons this fine? And why were these weak humans looking even crazier and hungrier than orcs? Brothers, by my lord's order, orcs count as lives too. Dead greenskins aren't worth much. Capture them alive if you can. Hamstring them. From the darkness, I sat on horseback, and my voice, colder than the blizzard, greedier than any capitalist, spread across the battlefield. Capture greenskins alive. Trade them for white bread. The iron guards went mad. They stopped defending and instead rushed out through the breach like rabid dogs that had spotted a slab of fat meat. The battle lasted less than an hour before turning into a completely one-sided slaughter. If it had been on open ground, 500 militiamen against 200 orcs would have been smashed into pieces. But here, at the narrow entrance of Greywood Town, those starving, freezing orcs faced superior equipment, physical strength sustained by abundant supplies, and a fanatical belief in protecting their livelihood, and they were utterly crushed. This was simply a stomp with no suspense at all, like a nearly dead little monster colliding with a hunter who had just fully restored his status. So by the time the first thread of sunrise broke through the storm, the battlefield had already been cleaned up. 120 orc corpses were piled outside the town, and the remaining 80-some survivors, including Chief Grom, were all shackled hand and foot with thick iron chains, kneeling in the snowy square like defeated beasts. Their eyes were full of humiliation and fear, waiting for the gallows that human nobles always used. Wearing my coat and chewing on a piece of crisp toasted white bread, I walked slowly up to Grom. I ignored Grom's fierce stare and directly reached out, carefully squeezed the muscles in his arm, thick as an adult man's waist, then knocked on his rock-hard back. Perfect, truly a miracle of creation, I muttered, green light practically shining from my eyes. Old Steward Bar backed away repeatedly in fright. My lord, keep away from these monsters. They are man-eating beasts with no reason at all. They must be executed at once. Executed? Bar, that's blasphemy against Greywood Town's assets. I turned and looked at the steward as if he were an idiot. Pointing at the 80-some orcs, I spoke so excitedly my voice nearly warped. Can't you see it? How are these monsters? These are all-natural, fuel-free, all-terrain heavy excavators. One orc has the strength of 3 grown men. Their rough skin won't be sliced open by shattered rock in the coal mine. Their sense of pain is dull. They don't even need thick leather coats in mine tunnels below -10. Most importantly, they eat rougher than pigs. Give them moldy roots and black rice scraps, and they can work a whole day. Inside, I went on roaring madly to myself. Most crucial of all, if the system recognizes their slave status, these 80 excavators can each also passively produce 80 silver coins a day for me out of thin air. They generate income and serve as heavy industrial labor. These are heaven-sent premium work beasts. There was no need to hesitate. I yanked over the clerk responsible for registration and slapped the inked register and charcoal pin straight against Grom's face. Put your thumbprint on it. Otherwise, I'll cut off every one of your heads and throw them into the compost. I drew my long sword and pressed it against the orc chief's throat. Grom shut his eyes in immense humiliation. But a few minutes later, he still pressed his huge fingerprint onto that sheet of paper. I held my breath and stared fixedly at the system panel. A few seconds later, system notification, detected increase of 82 special race slave subjects. Current territorial population, 7,669. Due to the addition of orcs, efficiency in heavy physical labor within the territory has increased by 300%. It worked. System, you really are a good comrade with no picky eating habits. I whistled inwardly in wild delight. I sheathed my sword and gave Old Wolf Gareth a new order. Escort all these premium excavators to the coal mine behind the mountain. Those 30-some former bandit slaves are promoted to overseers. Issue the largest iron picks to these orcs. Starting today, they will mine coal for me day and night without stopping. Each man's quota is 2 tons per day. Anyone who fails to meet it gets no black rice scraps. Grom did not understand what excavator meant, but he understood mining. He lifted his head and stared at me in astonishment. Not kill them? He was even giving them black rye to eat? In the wilderness, captured orcs were usually tortured to death by human knights. Yet this human noble was actually sending them to dig those black stinking stones. Watching those green figures being marched off in lines toward the coal mine, I brushed the breadcrumbs off my hands in satisfaction. With this batch of heavy labor, coal output is definitely about to see explosive growth. Bar, go tell that fat merchant Mars. I turned my head, merchant's cunning flickering in my eyes. Once the snow stops and the trade routes reopen, I want the Golden Eagle Trading House to free up half its convoy capacity for me, besides hauling grain. I'm going to start exporting our local specialty to Red Leaf City and the surrounding territories, smokeless black gold. In this winter, when even nobles were fretting over a few sticks of dry firewood, I had finally unsheathed the capitalist sickle called energy monopoly, with coal and orc labor in my hands. Besides, as long as Greywood territory had valuable specialty goods to sell, I would not need to worry so much about my abnormal rate of spending. Inside the smithy on the east side of Greywood town, 5 newly built brick blast furnaces belched thick smoke. The 5 old blacksmiths bought from the black market were bare-chested, sweat pouring off them as they swung their hammers. But even when they pushed themselves to the limit, the temperature from the charcoal in the furnace still could not fully melt pig iron. It could only heat the iron until it glowed red, after which impurities had to be hammered out through endless manual forging. Wrapped in my coat, I stood at the entrance with brows tightly furrowed as I watched the scene. Old Steward Barr stood nearby and reported with pained concern, "My lord, when we armed those 500 iron guards earlier, we practically emptied the Red Leaf City black market of all its high-quality weapons. Those black-hearted merchants called it steel, but in truth it was only repeatedly hammered and purified wrought iron. Now that they've been used for a while, and after hacking at orcs, many spearheads have curled and need to be reforged. But the charcoal temperature simply isn't enough." I let out a cold snort. Of course I knew that was fake steel. Real steel required extremely high furnace temperatures and precise carbon control. Before, paying an outrageous price for those weapons had only been a temporary life-saving measure against the raiders, money smashed into a short-term emergency. But now things were different. Take out the charcoal. I strode into the smithy and pointed at the carts of sulfur-smelling black mineral just delivered outside. "Burn that instead." The chief old blacksmith, Copperhammer, jumped in fright and waved his hands frantically. "My lord, absolutely not. Those black stones may burn fiercely, but they carry the devil's toxins inside. If you use them directly to smelt iron, the weapons produced will be brittle as winter icicles. They'll shatter with one strike." Naturally, medieval blacksmiths knew nothing of chemistry. But through long years of trial and error, they already knew that smelting iron directly with raw coal would make it brittle. "Who told you to burn it directly?" A smile curled at the corner of my mouth, the smile of someone who saw through everything. I walked onto the open ground, picked up a branch, and sketched a strange kiln structure in the snow. "Copperhammer, listen carefully. I want you to build several sealed earthen kilns behind the town. Put the coal inside, cut off the air, and bake it slowly with high heat. Bake out all the yellow gases and impurities inside, and then use the hard gray porous lumps left behind to smelt iron." Copperhammer's eyes widened as though he were hearing heavenly scripture. "Baking stone with no air? That can work. Do it. If you can't smelt real steel sharp enough to chop through that fake steel, then from now on you can go keep the orcs company at the quarry." I gave the order with absolute finality. Under the dual temptation of the capitalist whip and meat porridge, the blacksmith's efficiency was astonishing. Only 3 days later, the first batch of coke with impurities removed was fed into the blast furnace, and Greywood Town welcomed the true fire of industry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the giant bellows pulled by orc slaves, the coke erupted into a terrifying ultra-high temperature, and the flames inside the furnace even turned a blinding, brilliant white. The hard pig iron melted into boiling liquid iron in an extremely short time. Dear heavens, it melted. The iron is pouring out like soup. Copperhammer fell to his knees before the blast furnace, tears streaming down his old face. "This is a miracle. This is the kind of heat only the dwarven god should command." With coke, pig iron became wrought iron. And by controlling the carbon content, Greywood Town's first true high-carbon steel cross-sword was born amid the white hiss of quenching steam. I took the steel sword, not yet sharpened but already gleaming with a cold blue light, and hacked it hard against one of the fine iron spears we had bought earlier. Crack! Sparks flew everywhere. That expensive black market spear was chopped with a huge notch, while the edge of the steel sword in my hand remained completely unharmed. From today on, charcoal is completely obsolete. Looking at the blade in my hand, my gaze was like that of a lion that had finally grown fangs. Have the iron guards throw all old weapons back into the furnace. I want every soldier in my army holding real steel. Coal was not only good for making steel, it was also the most profitable heating commodity in this deep winter. At that moment, Golden Eagle Trading House's fat chief, Steward Mars, sat in my study, staring unblinkingly at the coal burning in the fireplace. Green light practically shining from his eyes, saliva nearly dripping. "Baron, this is an inexhaustible mountain of gold. Mars quivered all over with excitement. If you hand this black stone over to me, every noble in the northern border will go mad for it. We can set the price at 10 times ordinary firewood. No, 20 times. I leaned back in my chair and looked at him as if he were already dead, then slowly poured a basin of ice water over his enthusiasm. And then what? Mars. Then Viscount Redleaf will discover that an exiled ruin of a baron holds a vein of mineral capable of overturning the entire northern region's energy system. Mars froze. The fanaticism on his face gradually receded, and cold sweat broke out. Next, Redleaf Territory's 800 regular knights, together with the allied forces of the surrounding barons, will come with some perfectly respectable charge, consorting with demons or illegal mining, and flatten my Greywood town. I sneered and tapped the table. Possessing treasure is itself a crime. Can't you grasp something that simple? In the Middle Ages, noble greed had no bottom line. When profit rose high enough, they would trample every law. And the profit from this coal mine was not merely 100-fold. I might now have 500 iron guards, but against a truly fully armed knight order, I still could not guarantee victory. Tien, what do? Do we just watch the gold lie buried underground? Mars rubbed his hands anxiously. Sell it? Of course we sell it, or you wouldn't be sitting here. But we absolutely cannot sell the raw ore. I stood up and pulled a strange black cylindrical object from beneath the table. It was about as thick as the mouth of a bowl, with a dozen evenly spaced round holes on top. What is this? Mars looked utterly confused. I call it an alchemical warming stone. Back in my homeland, this thing is called a honeycomb briquette. The cunning wisdom of a capitalist flickered in my eyes. Raw coal is too easy to recognize, and it gives off toxic smoke when burned. I had the orcs smash the coal into powder, mix it with Greywood Town's unique yellow clay and deodorizing herbs, and press it into this shape with molds. This not only slows the burn and reduces the toxicity, but more importantly, it completely disguises coal's original form. Even if those nobles break it apart and study it, all they'll see is dirt and black ash. They won't be able to guess where the original or vein is at all. Mars inhaled sharply. The way he looked at me filled with awe. This was no fallen noble. This was a devouring old fox from the merchant sea. And that's not all, Mars. I leaned both hands on the table and moved closer. Externally, you are to claim that this alchemical warming stone is a mysterious alchemical product unearthed by the Golden Eagle Trading House from ruins in the far north. All trade goes entirely under your guild's name. This. If the nobles fix their eyes on it, won't all the pressure fall on our guild? Mars's face turned green. What are you afraid of? Behind the Golden Eagle Trading House stands a prince of the royal capital. Does Viscount Redleaf dare touch you? I sneered. You shield me from the nobles probing, and I'll give you exclusive distribution rights. Profit split 7 to 3, 7 for me, 3 for you. And sell only to nobles with castles. Label it as aristocrat exclusive and bleed them hard. Muddy the waters, use the banner of greater powers as a shield, then harvest the nobility like wheat. A perfect package of risk transfer and hunger marketing was settled in my study just like that. Deep winter entered the cruelest days of December. The alchemical warming stones spread like a plague through the upper noble circles of Redleaf City. That clean, lasting, smoke-free heating experience was so luxurious that the nobles, accustomed to extravagance, became utterly addicted. Just as I had expected, one single honeycomb briquette was speculated up to the outrageous price of 2 silver coins. Nobles hauled them into their castles cart by cart. Gold coins streamed in handful after handful into the Golden Eagle Trading House's pockets, were laundered through trade, and then secretly sent back to Greywood Town. But there are no walls without cracks. This luxury item of unknown origin finally aroused the suspicion of Redleaf Territory's ruler, Viscount Redleaf. That morning, a luxurious carriage bearing no family crest rolled quietly through the thick snow to Greywood Town's border, escorted by more than a dozen elite cavalrymen. Inside the carriage sat Victor, Viscount Redleaf's chief administrative officer, an old fox. Under the pretext of inspecting the exile settlement, he had really come to investigate the background of Baron Lorien, who had been getting very close to the Golden Eagle Trading House. Even if that exiled waste got lucky and found a little dog-shit fortune, his territory is probably still full of starving corpses. Victor lifted the window curtain and looked ahead coldly. Yet when the carriage passed the windbreak forest and he truly saw the appearance of Greywood Town, both Victor and the dozen riders outside froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. There were no ruined straw huts, no bodies frozen at the roadside. Before their eyes stood hundreds of solid wooden houses in neat rows, white smoke rising steadily from their chimneys, and the snow on the streets had been swept clean. Even more terrifying, in the open ground beyond, several towering brick and stone structures spewed deafening roaring sounds and firelight that shot into the sky. What kind of monster is that? An alchemical workshop? Victor's eyes widened. At that moment, a patrol squad of Greywood town guards stopped the carriage. Victor's guard captain, a proud knight, immediately drew his sword and barked, "Impudent! This is the Viscount's special envoy. Are you lowly serfs still not going to get out of the way?" Shing. The reply was a crisp, orderly chorus of drawn metal. Not one of the 20 iron guards retreated. Under their shabby leather armor, they were actually wearing steel chainmail that flashed with cold light. And the crossed swords in their hands, with that dense grain and razor edge, needed only one glint in the sunlight to send a chill straight through the night. Real steel, and steel of the highest quality. These 20 so-called serf militiamen were equipped 10 times better than Viscount Redleaf's own personal guard. "Apologies, Lord Envoy." Old Wolf Gareth stepped forward with one hand resting on the steel sword at his waist. His tone was respectful, but his wolf-like eyes were full of completely undisguised killing intent. "By Lord Lorien's order, armed outsiders are not permitted into Greywood Town's core district. Please dismount and surrender your weapons." "You dare ask me to surrender my weapon? I am a noble knight," the guard captain roared in fury. Just as both sides reached the edge of drawn steel, my voice floated over lightly from behind. "Gareth, don't be rude. Lord Victor is an honored guest from Redleaf City." Wearing a tailored black formal suit, I walked over surrounded by a cluster of fully armed iron guards. Behind me, there were even 2 orc overseers over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging all over, carrying enormous steel warhammers. The sight directly left Victor stupefied. A private army armed in fine steel, tamed orc monsters, roaring blast furnaces. How the hell was this the exile settlement of a bankrupt baron? This was clearly a war fortress armed to the teeth. I saw the horrified expression on Victor's face and let a perfect aristocratic fake smile curl at my lips. "Lord Envoy, Greywood Town has only recently resisted a raider attack. The subjects are a little tense. Since you're here, why not come in for a cup of hot tea? As it happens, I also have a very profitable little business I'd like to discuss privately with the Viscount through you." I knew perfectly well that hiding only behind the Merchant Guild was not enough. Today, I intended to show Viscount Redleaf some muscle. I had money, and I had the fangs to protect it. If he wanted to snatch it by force, then he had better be prepared to shatter a few big teeth. If he wanted cooperation, then we could sit at the same table and divide the cake together. And on the system panel Victor could not see, time quietly passed. Tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. System notification. Current total legally registered population of the territory, 8,105. It has been detected that the territory's heavy industry and military strength have entered an initial self-sustaining cycle. Today's income, 8,105 silver coins, has been deposited into system space. As I listened to that beautiful notification in my mind, my gaze grew even deeper. With an 8,000-person foundation and an army of steel, I finally had the qualifications to wrestle with the true local powers in this backward, man-eating world. Inside the Lord's study, smokeless coal in the fireplace radiated scorching heat. Victor, Chief Administrative Officer of Redleaf Territory, held a gilded teacup in his hands, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably. The fine steel guard outside and the orc overseers had completely shattered his confidence in coming here to demand explanations. "Baron Lorien, you make me feel that you are a very unfamiliar man." Victor took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. "Viscount Redleaf has heard that the alchemical warming stones recently sold by the Golden Eagle Trading House in fact come from Greywood Town. His lordship is deeply concerned about this thing of mysterious origin that also earns such enormous profits." Leaning back in the soft leather chair, I mercilessly pierced through his official rhetoric. Concerned? Concerned that my wealth may surpass his, or concerned that he isn't getting a share of this fat cut of meat? I took a sip of red tea, my gaze razor sharp. "Lord Victor, let's not waste time with pretenses. I do indeed possess an extremely vast fuel vein, and I can turn it into a premium commodity that burns without toxic smoke." Victor's face changed. He had just started to open his mouth, intending to pressure me with Redleaf Territory's garrison, but I directly slapped a fine steel dagger radiating cold light onto the table with a crack. "But before you open your mouth to threaten me, first weigh the cost." I leaned forward, like a beast exuding overwhelming pressure. Greywood Town now has 8,000 subjects, 500 fully armed fine steel iron guards, and nearly 100 tireless orc laborers. If the Viscount wants to seize it by force, I guarantee Redleaf Territory's 800 knights will lose at least half. And before war begins, I will personally blow up that mine vein. Then we can all freeze together this winter. Cold sweat ran down Victor's forehead. This was a lunatic who feared nothing. Worse still, this lunatic truly had the power to overturn the table. The moment I saw Victor had been cowed, I immediately drew back my fangs and put on that mild, spring breeze smile of a capitalist negotiating business. The stick had been swung. Now it was time for the sweet date. Of course, we are all civilized nobles. Fighting and killing damages harmony too much. I snapped my fingers. Old Steward Barr at once came in laboriously carrying a heavy black iron box and set it at Victor's feet. The box opened to reveal 2,000 silver coins inside, neatly arranged and gleaming with enchanting light. What does this mean? Victor swallowed dryly. This is Viscount Redleaf's mining tax for this month. Naturally, it also includes your personal hardship fee, Lord Victor. I smiled. From today onward, 20% of the profits from Greywood Town's coal mine will be sent monthly to Redleaf City as lawful tax revenue. In return, I need the Viscount to officially declare that Greywood Town's mineral resources are under the protection of Redleaf Territory's military. Anyone jealous enough to come stirring up trouble would thereby be opposing the Viscount himself. Spending 20% of the profits to buy a politically legitimate umbrella of protection, cutting off the possibility of envious sneak attacks from other lords, was not a bad deal at all. Besides, with the system's daily income, I really did not care much about the mine's own direct profits. Victor first looked at the chest full of silver, then furtively glanced at the fine steel dagger on the table, his brain working furiously. Forcing it would break teeth. Cooperating would yield a free 20% share. Any fool would know what to choose. Baron Lorien. Victor closed the iron box, and a radiant smile spread over his face. Your loyalty to Viscount Redleaf is as moving as the heath fire in this winter. I guarantee his lordship will be most satisfied with this tax revenue. A pleasant cooperation. I raised my teacup. After seeing Victor off, I stared at the departing carriage outside the window and let out a cold laugh. Let you eat your fill for a few days first. Once spring comes and my army expands again, I'll make you spit back principal and interest together. The external political crisis was temporarily resolved, but within Greywood Town, as the population broke 8,000, I keenly sensed a fatal problem. The communal pot had lasted too long, and the serf's drive was beginning to decline. During the previous construction frenzy, I had kept the subjects alive with free meat porridge and winter clothing. But now the houses were built, and there was coal too. Aside from those taking shifts shoveling snow and mining, most of the serfs had begun hiding idly in warm wooden houses doing nothing, and some had even started complaining that the black rye porridge was not thick enough. Give a little benefit and they feel grateful. Give too much and they begin to resent. Free welfare only breeds loafers. In the Lord's Hall, I looked at the terrifying daily material consumption on the financial reports, and my gaze gradually grew cold. I had not come here to run a charity. Since these 8,000 mouths could produce 8,000 silver coins for me every day, then their labor absolutely could not be left idle either. Bar. I slammed the report onto the table. Notify the whole town. Starting tomorrow, cancel all free food and material rations for everyone, including the Iron Guard. Old Steward Barr was so frightened he nearly had a heart attack. My lord, that absolutely must not be done. If the rations are canceled, the subjects will riot. They'll starve to death. Who said anything about starving them? I said cancel the free part, not stop feeding them. I walked to the blackboard and drew a simple economic cycle diagram in charcoal. Starting tomorrow, Greywood Town will formally implement a wage system. Miners, land clearers, loggers, even women spinning thread and twisting hemp rope. They will all be paid copper coins according to workload. And not only that, build me the biggest wooden building in the center of the square and hang up the sign Lord's Marketplace. Put our white flour, salted meat, coarse salt, sheepskin coats, and even that inferior ale bought from Redleaf City on the shelves and sell them. Barr froze. His medieval brain needed a full 5 minutes before it finally turned the corner. My lord means, we pay them money, and then they use that money to buy our food back from us. Barr's mouth fell open in shock. Then doesn't that money simply move from your left hand to your right hand and back into your own pocket? Wrong. I corrected him, my eyes glittering shrewdly. It's that during the process of circulating, This money squeezes every bit of their surplus value dry, whether physical or mental. Hiss. Bar sucked in a huge breath, completely stunned by the perfection of my calculation. The next day, when the notice canceling free rations was posted, Greywood Town did indeed fall into a brief panic. But the moment Barr announced the detailed wage chart and the first batch of goods appeared on the shelves of the Lord's marketplace, that panic instantly turned into unprecedented frenzy. Dear heavens! Smash 10 baskets of coal in the mine, and you can earn 5 copper coins. And with 5 copper coins, you can buy a pound of fine white flour in the marketplace and still have 1 coin left over for a mug of ale. Old Wolf Gareth stood before the notice board, trembling with excitement. In the Middle Ages, serfs were the private property of their lord, and a lifetime of labor never let them see money. But now, I was not only paying them wages, I was also giving them the right to spend freely. Work. Get to work. I'm going to earn copper coins and buy my woman a linen dress. I'm going to smash 20 baskets of stone at the quarry every day. I'm going to eat salted meat every meal. In an instant, all of Greywood Town turned into a madly roaring engine. Everyone desperately burned through their strength to earn copper coins, only to happily hand those same copper coins right back to my marketplace. I stood on the third-floor balcony, looking down at the long lines inside the marketplace, those subjects pulling out money while thanking me from the bottoms of their hearts, and comfortably exhaled a cloud of white mist. Do you see now, Bar? True exploitation is not about whipping them. It is about creating desire to consume, making them work themselves to the bone willingly for you, and then thanking you for your mercy at the end. Greywood Town's winter slipped by quietly amid the roaring of coal fires and the labor frenzy of its subjects. By the time the calendar reached late February, the storms of the northern frontier finally began to show signs of easing. The temperature slowly rose, and now and then drops of melted water fell from the icicles hanging under the eaves. That morning, the half-elf scholar Alara kicked open the door to my study. Her hands were covered in mud. Bits of grass still clung to her hair, and yet those emerald eyes burned with a radiance brighter than the sun itself. In her arms, she carried a large wooden basket. Lorien, Baron, look at this. Alara rushed to the desk and ripped away the ragged hemp cloth covering the basket. In the light of the stove, the basket was packed full of fresh, tender green vegetables. Crisp radishes, bright green spinach, and a few herbs I could not even name. Their rich plant fragrance instantly drove away the stale smell of charcoal in the study. My hand scanning the account book suddenly stopped. I rose sharply and stared fixedly at that basket of greens. The fast-growing vegetables in the greenhouse have matured. Even my voice could not hide the excitement. Yes, and they grew like mad. Alara lifted her chin proudly, like a victorious general. With stable coal-heated floor warmth, sufficient custom compost, and abundant groundwater irrigation, their growth cycle was cut in half. The snow outside hasn't even melted yet, and we have created spring. Well done, Alara. You are simply Greywood Town's goddess of agriculture. I praised her lavishly. Yet what turned in my mind was not putting those vegetables on my own table, but ruthless commercial calculation. In a Middle Ages without preservation technology, a long winter meant an absolute break in the supply of leafy greens. Those red-leaf city nobles, who ate roast meat and salted cheese every day, almost all developed scurvy by the second half of winter. Bleeding gums, ulcerated skin. At a time like this, what did a basket of fresh green vegetables mean? Bar, go drag that fat man Mars over here immediately. I burst into laughter. Don't hand these vegetables out to the subjects for now. A few sour berries will keep them from dying. Package up the entire first harvest, pack it into insulated wooden boxes lined with cotton, and have the Golden Eagle Trading House send them into Redleaf City overnight by the fastest horses. Tell them these are leaves of life gathered from deep within the elven forest, a perfect cure for winter wasting. 1 leaf, 1 silver coin. Anyone who won't buy can wait for all their teeth to fall out. Alara looked at my profiteering face as though I had tunneled straight into a money hole, then rolled a spectacularly beautiful pair of eyes. You utterly shameless capitalist. You'd squeeze the marrow out of a handful of leaves. Wrong. I'm using noble greed to fund Greywood Town's rise. I shrugged without the slightest concern. Of course I was not after the little money from the vegetables themselves. What I wanted was to use Greywood Territory's unique industries to further drain the remaining capital of the surrounding nobles and lay the foundation for a much bigger move later. Just then I looked up at the wall clock. 5:59. The spring that would melt the ice and snow was about to arrive. That meant large-scale land reclamation, town fortification, and even greater population expansion were about to officially begin. Tick. Exactly 6 in the morning. System notification. Current total legally registered population of the territory, 8,521. Internal currency system established. Territorial production efficiency increased by 50%. Today's income, 8,521 silver coins, has been deposited into system space. Hearing that crisp, familiar notification, I pushed open the window and took a deep breath of the cold air tinged with the smell of soil. Spring is here. My silver coin cash machines, are you ready to greet much wider fields? In Redleaf City, in the rear courtyard of the Viscount's castle, old Fox Victor widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the basket of lush green vegetables on the ground, still fragrant with soil. The silver cane in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. This, vegetables grown in freezing winter? How is that possible? Victor trembled as he picked up a fresh, watery radish as if it were an unmatched treasure. The long winter had left the nobles suffering badly from scurvy. Viscount Redleaf's gums had been bleeding for half a month straight, and his temper had grown increasingly vicious. Fat Steward Mars rubbed his hands together, wearing the professional smile of a seasoned profiteer. Lord Victor, the Golden Eagle Trading House lost more than a dozen elite mercenaries to bring these leaves of life back from beside geothermal hot springs in the far north. As a senior partner of the guild, Baron Lorien specifically instructed me to present this first basket of miraculous vegetables to the Viscount before anyone else. Name your price, Mars. Victor swallowed dryly. He knew this absolutely could banish the Viscount's suffering in an instant. 20 gold coins, or 30. But Mars shook his head and raised one fat finger. 100 gold coins? You've gone mad. Victor cried out. No, my lord envoy, you misunderstand. Mars leaned closer and lowered his voice. Baron Lorien's exact words were, Greywood Town is so poor now that it can't even afford boxes to hold gold coins. So gold is useless to us. This basket of vegetables is to be exchanged for 100 healthy serfs from Redleaf territory. And they must be skilled workers with experience in blacksmithing, carpentry, and weaving. Victor froze. Vegetables in exchange for population? And skilled laborers at that? At the same moment, inside my study in Greywood Town, old Steward Barr was asking the very same question. My lord, even at 1 silver coin per leaf, that basket could bring in dozens of gold coins. Why exchange them for those muddy-legged serfs? They eat every day. That will only worsen our already strained winter grain burden. I stood before an enormous sheepskin map, drawing wide circles around the wasteland surrounding Greywood Town with a charcoal pen. Hearing that, I let out a cold laugh. Barr, don't you understand yet? To me, money is the most useless thing in the world. I turned around, my dark eyes gleaming with a strategic vision beyond ordinary people's reach. When I go to Redleaf City to buy grain and pig iron, they can cut off my supply chain at any time with a single command from the Viscount. The moment my gold coins can't buy goods, they become nothing but scrap metal. But people are different. People can clear land and farm it. People can mine coal and smelt iron. People can form armies. I jabbed hard at the map. The spring snow is about to melt. I want to reclaim 10,000 mu of developed farmland in this wilderness. I want to build brick and stone walls strong enough to withstand the charge of regular troops. That requires an enormous population. So using those renewable vegetable leaves to hollow out Redleaf City's base of technical labor and turn them into my legally registered subjects is naturally the best option. And in my heart, I silently added the real core logic. Even if these subjects did absolutely nothing every day, as long as they stayed alive, I would still receive a fixed 1,000 silver coins every morning from them. Using low-cost vegetables in exchange for permanent population cash machines that spit out gold every day. Only a fool would trade for one-time gold instead. Package the remaining vegetables in batches. I gave the order decisively. Not just Redleaf City, Black Iron Territory, Stormfort, every noble troubled by scurvy in the surrounding regions, send them all deliveries. Remember, I want only people. No old, weak, sick, or crippled. I want young adults and craftsmen. Before spring arrives, I want Greywood Town's population pushed past the 10,000 mark. This period of trading vegetables for population did indeed bring explosive population growth and unprecedented prosperity to Greywood Town. But at the same time, it quietly drew in a murderous undercurrent. 3 nights earlier, an assassin disguised as a serf had successfully infiltrated Greywood Town. He had only just approached the Lord's Hall when a half-orc guard with a sharp nose smashed his skull apart with one blow. But the poison dagger found on the corpse still left me breaking into a cold sweat. I suddenly realized a fatal weakness of mine. I was too weak. In this Middle Ages, where no world-destroying magic existed but one sword stroke could still take a head, I, the lord controlling vast wealth, remained in essence a former playboy unable to trust a chicken even if surrounded by countless bodyguards. If while inspecting the coal mine or farmland someone shot a cold arrow at me from the shadows, then my empire and my system would all vanish in an instant. I don't care about noble knightly spirit. I only care about staying alive. So in the rear courtyard of the Lord's Hall, I wore a bizarre set of equipment and trained in an extremely ugly manner against a wooden dummy, panting heavily. The one training me was Iron Guard Captain Gareth, an old veteran rogue. "My lord, your stance isn't very elegant. A knight should draw his sword with the grace of the wind," Gareth offered with a bitter smile. "To hell with elegance. If my life's gone, who am I supposed to be elegant for?" I snapped back rudely and suddenly lifted my left hand. Click. The compact repeating hand crossbow mounted to the inside of my left forearm, crafted overnight by copperhammer from the highest grade high-carbon steel, let out a crisp mechanical snap. A fine steel short bolt coated with paralyzing poison shot out and struck the dummy square in the throat with a thud. Immediately after, my right hand did not go for the long sword at my waist at all. Instead, I drew a military dagger from the wrappings on my thigh and, without hesitation, rammed it viciously into the dummy's groin. Hiss! The few guards watching nearby all sucked in a breath and unconsciously clamped their legs together. "Gareth, remember my motto." I pulled out the dagger and panted. "If it can be solved with a bolt, never draw a sword. If you can kick the crotch and gouge the eyes, never fight fair. If we run into assassins in the future, your first reaction is not to stand and fight beside me. It's to throw lime powder, scream for help, and drag me into the middle of the orcs." Understood. There was no level up by fighting monsters story here. I knew very well that human physical ability had limits. I had no interest in becoming some sword saint. Instead, I used beyond the age industrial workmanship and utterly shameless pragmatism to arm myself into a poisonous hedgehog. Beneath my close-fitting linen shirt, I was wearing a light chainmail shirt woven from 10,000 high-carbon steel rings. There was a dagger hidden in my boot, and even my belt buckle contained concentrated blinding powder. "My lord, if nobles in the royal capital saw your methods, they would strip you of your title," old Steward Bar said, wiping away cold sweat. "When I have 10,000 heavy infantry and several hundred trebuchets, I'll be the one setting the rules in the royal capital." I removed the bracer, took the towel, and wiped off my sweat, my gaze turning incomparably sharp. My eyes flicked toward the heavy war bow on the wall. "Besides these dirty tricks, starting tomorrow, let Orkgrom train my endurance. I don't need to punch a cow to death like he can, but if I'm ambushed, I at least need the stamina to run faster than the assassin." Staying alive was for the sake of developing better. And better development began tomorrow. Because the snow outside had melted completely. As the spring snow melted and all life awakened, the Nolan continent officially welcomed a new season of spring planting. In a traditional medieval territory, spring plowing was a long and agonizing labor. Serfs used crude wooden plows, or even dragged them by human force, to carve shallow furrows with enormous difficulty into the still hard soil only just thawed. That was why even a skinny, half-starved ox was treated like an ancestor and treasured by an entire village, even in a viscount's territory. And yet today, the 1,000-plus new serfs who had just arrived in Greywood Town through the Vegetables for Population plan witnessed an agricultural revolution powerful enough to shatter their worldview. A new serf named Hans stood on the ridge of a field, still clutching a broken wooden stick in his hand, staring stupidly ahead. "Dear heavens, what kind of monster is that?" He rubbed his eyes and pointed at a huge black object in the distance gleaming with a cold metallic light. It was a plow, but not the fragile wooden frame he knew. This was an all-steel beast of smooth lines, its plowshare enormous and razor-sharp. This heavy, deep-plowing iron plow was the ultimate land reclamation tool, created when I combined the ancient wisdom of my homeland with Greywood Town's surplus steel production and forced the smithy to work day and night. It weighed more than 200 gene. Forget wood. Even stones buried in the earth could be cut apart and turned over by it with brutal force. But what truly terrified the new serfs was not the iron plow. It was the beasts pulling it. There were no oxen, no horses. Standing in front of the plow were two orcs over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging like granite, strapped into thick leather harnesses. "Roar, for Lord Lorien's white bread." for the daily wage of 3 copper coins. Orc Chief Grom let out a thunderous roar and slammed his huge feet into the soil. Creak, boom. With a screech of metal, the massive steel plow, dragged by the horrifying brute strength of the 2 orcs, plunged into the frozen earth like a blade ripping open a dragon's belly. Black soil rolled up smoothly, releasing the scent of fertility under the sun. The furrows were so deep they could have been used directly as trenches. And the speed was unbelievable. The 2 orcs, pulling that massive plow, were practically sprinting across the fields with the surging force of warhorses at a trot. This. In the blink of an eye, they plowed an entire moo of land. Hans and the more than 1,000 new serfs around him gaped in total shock, so stunned they did not even notice the sticks falling from their hands. Back in Redleaf territory, his whole family could toil day and night and still fail to finish 1 moo in a day. But here, these 2 green-skinned monsters dragged that lump of steel as easily as skiing across snow. Their efficiency was beyond hundreds or thousands of times theirs. Stop staring, you new greenhorns. Alara, in charge of agriculture, sat atop a horse and snapped her whip through the air with a crack, breaking the crowd's stunned silence. Her beautiful face was full of confidence and high spirits. See those deep furrows they turned up? Now pick up the sacks in your hands and scatter the wheat seeds soaked in special nutrient solution into them. Every grain must be spread evenly. Whoever wastes even 1 seed loses today's wages. Hans came to his senses like waking from a dream and hurriedly grabbed a fistful of plump wheat seed. As he cast them into the deep, loose earth that still carried a faint, strange smell, his hand trembled with excitement. At last he understood why the Redleaf city guards who had escorted them here had all worn subtle envy in their eyes, as if they were sending them somewhere good. In this so-called exile's paradise, there were farming tools finer than those in the royal capital, tireless monster laborers, and even wages for working. Long live the Lord. Hans and the other serfs found tears slipping down their faces as they buried the seeds deep into the earth. On a distant rise, I sat astride my warhorse, dressed in that specially made light steel armor, staring down at the bustling spring-plowing army below. As I listened to the system notifications pulsing in my mind, a cold smile curled at my lips. Grain, coal, steel, population, all the gears have meshed. I turned my horse's head and looked toward distant Redleaf City. When this crop matures and my territory never lacks grain again, Viscount Redleaf, wash your neck and wait. After all, capital expansion has no borders. And in the royal capital, 1,000 li away from Greywood territory, the city was at that moment shrouded in grim political storm clouds. The once overwhelmingly powerful House Brambleflower had collapsed half a year ago in a political struggle. The Duke had been stripped of his title and placed under house arrest, while the family's vast holdings were being frantically carved up by the rival House Goldlion. In the eyes of the Goldlion family, the little power remaining to House Brambleflower, however stubbornly it resisted, was no threat at all. The family's eldest son was desperately trying to hold together a broken legion at the front, while the merchant guilds controlled by the Duchess were facing total financial strangulation. As for that useless third son Lorien, who had once done nothing but drink and chase women, he had long ago been exiled to the bitter north and was probably already a dried corpse somewhere in the wilderness. And yet a piece of intelligence returned from the north a few days ago had made Duke Goldlion uneasy. It said that Lorien, the useless wastrel who should have frozen or starved to death, had not only built up Greywood Town into a fortress, but had even created some kind of smokeless black gold and was making a fortune from it. Thus, suspicious Duke Goldlion immediately pieced together what seemed to him a perfectly reasonable conclusion. This had to mean that Duchess Brambleflower, Lorien's mother, had secretly transferred an enormous reserve of guild funds to this apparently worthless son. The goal was to recruit troops and rebuild power in the north, then rise again and seek revenge against him, her enemy. A ruthless man of action, Duke Goldlion immediately ordered his covert assets in the north to mobilize and join with the lords surrounding Greywood Town in launching a brutal economic strangulation campaign and endless assassination attempts against Lorien. And that earlier assassin disguised as a serf had been nothing more than the first probe. Meanwhile, within the Brambleflower family itself, Mother, Lorien has been targeted by Goldlion family assassins in the north. We have to send someone to support him. My second elder sister, Serena, slammed the table anxiously. But the Duchess, who was checking the accounts, did not even lift her head. Her tone was cold. He's just a useless waste. If he dies, he dies. I don't even have enough money to keep the guild afloat right now. Where would I get spare funds to bother with him? Your elder brother is losing men every day at the front, and I can't even help with that. Besides, the Brambleflower family does not raise useless people. Serena bit her lip unwillingly. She knew that mother and eldest brother had always looked down on me, but as the only sister who truly cared for this younger brother, she absolutely could not sit back and do nothing. Hilvi. Serena turned and looked at the cold female knight standing in the shadows behind her, clad in silver breastplate and wearing long hair like a silver mane. Your subordinate is here. You are the only peak third-rank knight under my command. Take my last private savings and go to Greywood Town. Remember, even if it costs you your life, bring that troublesome bastard little brother of mine back alive. Half a month later, on the outskirts of Greywood Town, Hilvi pulled her warhorse to a stop and wiped the cold dust from her face. Along the way, she had cut down 3 groups of mercenaries trying to intercept her because the Gold Lion family's killing net had already spread wide. She had thought she was about to see a ruined little town sunk in despair and a fallen young master trembling in some corner. But when she crossed that windbreak forest and saw the scene before her clearly, the pale blue eyes of this silver-maned female knight, hardened by many battles, widened instantly like bronze bells. There was no muddy slum, no sallow-faced starving serfs. Before her stood a vast town enclosed by tall, thick rammed earth walls faced with brick. Towering chimneys spewed industrial firelight into the sky. On the broad gravel roads, squads of soldiers in fine steel chainmail patrolled with eyes fiercer than hungry wolves. What shattered her worldview even more was the sight in the distant fields. Several orcs over 2 meters tall were pulling some black steel giant plow she had never seen before, reclaiming wasteland at terrifying speed. This is the territory of that useless young master who couldn't even hold a sword steady? Hilvi stared blankly at it all. Did the family secretly stuff him with a huge amount of money? But even if they emptied the family treasury, they couldn't build this. While she was still in shock, a patrol squad of iron guards had already noticed her, and sharp steel spears were leveled at the uninvited guest. Inside the Lord's study, the fire in the hearth burned brightly. I looked over this silver-maned female knight, disarmed yet still holding herself as straight-backed as a proud white swan, and wore an amused smile. I felt many emotions in my heart. My dear mother and elder brother would not have spared even a single copper coin for me if I were about to die. But my lovely second sister had not only sent me the savings she had hidden away, she had also sent her most elite personal knight to protect me. In the original owner's memories, that second sister had always treated him fairly well, and she was the only family member whose words he would willingly listen to. I had thought the original family would bring nothing but trouble and no help, but now it seemed there was still room for development there. Fine then, I'll reluctantly keep you here as my personal bodyguard. I said this while twirling a quill pen. But without my orders, you are not to act recklessly. Otherwise, even if you were sent by second sister, I'll still cut you down, understood? Thinking that free labor should never be wasted, I said it just like that. Watch your words, young Master Lorien. Hilvi said coldly, suppressing the urge to punch me in the face. Since you hold the secret funds transferred by the Duchess and have recruited this army, then you should know even better what Duke Goldlion is capable of. He has already sent secret orders to Viscount Redleaf and the 3 surrounding barons. A commercial strangulation net aimed at Greywood Town has already taken shape. Hilvi slapped an intercepted intelligence report onto the desk. Starting tomorrow, Redleaf territory will completely cut off grain, coarse salt, and pig iron supplies to Greywood Town. And beyond that, they will blockade the trade routes and forbid any refugees or serfs from entering your territory. Once your land descends into famine and chaos, they will disguise themselves as wilderness bandits and wipe this place off the map. Young master, before they complete the encirclement, take your core wealth and come with me back to the hidden safe house in the capital. This place cannot be held, Hilvi urged with utmost seriousness. In the age of cold weapons, being economically blockaded and militarily encircled by 4 lords meant certain death unless a miracle occurred. Yet not only was I not alarmed, I actually picked up the report and let out an excited whistle. Secret funds? Ha ha ha. That stupid pig Duke Goldlion has such an imagination. What a waste that he isn't writing night novels. I sprang to my feet and walked to the huge territorial map, greed gleaming in my eyes like a capitalist discovering a field of prime harvest. Still, that old bastard has handed me a perfect excuse for annexation. Young master, did you even hear what I said? They're going to cut off your logistics. Hilvi was getting anxious. Knight Hilvi, do you know what a price scissors effect is? Do you know what industrial dumping is? I turned and looked at this powerful third-rank female knight as if she were illiterate. I have absolutely no need to run. Viscount Redleaf wants to place a trade embargo on me? What a complete farce. My finger stabbed hard at the Redleaf City location on the map. Grain? My greenhouses and fertilizers will let winter wheat be harvested early next month. Pig iron? My coal mine has already turned that junk metal into high-carbon steel sharp enough to cut iron like mud. As for coarse salt, I can refine that myself. They think that by cutting off trade routes they can trap me to death? Wrong. My smile was as cold as a devil's. This is a war of destroying their foundations through economics. I'll have the Golden Eagle Trading House smuggle extremely cheap fine steel farm tools and flood their territories with them. I'll suck every silver coin out of their lands until their serfs can't afford grain and their knights can't even pay to repair their armor. And once their economy completely collapses, I won't even need to lift a hand. Those starving serfs will cut off Viscount Redleaf's head themselves and bring it as a gift when they defect to Greywood Town. Hilvy stared blankly at the man before her, speaking in torrents and radiating terrifying control. Was this really the cowardly, incompetent wastrel from the rumors? This kind of ruthless strategy, one that shed not a drop of blood yet devoured people without leaving bones, even Duke Goldlion, who covered the sky with one hand, could not have devised. No, even if he could devise it, he could not execute it. But my lord, economic strangulation takes time. Their assassinations will arrive immediately. Hilvy took a deep breath, and her eyes sharpened. When I entered town last night, I detected the concealed presence of 3 experts. They've already infiltrated here. At least second-rank assassins. Second-rank assassins? I stroked my chin, my eyes lighting up. You mean free high-grade labor with far above normal physical capacity. Late that night, at Greywood Town's newly built coal brick pressing workshop. Located on the edge of town, it was piled high with black coal dust and faintly pungent fodder. Normally, only serfs worked there in the daytime. At night, it was deathly quiet. 3 figures in tight black nightwear slipped over the wall soundlessly like weightless ghosts. They were the Shadow Blades assassin squad hired at a high price by Viscount Redleaf. 2 second-rank assassins and 1 third-rank. A lineup like this was enough in the north to wipe out an entire baron's household without anyone ever knowing. Reliable intelligence says that fallen young master is sleeping tonight in the overseer's room on the 2nd floor while inspecting the new machinery. Quick in, quick out, cut off the head and take it. The third-rank assassin leader made a professional hand signal. The 3 crept upstairs like civet cats and pushed open the half-closed wooden door. By the faint moonlight, they indeed saw a figure under blankets on the bed. Without a word, 3 daggers coated in lethal poison stabbed into the bedclothes with terrifying speed. Thrust. But to their surprise, no blood splashed at all. Only the screech of metal scraping and the tearing of cloth. The lead assassin's expression changed violently. He yanked back the blanket, and inside was not a man at all, but a straw dummy bound with scrap iron. It's a trap. Withdraw. Since you've already come, why rush to leave? The coal mine runs 24 hours a day in 3 shifts, you know. A voice full of teasing suddenly came from the beam overhead. The assassins hurriedly looked up. There, with no dignity at all, I was lying flat along the beam, holding some strange cylindrical object in my hand. Beside me stood silver-maned Knight Hilvy with her sword in hand, looking at her young master with a face full of black lines. Half an hour earlier, Hilvy had proposed meeting them head-on and slaying the assassins with knightly honor. I had rolled my eyes so hard it was almost insulting and simply dragged this third-rank expert up onto the beam by force to watch the show. In my words, if I don't use the industrial assembly line I paid for to kill people, that would be a complete waste. Young Master Lorien, stay still. I'll go down and deal with them. Hilvy instinctively moved to jump down and engage. Though the enemy lineup was formidable, assassins specialized in killing from the shadows. In frontal combat, they could not compare to a true knight like her. Don't move. Close your eyes. Cover your ears. I pinned her down with one hand, then skillfully lit the fuse on the cylinder and hurled it hard below. Clink, clink. It landed at the feet of the 3 assassins. They had just started to sneer. What kind of pathetic hidden weapon was this? The next second, boom! A terrifying explosion of sound erupted in the cramped room. This was not gunpowder. It was a flashbang I had forced the smiths to hammer out using quicklime from the coal kilns, magnesium powder, and special minerals. The blinding white flash instantly robbed the 3 assassins of sight, and the massive sonic shock ruptured their eardrums. The 3 veteran killers screamed and clutched their eyes, losing all balance and all combat power in an instant. Bang! The workshop doors were kicked open. Old Wolf Gareth charged in with 50 fully armed iron guards. What they held in their hands were not swords, but brutal fine steel crossbows. Fire at the lower body. Take them alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense rain of fine steel bolts poured down. These professional assassins, capable of leaping over roofs and walls, could not even hold out for a single second under the complete blindness and the dimensionality reduction strike of modern riot control tactics. Their legs were immediately turned into hedgehogs, and they collapsed screaming into pools of blood. I slid down slowly on a rope and walked to the third-rank assassin leader. Third-rank physique, this muscle density, this cardiopulmonary function, premium stock. I squeezed his arm like I was assessing livestock, my eyes full of ecstasy. Gareth, stop his bleeding. Don't let him die no matter what. Once his legs have healed, cut half his Achilles tendons, put 30 kilograms of refined iron shackles on him, and send him to the deep mine pit to work as a stone crusher. Still standing on the beam, Hilvey stared at the scene in utter shock. There had been no elegant duel, no knightly honor of any kind. A few bags of quicklime and explosive trickery, plus fine steel crossbow bolts shot as if they cost nothing, had effortlessly crippled an entire professional assassin squad. It was shameless, despicable, but also extremely effective. What kind of monster has Milady's younger brother become? Faced with my pure capitalist expression that treated assassins as mining equipment, Hilvey felt a chill run down her spine. All right, Hilvey, come down already. I waved up at her from below, my smile bright. Since Duke Goldlion and Viscount Redleaf want to play dirty, I'll teach them a proper lesson. Tomorrow, we'll send Redleaf City a grand gift first. I turned my head, ignoring the blood all over the floor, my eyes as full of ambition as an abyss. We'll use these assassins' weapons, plus Greywood Town's specialties, to formally announce to those lofty old nobles, welcome to the age of capitalist great navigation. The next day, at Greywood Town's smithy, in front of the blazing furnace, I watched the blacksmith Copperhammer throw the 3 assassin daggers seized last night into the boiling crucible together with a pile of inferior pig iron bought from Redleaf City. Silvermane Knight Hilvey stood to one side, frowning deeply. Young master, if you melt those marked weapons, don't you intend to use them as proof that Viscount Redleaf sent assassins after you and bring charges against him in the royal court? Bring charges? I looked as though I had heard the funniest joke in the world. My dear second sister taught you very well when it comes to combat power, but your political brain is adorably stupid. Ignoring the furious glare of the blushing knight, I explained calmly. You need to understand, this is the North. Viscount Redleaf is one of the local emperors here. If I hand in the assassin's weapons, he can easily turn the accusation around and say I attacked his merchants and stole them. Then instead he'd have a perfectly legitimate excuse to send troops to suppress me. I walked to one side and picked up a farm tool just cast from molten iron and shaped with the water-powered forge hammer. It was a thick hoe, its edge gleaming with the cold light unique to high-carbon steel. Until my strength is great enough to flatten the Redleaf Knight Order, I absolutely cannot give them any pretext for war. I flicked the hoe with my finger, and it rang out with a clear sword-like hum. Hilvey, remember this. True revenge is not placing a sword on your enemy's throat. It is quietly cutting open his blood vessels and watching him slowly bleed out his last drop, while making him feel grateful to you. I turned toward Mars, chief steward of the Golden Eagle Trading House, who had been called over early and was wiping cold sweat from his face. Mars, roughly what does this hoe cost to make? And my lord, with coal and orc labor, the iron, ore, coal, and labor for this hoe together cost less than 5 copper coins. Mars swallowed hard. Such a cost was completely against common sense on the Nolan continent. In Redleaf City, even the worst wrought iron hoe from a smithy had a production cost of 30 copper coins. Good. My eyes flashed with cold commercial calculation. Starting today, have the smithy stop producing military weapons. Aside from supplying tools for our own land reclamation, dedicate the remaining capacity entirely to making hoes, iron pots, nails, and sickles. Use the highest standard steel to make the most basic civilian necessities. Then, Mars, through your guild network, spread them throughout the markets of Redleaf City and the surrounding territories. Set the sale price at 15 copper coins. 15. Mars cried out. My lord, that's practically a cabbage price. Inferior hoes in Redleaf City sell for 50 copper coins. And ours are superb steel sharp enough to cut iron like mud. Even at 100 copper coins, people would still fight to buy them. Idiot. Selling high makes it a luxury good that only drains noble spare cash. Selling at cabbage prices, that's industrial dumping. I grabbed Mars by the collar and lowered my voice like a devil whispering. Listen carefully. I want you to use these premium iron goods at 15 copper coins to completely crush every traditional smithy in Redleaf territory within 1 month. I want the commoners of Redleaf territory to be able to afford only our ironware, while all those old blacksmiths go bankrupt and starve. Hilvi, listening beside us, sucked in a cold breath. She was not truly stupid. Combined with everything she had seen before, she finally understood exactly what I intended. In an industrially barren age of cold weapons, a smithy was the only military industry a territory possessed. Once Redleaf City's civilian ironware market was monopolized by extremely cheap high-carbon steel goods, local blacksmiths would collapse in droves. And without blacksmiths, what would Viscount Redleaf use to repair his knight's armor? What would he use to forge spears for his soldiers? Without spending a single soldier, I could use cheap hoes and iron pots to directly destroy the foundation of his war-making capacity. And that's not all. I released Mars and clapped my hands. Go notify that old fox Victor that, in gratitude for Viscount Redleaf's protection, Greywood Town is willing to supply the Viscount's castle each month with a batch of durable fine steel tableware and horseshoes at extremely low prices. I want them to become accustomed to being fed by Greywood Town. The day they are completely afflicted with Greywood Town industrial dependency syndrome is the day I pull in the net. The dumping strategy quietly unfolded in secret. And within Greywood Town itself, with spring plowing in full swing, I encountered the most troublesome problem of my exile so far: administrative collapse. By mid-April, as another wave of refugees and exchanged population poured in, Greywood Town's population officially broke the 10,000 mark. 6 in the morning. System notification. Current legally registered population of the territory, 10,025. Congratulations, host. Territorial population has exceeded 10,000, achieving a milestone. The system has unlocked primary administrative efficiency assessment, current management disorder level, 85%, extremely high, 15% daily tax revenue loss due to inefficiency and leakage. Today's actual income, 8,521 silver coins, issued. You've got to be kidding me? The money can go down too. Sitting in the study, I stared blankly at the red warning text on the panel, grinding my teeth in pain. A population of 10,000 was only a larger residential complex in the modern world. But on this medieval continent, it was already the scale of a small city-state. Every morning, old Steward Barr had to lead a dozen clerks in bellowing across the square while assigning tasks to hundreds of work teams of all sizes. At the quarry, coal mine, and fields, material consumption was reported entirely by a few old serfs who kept records by knotting cords and relying on memory, with errors everywhere. Worse still, after the Iron Guard expanded to 1,000 men, the lower-ranking captains could not even understand simple formation diagrams. I pushed open the window and looked down at the bustling subjects below, clearly running about like headless flies, and took a deep breath. I knew that illiterate serfs who could not recognize a single letter could handle simple physical labor, but they absolutely could not support a complex industrial town. I had to forcibly raise the quality of these people and establish a basic administrative system. That afternoon, a truly unbelievable decree was posted on the notice board of the territorial marketplace. The Greywood Town Night School Literacy and Cadre Promotion Act. By the God of Light. I didn't hear wrong, did I? My Lord wants to teach us reading and arithmetic. In the square, Hans, just back from the fields with a bowl of stew mixed with bits of meat in his hands, stared in shock at the clerk standing atop a wooden box loudly reading the decree. In the Middle Ages, knowledge was a privilege tightly monopolized by nobles and the church. If a serf dared privately learn letters, his tongue would be cut out at once, because nobles understood very well that ignorance was the best tool for ruling the bottom ranks. Silence. Old Wolf Gareth drew his sword and knocked it against his shield. My lord has decreed that all production team leaders, Iron Guard officers, and mine overseers must go every night after supper to the big wooden hall in the Eastern District for classes. You will learn writing and addition and subtraction up to 100. Anyone who fails to learn or fails the tests will not only have wages docked, but also be stripped of his post and sent back to the mines to haul coal. The moment this order came out, the entire management tier of Greywood Town broke into wails of despair. For these rough men, long used to hoes and long swords, making them hold a quill was simply more painful than killing half-orcs. That very night, Greywood Town's first Literacy Night School officially opened. To everyone's astonishment, the one standing in front of the blackboard teaching was not some old pedant. Instead, it was the half-elf scholar Alara, whom I had forcibly dragged here, along with the silver-maned female knight Sylvie, whose face practically said, "Keep strangers away." Watch carefully. These are the numbers created by Baron Lorien, called Arabic numerals. Alara impatiently drew the symbols for 1 through 10 on the blackboard with a charcoal pen. It's 100 times simpler than your way of making tally marks. If anyone still can't figure out today how much 10 baskets plus 8 baskets equals, then tomorrow you don't get to eat. In another classroom, Sylvie was mercilessly striking the back of an Iron Guard squad captain with the flat of her sword. Straighten your back? Chapter 1, Section 1 of Young Master Lorien's Iron Guard Infantry Drill Manual, Formation and Discipline, recited out loud for me. Watching those gritting their teeth and sweating profusely as they studied, I stood outside the night school window and nodded in satisfaction. I was not trying to carry out some kind of quality education in the Middle Ages. Everything I was teaching was the most practical, bottom-level tool worker skill there was. I needed these few hundred literate, numerate foremen to help me manage those 10,000 illiterate laborers, and thus completely eliminate the system's chaos penalty. Knowledge is power. I sneered inwardly, but in Greywood Town, knowledge exists so I can harvest surplus value more efficiently. May arrived, full of spring vitality. Yet 100 miles away in Redleaf City, inside the Viscount's castle, an oppressive low pressure hung in the air. Viscount Redleaf furiously smashed an exquisite wine glass onto the floor, sending shards flying everywhere. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? He roared as he pointed at a pile of iron goods on the table. There were hoes, iron pots, and even a pair of iron shears for trimming horse hooves. Chief Administrative Officer Victor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. "My lord, these are the iron goods that have been circulating wildly in the market over the past half-month. They are not only sturdy and durable, but also outrageously cheap. In just half a month, 9 of Redleaf City's 12 traditional blacksmith shops have already gone bankrupt. I'm not asking about those damned iron goods. I'm asking about this." The Viscount drew the knightly long sword from his waist and threw it to the ground with a clang. It was a sword that had once symbolized noble honor, but now its blade was covered with tiny chips and even faintly showed rust. My knights went out yesterday to wipe out a band of brigands, and 3 knights actually had their swords break when they struck the bandits' weapons. The weapons in those bandits' hands had actually been sharpened from farm choppers bought at the market, and they were even sharper than our swords. This is an utter humiliation. The Viscount's eyes were bloodshot. Victor lowered his head bitterly. "My lord, that is because we can no longer get good iron. The Golden Eagle Merchant Guild has recently monopolized the export of all high-quality iron ore. And those cheap iron pots and hoes have also drained the copper and silver coins from the commoners' hands in massive quantities. After the local blacksmiths went bankrupt, the few apprentices left simply don't understand how to forge fine steel. They can only use inferior scraps to patch up the army's weapons." Victor did not dare say the even more terrifying part aloud. It was not only the ironware. Smokeless coal and the occasional greenhouse vegetables had long since corroded the lives of Redleaf Territory's upper nobles like a drug. If the Viscount dared to forcibly cut off this trade route, Greywood Town would not even need to attack. Redleaf Territory's own nobles would rebel first. The noose of economics had, without anyone noticing, already tightened firmly around Redleaf City's neck. At that moment, a guard ran into the hall in a panic and dropped to one knee. "Viscount, my lord. Bad news. The special envoy sent by Duke Golden Lion has been taken hostage on the Greywood Town Trade Road at the border of Redleaf Territory." "What?" The Viscount shot to his feet, his face deathly pale. Duke Golden Lion's envoy was the Imperial Commissioner sent to supervise their campaign to strangle me. At the same time, outside Greywood Town, beneath a newly built blue brick watchtower, I was dressed in a crisp, noble hunting outfit, casually toying with an exquisite repeating hand crossbow. In front of me was a luxurious carriage bearing the Golden Lion family crest, pointed at by dozens of Iron Guard repeating crossbows. The escorting knights had all been disarmed. A special envoy in a luxurious silk robe, so frightened that his face was ashen, was being pinned into the mud by old Wolf Gareth as if he were a chick. "Oh my, isn't this the special envoy of Duke Golden Lion? How did you lose your way and end up in my poor little backwater?" I crouched down and patted his pampered face amiably. "Lo, Lorien, you dare attack the Duke's envoy. This is treason," the envoy shrieked, all bark and no bite. Don't throw around false accusations. I'm here to protect you. Redleaf City is in chaos right now. Bandits are everywhere, blacksmiths are starving to death, and there isn't even a decent sword to be found. I calmly stood up and accepted the handkerchief Sylvie handed me, using it to wipe my hands. The corners of my mouth curled into a completely undisguised, arrogant smile. Since you're here, then stay in Greywood Town as our honored guest. I'm sure Duke Golden Lion and Viscount Redleaf will be willing to pay a very generous ransom for your safety. For example, by transferring that iron mine on the eastern side of Redleaf territory to me at a low price. Standing to the side, Sylvie stole a glance at my back and swallowed hard. She knew very well that with this envoy now detained, the monster that had been hiding behind the scenes and sucking blood like mad had finally torn off its disguise completely. The first stage of economic strangulation was over. The second stage, armed extortion and forcible seizure of resources, had officially begun. In the basement of the Lord's castle in Greywood Town, Duke Golden Lion's envoy, the noble Baron Philip, was now tied to a rough wooden chair. His silk robe, worth several hundred silver coins, was already soaked with mud, and the face that had once been full of overbearing arrogance now held only terror. Lorien, you madman! Duke Golden Lion's wrath will burn your Greywood Town to ashes. Philip screamed himself hoarse, still trying to use his master's reputation to conceal the fear in his heart. I sat behind a desk piled high with ledgers, holding a small steel file and leisurely trimming my nails. Lord Envoy, your voice is too loud. It is affecting my calculations of Greywood Town's fiscal deficit for this month. I blew the powder off my nails and raised my eyelids to glance at him. And let me correct you. I did not kidnap you. You were attacked by unknown brigands during your inspection tour, and I just happened to pass by and rescue you. Right now, you are under Greywood Town's highest level of protection. Rescue me? Your men are pointing crossbows at my head, and you call that rescue? Philip trembled all over with rage. Of course, protection comes at a cost. I stood up. The labor fee for mobilizing my 1,000 iron guards, the depreciation cost of the crossbow bolts, and your daily premium room and board in Greywood Town. Someone has to pay the bill, don't they? I took out a contract written on parchment that had long been prepared and walked over to him. I did the math. This security service fee is probably worth that open-pit iron mine on the eastern side of Redleaf territory. Philip's eyes widened again, as if he were looking at a monster. Using an iron mine as ransom? And even dressing it up grandly as a security fee? At that moment, the basement door was pushed open. Old Steward Barr entered with Redleaf City's administrative officer Victor, who was covered in sweat. The moment Victor received word that the envoy had been detained, he had ridden through the night on a fast horse, to the point that the insides of his thighs had been rubbed raw and bloody. If anything happened to the envoy within Redleaf territory's borders, Duke Golden Lion would absolutely skin Viscount Redleaf alive. Baron Lorien, you can't do this. Victor glanced at the bound envoy and was so anxious he nearly jumped in place. That iron mine is one of Viscount Redleaf's core assets. If you seize it by force, the Viscount will fight you to the death. Fight? Lord Victor, it seems you still haven't seen the situation clearly. I let out a cold laugh and slapped the contract directly against his chest. 80% of Redleaf City's blacksmith shops have already shut down. Your knight's armor can't even get a patch hammered onto it. And once news that something happened to the envoy gets back to the royal capital, Duke Golden Lion will take your Viscount's head before anything else. Sign it. My finger tapped lightly on the desk, like the tolling of a funeral bell. Transfer the iron mine to me legally under the name of a mortgaged handover. In return, not only will I return the envoy to you completely unharmed, but starting next month, Greywood Town's high-quality farm tools and honeycomb coal will also be specially supplied to the Viscount at an internal discount price. First a stick, then a sweet date. Pinch the fatal weakness, then offer a step down. I had already mastered these tricks to perfection. Victor held that contract as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, his hands shaking like sieves. He knew that once he signed, Redleaf territory would completely lose the foundation of its heavy industry. But if he did not sign, the Viscount's whole family would die. 10 minutes later, Victor humiliatingly pressed the seal representing Viscount Redleaf onto the contract. I glanced at that legally transferred deed, still carrying the scent of fresh ink, and revealed a satisfied smile. With this iron mine, I would never again have to go through the trouble of importing pig iron. At this moment, Greywood Town's heavy industrial closed loop was finally complete. Gareth, untie him, I shouted. Also, send word to the half-orc construction teams. tomorrow at dawn, take our giant steel pickaxes and fully take over the eastern iron mine. The envoy incident had allowed me, through thuggish yet legal means, to rip a huge chunk of flesh off Viscount Redleaf. Yet I was not carried away by triumph. In the eyes of a capitalist, external plunder always exists only to feed internal production. Only true internal strength is real strength. And what concerned me most at that moment was still the management penalty that was costing me 15% of my income every day. Late at night, Greywood Town's night school was still brightly lit. Very good. Hans, you figured out the consumption quota for this batch of ore. Starting tomorrow, you are promoted to deputy foreman of the 3rd quarry team. Alara held her pointer, her brows tightly furrowed, yet unable to hide the relief in her eyes. After a full month of Spartan-style literacy training, this batch of low-level surf squad leaders in Greywood Town had finally been completely transformed. They still did not understand poetry or etiquette, but they had learned the most essential skills: numeracy, bookkeeping, and how to read the simplest blueprints. I stood outside the window, holding a freshly submitted daily consumption quota table for the entire town's materials. It had been calculated bit by more than 20 squad leaders who had graduated from the night school, using standardized wooden rulers and standard weights. Gone were those vague notions like roughly, maybe, or one basket. Every movement of materials in and out had been quantified into precise data. Implement these standardized measuring tools and ledgers across every production team. I handed the ledgers to the old steward, my gaze incomparably clear. Tell them this: if anyone dares to fool me again with some half-baked, approximate accounts, I'll shove his head into the blast furnace and use it as coke. At dawn on the very next day after I issued that ironclad order, the clock struck exactly 6. That familiar and wonderful mechanical system voice exploded in my mind with a crispness unlike ever before. System notification. Detected that the territory's grassroots management system has been preliminarily established, and database statistical coverage has reached 70%. Management chaos has dropped to 12%, a healthy level. Milestone reward: removal of the 15% tax loss penalty. Current legally registered total population of the territory, 10,582. Today's actual revenue has been distributed in full, 10,582 silver coins. I let out a long breath, feeling utterly refreshed. With the penalty removed, the basic foundation of more than 10,000 people had finally achieved full income. More than 10,000 silver coins of pure profit every day. What did that mean? It meant I finally had enough confidence to launch a war that truly burned money on a massive scale. I pushed open the door and looked at the blast furnaces in the morning light, already belching thick black smoke, and at the townspeople lining up with copper coins in hand to go spin them in the marketplace. I knew very well that Greywood Town, this industrial machine, had now completely finished warming up. At that exact moment, Sylvie, the silver-maned female knight, a longsword hanging at her waist, strode over with a grave expression. "Young master, something has happened." She lowered her voice, but the killing intent in her tone could not be concealed. "My hidden informants inside Redleaf City have sent word back. Viscount Redleaf has gone mad. He sold off all the gold and silver vessels in the castle, even his mistress's jewelry, and secretly hired the most notorious Blood Wolf mercenary company in the northern lands, around 400 men. Together with his remaining 800 regular knights and 1,300 armed serfs, he has assembled a force of 2,500 men in total." Sylvie stared at me nervously. "Young master, they have also brought battering rams and fire oil. Tonight, under cover of darkness, they plan to launch a surprise attack on Greywood Town and wipe us out completely." A cornered dog jumping the wall was something I had long expected. Once Viscount Redleaf lost the iron mine and had his economy crushed by low-priced iron goods, this kind of extreme military retaliation was only a matter of time. 2,500 men? With what? Those serfs who can barely fill their stomachs, those knights with incomplete equipment, and a bunch of mercenaries who only recognize money. Not only was I not alarmed, I instead revealed the cold smile of a hunter seeing prey step into a trap. "Young master, please take this worse seriously." Sylvie was angered by my dismissive attitude. Viscount Redleaf may no longer have his former strength, but he still has 300 fully armed charging knights. Once they get moving, they are enough to trample flat that unfinished ring of walls around Greywood Town. On the battlefield, a cavalry charge is invincible. Who told you I was going to play with them using a knightly charge from the age of cold weapons? I put away my smile, and my whole body gave off the cold aura of a commander. Gareth, sound the highest level combat alarm. Every able-bodied young man in town, drop whatever work is in your hands immediately. Half an hour later, in the vast wilderness outside Greywood Town, there were no neatly arrayed soldiers, nor any knights polishing longswords. What met Sylvie's eyes was an utterly undisciplined scene of frenzied infrastructure construction. 3,000 able-bodied serfs holding fine steel shovels, under the leadership of the half-orcs, were frantically digging a strange kind of deep ditch in the wasteland 500 meters in front of Greywood Town. The trench was a full 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide, crisscrossing in irregular zigzag patterns. It was the prototype of a trench line. In front of the trench, the blacksmith Copperhammer was leading dozens of apprentices in wrapping cart after cart of newly smelted, crude yet exceptionally hard barbed iron wire chaotically around wooden stakes driven deep into the ground. And that was not all. Behind this field of barbed wire, the ground was densely scattered with coldly gleaming four-pronged iron caltrops, horse traps. Tach, what kind of tactic is this? Sylvie was dumbfounded. Wasn't a nightly battle supposed to mean setting up formations and then charging each other? This is a meat grinder prepared specifically for those noble horse legs of theirs. Dressed in specially made chain mail, I stood atop a hastily built wooden tower and patted the 10 heavy fine steel ballista-like crossbows mounted along its edge. 300 heavy cavalry? Once their warhorses tear through my barbed wire, get stabbed full of caltrops, and fall into the trenches, then those noble knights of theirs won't even be able to beat a single half-orc down in the trench. Pass on my order. I drew the military dagger at my waist, and my voice carried across the whole army with the help of the tower. All 1,000 iron guards are to turtle up behind the trenches. Without my command, if anyone dares show his head and fight head-on, I'll cut him down first. Get every single heavy crossbow coated with poison fully cocked and ready. Each half-orc squad will be issued 2 heavy steel axes and stand in the dead corners at the bottom of the trenches. As long as any cavalry falls in, dead or alive, chop them to pieces on the spot. Night fell, and dark clouds covered the moonlight. The bitter wind howled across the wilderness, masking the sound of distant hoofbeats. Viscount Redleaf rode atop a heavily armored warhorse, staring at Greywood Town in the distance, where only faint firelight could be seen and which seemed utterly unguarded. His eyes flashed with frenzied, killing intent. Charge! Kill them all! Take back my iron mine and my wealth! Rumble! 300 heavily armored knights launched the charge first like a torrent of steel, and the earth shook violently beneath their hoofs. The mercenaries and serf soldiers followed close behind. They thought what awaited them would be trembling serfs behind earthen walls. Yet when the dozens of knights at the very front suddenly crashed in the darkness into that layer of incomparably tough barbed wire, the neighing of warhorses and the shrill screams instantly tore through the night sky. Ryup! The sharp barbs sliced open the flesh of the warhorses. Because the momentum was far too great, countless knights were thrown straight off their saddles. And what greeted them when they hit the ground was a dense field of steel caltrops that pierced straight through their iron boots. Then came a heavy boom. The out-of-control horses and screaming knights, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, crashed together with horse and rider straight into the 2-meter-deep trenches. Standing atop the tower, I stared at the nightly charge formation below as it collapsed into near-total ruin. Like a killing machine devoid of emotion, I coldly brought my hand down. It's time to harvest the surplus value. Loose. Rumble. In the age of cold weapons, a charge by 300 heavily armored knights was an unsolvable land battleship. Even for second-rate knights from a remote territory like Viscount Redleaf's, once both man and horse were clad in dozens of pounds of iron armor and charging at full speed, that mountain-crushing pressure was enough to make any untrained serf mentally collapse on the spot. For the glory of Redleaf territory, crush them. The knight commander at the very front roared madly, and with the terrifying momentum borrowed from his horse, his lance thrust viciously forward. He thought he would skewer a few screaming serfs and then drive straight through. But his proud, purebred warhorse silently crashed in the darkness into a metal wall he could not see at all. Ryup. It was barbed wire made from drawn strands of pig iron mixed with high-carbon steel. Under the horse's terrifying impact, the sharp metal barbs tore open the flesh of the horse's chest as easily as cutting tofu, even catching in the gaps of its bones. The warhorse let out a shrill, death-like scream. Its powerful front legs, strong enough to clear wooden fences with ease, were tightly entangled in barbed wire. The sheer momentum flipped it over on the spot, and the captain on its back was hurled into the air like a torn sack. And this was only the beginning. In just a few seconds, the dozens of knights in the first charging line all met the same catastrophic fate. Their proudest charging formation was shredded to pieces by those cheap barbed wire barriers. And something even more terrifying was still to come. The knights who were thrown off hit the ground hard in their heavy armor, not even able to get back up. Sharp anti-cavalry spikes pierced through the gaps in their chainmail, stabbing into their thighs and the soles of their feet. My leg. Hidden weapons. Their screams rose and fell across the wilderness. As for the rear-line knights who barely managed to control their horses and avoid crashing into the barbed wire, they had no time to feel relieved. The ground beneath their feet suddenly gave way. Boom, boom, boom. Men and horses alike crashed into the bottoms of the 2-meter-deep zigzag trenches. At that moment, their heavy armor became a death sentence, and many knights had their ribs crushed alive under the bodies of their own war horses. Time to work, Greenskin brothers. For our lord's salted meat. At the bottom of the trenches, the half-orc chieftain Grom, who had been waiting for this moment, let out a thunderous roar. Inside the narrow trenches, the knights' lances were useless. Meanwhile, the 50-gene refined steel heavy axes in the half-orc's hands became the most horrifying killing weapons. Crack! With a single swing, one knight's helmet and head were split in two. This was not war. This was an industrialized meat-processing assembly line. Standing in the rear to oversee the battle, Viscount Redleaf stared at the hellish scene before him in complete shock. He could not hear the clash of weapons, only the pig-like screams of his noble knights. No, that's impossible. What kind of magical trap is that? Cold sweat soaked through the Viscount's back. And from the watchtower in the rear, I watched it all coldly, without a trace of pity in my eyes. You think it's magic? Sorry, this is just the gap between eras. I raised the red flag in my hand and brought it down without mercy. Iron Guard, ready your repeating crossbows, area fire. 1,000 iron guards hiding behind the trenches pulled their triggers at the same time. Dense, refined steel bolts became a storm of black rain, pouring down onto the mercenaries and serf soldiers packed tightly together. The leather armor of those Bloodwolf mercenaries was as fragile as paper before the bolts. In just one volley, more than 100 of them were nailed to the ground. Then came another volley, and another 100 or so fell. Monsters. Their crossbows don't need to be rest-strung. Run. The mercenaries collapsed completely. They had come to make money, not to die. Faced with this kind of battle, where they could not even touch the enemy and were being slaughtered one-sidedly, they threw down their weapons and turned to flee. This was the fragility of mercenaries. Once they fell into a disadvantage, their morale vanished in an instant. Full advance. Half-orcs in front, Iron Guard push forward. Take them alive. 5 copper coins for every able-bodied captive, 10 for every live warhorse. My urging voice echoed through the night sky. The defeat became a total, unstoppable rout. Viscount Redleaf tried to flee under the desperate protection of his personal guards, only to have his horse's legs cut off with a single sword strike by the silver-maned Knightus Sylvie, who had been lying in ambush nearby. This high and mighty lord rolled more than a dozen times in the muddy snowmelt. In the end, he looked on in despair as a military dagger was pressed against his throat. The Battle of Greywood Town lasted less than an hour and ended with the total annihilation of Redleaf Territory's army. The morning sunlight dispersed the smoke, and the wilderness was filled with efficient post-war cleanup. The knight's armor was stripped off by force and piled into small hills, ready to be sent into the blast furnace for smelting and recasting. Meanwhile, the surviving mercenaries and serf soldiers were chained together in a line and marched in despair toward the pitch-black entrance of the coal mine. In the backyard of the Lord's Hall. Bang! I was kicked flying and rolled twice across the grass, clutching my chest and coughing violently. Young master, your lower stance is still unstable. If that had been a real sword just now, you would already have been cut in half at the waist. Sylvie stood where she was, holding a wooden sword, her breathing steady, her light blue eyes full of severity. Ever since I witnessed the threat posed by the assassin last time, I had unfailingly set aside an hour every day, forcing Sylvie to put me through hardcore live combat training. Even after just finishing a major battle, I did not relax in the slightest. I spat out a mouthful of muddy saliva and sprang back to my feet like a carp leaping from the water. Even after being knocked flat, I was not discouraged. Instead, my gaze became even more focused. Again, in truth, after these days of hellish training, together with the nourishment of high-calorie food, this debauched body of mine, once hollowed out by drink and lust, had already undergone a transformation visible to the naked eye. My muscle lines had grown taut and firm, and the exaggerated frivolity in my eyes had lessened, replaced by a wolf-like ruthlessness. Sylvie said nothing more. Her figure flashed, and the wooden sword shot straight at my face like a venomous snake. It was so fast that an ordinary person would have had no time to react. But in that instant, I did not block. Instead, I decisively ducked low and rolled to the side, while my left hand made a concealed swipe across my belt. A cloud of white powder shot straight towards Sylvie's eyes. She had been prepared for it. With a cold snort, she swept her left sleeve to block it, while the wooden sword in her right hand did not slow at all as it slashed toward my back. At the very instant the wooden sword was about to hit, my body twisted at a bizarre angle and my right foot kicked violently backward. The toe of my tactical boot suddenly sprang out a short, refined steel blade, thrusting straight toward the artery in her calf. At the same time, the miniature repeating hand crossbow strapped to my left wrist was already aimed at her chest. Stop! Her wooden sword halted at the back of my neck, while my boot blade and hand crossbow simultaneously locked onto her vital points. Call it a draw. I panted heavily, grinning shamelessly. Sylvie put away her wooden sword, and a rare trace of approval flashed through her eyes. Young master, your physical strength still cannot match a true knight in a frontal fight. But your utterly unscrupulous close combat style, and your use of these insidious weapons, are enough to make any careless second-tier, or even third-tier expert, pay with their life. As a top-tier knight, she had no choice but to admit that I had forged a path that completely disregarded martial honor, yet was extraordinarily lethal. I did not seek to pierce armor in a single blow. I only sought to trade for a life by the vilest means possible at the most critical moment. That was enough. So long as you survive, it's a good technique. I took off my protective gear and accepted the towel. Go take a bath and change clothes. Viscount Redleaf has been hanging in the basement for 3 hours already. It's time to harvest the spoils. 10 minutes later, in the basement, the noble Viscount Redleaf had by now been stripped down to nothing but a pair of linen shorts. He and Philip, the envoy of Duke Golden Lion, were tied back to back, while the braziers around them burned red hot. Several half-orcs nearby were sharpening blood-stained pig-slaughtering knives. Wearing a neat silk shirt, I walked in unhurriedly and sat down behind the interrogation table. Lorien, how dare you treat an imperial viscount this way? The royal court will never let you off. The viscount was shivering from the cold, yet still roared while trying to maintain his noble dignity. I sighed and looked at him with pity. Viscount, it seems you still haven't understood the situation. If I cut off both your head and the envoys, then disguise the scene as an attack by bandits, how would the royal court ever know it was me? The viscount's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He glanced at the envoy, whose face was equally ashen, and his psychological defenses began to collapse. However, I am a peace-loving merchant and do not enjoy killing. I took out a thick stack of parchment contracts and threw them at his feet. There are 3 clauses on them. First, Redleaf City will fully open population movement to Greywood Town and must not obstruct any serf who wishes to migrate. Second, all tariffs in Redleaf territory are to be exempted for Greywood Town and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Third, the remaining 1,000 gold coins in your armory will serve as compensation for damaging my barbed wire. I leaned back in my chair, my tone as cold as a judge from hell. Sign it, and you remain the ruler of Redleaf territory. Refuse, and I'll have this half-orc perform a free castration procedure on you right now. This was naked extortion to the bone. Completely opening population movement was equivalent to digging out the very foundation of Redleaf territory. But under the brutal sound of the half-orcs sharpening their blades, the Viscount shed tears of humiliation and pressed down his trembling handprint. On the second day after news of the victory spread, a terrifying population siphon unfolded across Redleaf territory. With no knightly order left to stop them, the clerks of Greywood Town carried cheap, refined steel sickles and flyers made of white paper. They went directly deep into the various villages and estates of Redleaf territory. Come to Greywood Town. There you can eat salted wheat porridge at every meal. Work and you'll be paid copper coins. The iron plows there don't need oxen to pull them. Half-orcs help you till the land. The Lord even teaches everyone to read. For the common people of Redleaf territory, already driven to desperation by heavy taxes, Greywood Town was paradise on earth. Groups upon groups of serfs, dragging their families with them, poured into Greywood Town like floodwaters from a burst dam. Ding. Detected explosive growth in territory population. Current total legal population of the territory, 15,420. Current total legal population of the territory, 18,900. I sat in the study, listening to the numbers in my mind rise nonstop. Then I looked at the terrifying daily income on the system panel, surging to nearly 20,000 silver coins, and the corners of my mouth could not help but rise. My industrial machine had already taken shape and was devouring everything around it in the most savage way possible. Yet on the other side of this world, in the royal capital, Duke Golden Lion smashed the wine glass in his hand heavily onto a priceless carpet. Trash. Absolute trash. Like a furious lion, he stared fixedly at the intelligence officer kneeling on the floor. 300 heavy cavalry and an army of over 2,000 men, completely wiped out within an hour by an exiled cripple. My envoy was detained and even signed a humiliating contract. And this is the helpless weakling you told me would fall in one blow. The intelligence officer trembled all over. Please calm your anger, my lord. That third young master obtained a terrifying kind of repeating crossbow, along with a large quantity of fine iron armor. He even incorporated half-orcs. That is absolutely not something a little secret funding could accomplish. Behind that boy, there must definitely be support from the Alchemists Guild or some other enormous power. Duke Golden Lion's suspicious nature flared up again, and he immediately imagined Greywood Town's rise as part of a complex political conspiracy. Since he wants to play big, then I'll play to the end with him. He spun around abruptly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Send people to the Church of Light at once. Tell those mad dogs in the Inquisition that a heretic has appeared in Greywood Town of the Northlands, one who commands demons and uses black poisonous stones that blaspheme the gods. I will use the authority of the Holy Church to directly issue a heresy judgment order and cut off all his official contact with the outside world. I will turn the territory he is so proud of into a living target for condemnation across the entire continent. And in Greywood Town, 1,000 miles away, I had just seen off a batch of newly registered blacksmiths and was standing on the city wall, inspecting the foundation of the first simple thermal power station. Sylvie strode up onto the wall, her expression grave. Young master, a secret letter from the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. There has been movement in the royal capital. Duke Golden Lion plans to use the power of the Holy Church to brand you a heretic. Once the judgment order is issued, our legal status in the Northlands will be completely void. Even the guards of our caravans could be hanged as heretics. After hearing this, I not only did not panic, but instead burst out laughing. Heretic? Ha ha ha. Before absolute productive power, even the gods have to clock in and work for me. I pointed at the roaring blast furnace below and the nearly 20,000 subjects lined up to receive their wages, my eyes full of fervor. Sylvie, notify old Steward Ball. Go to the great warehouse and bring out that movable type printing press I personally drew the plans for and had Copperhammer build over the course of a month. Since they want to wage an ideological war and use doctrine to blockade me, then I'll print 100,000 copies of the Greywood Town Labor Emancipation Manifesto. I want every serf in the Northlands to know that it is not the god of light who fills their stomachs. It is the steel and silver of Greywood Town. At last, the new round of struggle rose from mutual slaughter with cold weapons to the ultimate collision of capital and divine authority, industry and feudalism. Greywood Town that day was awakened by a burst of coarse curses and the dull thuds of fists smashing into faces. Watch your filthy boots, you maggot from Black Iron territory. I claimed that spot first. Shut your stinking mouth, you weakling from Redleaf territory. Want to fight? On the muddy ground outside the workers' shantytown, dozens of men speaking different accents were tangled together in a brawl. Heavy punches, spurting nosebleeds. Some even grabbed the wooden bowls they used for eating. Only when old Wolf Gareth charged in with a squad of iron guards and smashed the jaws of several ringleaders with sword hilts did this chaos finally subside with difficulty. Yet this was only chaos on the surface. In the Lord's study, old Steward Bale's wrinkled face was nearly twisted into a dishcloth. He slammed several thick account books heavily onto the table, his chest heaving violently. For the love of holy light, Lord Lorien, you must do something about those mad, mud-legged peasants outside. They fight every day over a mouthful of clean well water and over poles for drying linen. The newly arrived people from Redleaf territory and the other refugees have already split into several gangs. This morning alone, another 17 iron workers had their ribs broken and are now lying on planks howling. I leaned against the soft backrest of a genuine leather chair, holding a steaming cup of black tea. I showed none of the anxiety he had expected. Instead, I took a slow sip. This is normal, Ball. When 20,000 sheep are stuffed into a pen that can only hold 5,000, they will tear at each other too. I set down my teacup, my gaze sharp. Smash regional identity for me completely. Starting at noon today, break everyone up and reorganize them. The steelmakers go to Dormitory District 1, the coal miners to District 2, the farmers to District 3. Tell them that here there are no people of Redleaf territory and no people of Black Iron territory. Only the workers and farmers of Greywood Town. If anyone dares delay my production schedule again by fighting over turf, I'll shove his head into the blast furnace and use it as coke. Ball let out a bitter sigh and lowered his voice. My lord, the fighting is not even the deadliest problem. The truly fatal issue is, we are out of money. I raised an eyebrow dramatically. Out of money? That is a rather unfamiliar word to this young master. Aren't our granaries almost overflowing? And didn't we already take all the gold coins Viscount Redleaf paid and exchange them on the black market? No, we are out of small change, my lord. Ball said anxiously, slapping his thigh. With nearly 15,000 people working every day, even the lowest-ranked night soil carrier must be paid 2 copper coins a day. The daily expense is astronomical, and in the hands of peddlers and workers, gold and silver coins simply cannot be broken into change. This morning during wage distribution, because there were not enough copper coins, people over at the mining district had already started smashing iron pickaxes. If everyone works but cannot get paid, I swear a riot will soon tear your lord's manor apart. If wages could not be paid, the internal cycle of consumption would instantly seize up. This was the true crisis brought by the population explosion. Listen, old friend, take a deep breath. I stood up, walked over to him, and patted his shoulder. Who told you that wages must be paid with those heavy copper coins? I led the bewildered Ball out of the study and into a tightly guarded brick house in the backyard. As the door opened, a rich smell of ink mixed with rosin rushed at us. In the middle of the room stood a massive machine made of refined steel gears and levers. The blacksmith Copperhammer was adjusting it with several apprentices. Copperhammer, start it. I snapped my fingers. As you wish, my lord. Copperhammer pulled a thick lever. Clack, clack, bang. A lead-type plate carved with patterns and numbers pressed heavily onto tough silk-hemp paper. I pulled out a still-warm sheet and handed it to Ball. Around the paper were printed intricate anti-counterfeiting patterns, and in the center were the twin crests of the Violet family and Greywood Town. Below them was a line of bold black text, Greywood Town United Labor Voucher, denomination, 5 jiao. In the far corner was my private seal, stamped with a special fluorescent solution. What is this? Bale's eyes widened as if he were looking at something made by aliens. This is our new money. I smiled like a devil who had just opened Pandora's box. Tell the workers that copper coins are too heavy and too easy to fall into the drains. Starting tomorrow, Greywood Town will fully implement these vouchers. 1 jiao equals 10 copper coins. Ball was so frightened, he nearly bit his tongue. Merciful holy light. My lord, you must have gone mad. You want to hand them a scrap of paper as money? Those foul-tempered miners will tear us to pieces. So long as our stores have enough black bread. So long as these vouchers can buy sausage, beer, winter clothes, and even pay rent, they will become the hardest currency in the entire Northlands. I patted the printing press that was still continuously spitting out sheets of paper, my eyes blazing with a fervor that transcended eras. Ball, however much gold and silver can be mined is however much there is. But as long as this machine keeps turning, the wealth of Greywood Town will always be mine to define. The rollout of the vouchers went surprisingly smoothly. In the face of hunger, the workers simply did not care whether what they held in their hands were copper coins or scraps of paper. As long as they could exchange them in the market for steaming stew and ale, that was enough. Yet just as the economic crisis had been forcibly suppressed, dark clouds were already gathering on the horizon. At noon in late May, 30 Templar knights clad in dazzling silver armor, with huge golden crosses painted on their chests, came to a sharp halt beneath Greywood Town's still unfinished new city wall like a gleaming spear. The sound of hooves was perfectly uniform, carrying an unquestionable air of grim, killing intent. At the center of the formation, inside a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 pure white steeds, Macbeth, a senior inquisitor of the Inquisition, lifted the velvet curtain and coldly examined this smoke-belching town. Open the gates, you lost lambs. The captain at the front drew his longsword. Bishop Macbeth of the Inquisition has arrived. Submit yourselves to the judgment and baptism of the holy light. On the city wall, Sylvie's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. Young master, She turned to look at me and lowered her voice. That old fox Duke Golden Lion really did report us to the church. 30 Templar Knights above the second tier, plus a bishop whose depth we can't gauge. If we want to swallow them, we'll have to pay quite a price. And if we resist, it means declaring war on the church across the entire continent. In just a few days, a crusade will trample this place flat. Relax, my dear Sylvie, who said we were going to draw our swords. I adjusted the expensive dark blue formal wear on my body, the corner of my mouth lifting into a practiced fake smile. I cleared my throat and strode to the edge of the wall. Oh, praise the supreme holy light. Quickly open the gates and welcome His Grace the Bishop. I trembled all over with excitement, like a wayward son who had finally found his real father after years of being lost. The heavy city gates slowly opened. Bishop Macbeth stepped down from the carriage, a ruby-inlaid staff in hand, his chin slightly raised. He had expected to see corpses strewn everywhere and to smell sulfur and the stench of evil magic. But the scene before him made him frown. The streets had been swept spotlessly clean. The workers lined up by the roadside to welcome him were all smeared with soot, yet every one of them wore a wooden cross around his neck. Even more outrageous were the towering, iron-smelting blast furnaces in the distance. They had actually been painted a blinding pure white, and enormous emblems of the god of light had been drawn on them in gold paint. Baron Lorien. Macbeth's voice was as cold as winter ice. Someone has reported to the Inquisition that you are colluding with filthy non-humans within your territory and burning infernal black stones that emit demonic poisonous fumes. What do you have to say in your defense? I immediately put on a look of agonized indignation and hurried forward, dropping to one knee. With utmost piety, I kissed the back of the bishop's hand, where he wore a gold ring. Your Grace, this is absolutely a malicious slander. A political persecution targeting a faithful servant of the holy light. I sprang to my feet and pointed at the white blast furnaces in the distance, tears in my voice. Look at those smoking towers. How could they possibly be infernal black stones? They are clearly stones of purification bestowed from beneath the earth by the holy light in response to my sincere prayers. They can burn with a temperature no ordinary fire could ever reach, and I use them precisely to burn away the impurities in ore. Just like how the holy light cleanses the sins of this world. I stole a glance at Macbeth and continued my performance. As for those half-orcs, good heavens, they were once beasts lost in the wilderness, but I moved them with the doctrine of the holy light. I make them do the heaviest physical labor every day because I am helping them wash away the sins of heretics. Look, when they work, they're even shouting your name. In the distant mining pit, the half-orc Grom really was shouting, though what he was yelling was for extra salted meat. Macbeth's eyelid twitched. He had spent 20 years in the Inquisition. What kind of sophistry had he not heard? This line about packaging coal and slave labor as a religious miracle was practically an insult to his intelligence. Enough, Baron. Macbeth let out a cold laugh and struck his staff heavily against the stone road. Whether you are a heretic or not will be obvious once the Inquisition's truth detection array is used. Search the, Your Grace. I raised my voice at exactly the right moment and directly interrupted his spellcasting. You've traveled far and worked hard. How could such crude inspection work be left to your own hands? How about first taking a look at a small token of sincerity I've prepared for the great church? I shifted slightly aside and made an inviting gesture. Macbeth narrowed his eyes. After 2 seconds of silence, he finally lifted his foot and followed me into a secret chamber deep inside the Lord's Hall. The moment the door shut, all the noise outside was completely cut off. I wasted no words and walked straight to the center of the room, yanking the black cloth off 3 large iron chests. With several clicks, the clasps sprang open. In an instant, a dazzling silver radiance filled the entire chamber. There were 50,000 newly minted silver coins, just extracted from the system, of extremely high purity, with even their edges unworn. Like a small silver hill, they radiated a magic more enchanting than any holy light. Bishop Macbeth's breathing stopped on the spot. The muscles on his once stern and icy face twitched uncontrollably a few times, and sweat seeped into the palm of the hand gripping his staff. Your Grace, I know why Duke Golden Lion sent you. He wants to use your holy hand to remove me, a political thorn in his side. I walked to the bishop's side and lowered my voice like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. But he is a miser. He sent you all the way to the north to suffer hardship. Would he give you even a single copper coin in return? He would not. My fingers lightly brushed across the silver coins, making a delightful metallic clinking sound. But I, Lorien, am different. I know full well the hardship of building cathedrals. These 50,000 silver coins are merely Greywood Town's first donation of atonement. If my territory can continue to produce peacefully under the shelter of your holy light, I guarantee that every month, 10,000 of the same silver coins will be delivered punctually to your private residence. So now, Your Grace. I turned my head and smiled at him. Do you think those stones outside are gifts from demons or blessings from the holy light? Macbeth swallowed with difficulty. He slowly extended one hand and plunged it deeply into the pile of silver, as though caressing a lover's skin. When he raised his head again, the winter-like coldness on his face had completely melted away, replaced by a kindly warmth like a spring breeze. Baron Lorien, the piety in your heart is purer even than this silver. The bishop's tone had become gentle and resonant. Duke Golden Lion has had his eyes blinded by worldly power, to the point that he would slander so great a believer in the holy light. Do not worry, my child. In the archives of the Inquisition, Greywood Town shall forever remain a sacred land of miracles. And just like that, a disaster of annihilation dissolved into nothing. Bishop Macbeth, his carriage laden with silver coins, set out on the return journey in complete satisfaction. But while checking the roster, Gareth, who was in charge of the escort, reported a strange episode to me. One low-ranking nun traveling with the church delegation was missing. At dusk, in the eastern district of Greywood Town, surrounded by Sylvie and several iron guards, I pushed open the door of a low wooden hut. The room was dimly lit, and a strong smell of blood rushed straight into my nose. On a crude wooden bed lay a miner with a deathly pale face. The flesh of his left wrist was mangled beyond recognition, clearly crushed by falling rocks in the mine or torn up by a pulley assembly. Kneeling beside the bed was a young girl in a plain white nun's habit. Her smooth blonde hair was drenched in sweat and plastered to her cheeks, while a faint white glow shone from her hands. It was the most basic healing spell of the church. The glow covered the shattered wrist, barely slowing the gush of blood. The girl had already bitten her lips until strands of blood appeared, and the overdraw of magic made her whole body tremble, yet she still did not move her hands away. Only after the miner's breathing steadied somewhat did her legs give out and send her collapsing into the muddy water on the floor, gasping for breath. Well done. But I'm guessing this healing spell of yours can only stop the bleeding, right? I spoke from the doorway. The nun raised her head. When she saw the well-dressed lord, she shrank back like a startled rabbit. But when she saw the respectful looks in the surrounding workers' eyes, she took a deep breath and stood up again. My name is Cecilia, my lord. Her gaze did not retreat in the slightest. The bishop's eyes were fixed only on those heavy chests. He didn't even notice I had fallen behind. I saw too many people here injured from labor. They were writhing on the ground in pain, and yet not a single priest was willing to recite even one prayer for them. Cecilia spread out her blood-stained hands and stood in front of the bed. If you mean to send me to the gallows for staying behind without permission, then so be it. But please allow me to finish treating his wound first. Faced with this naive girl who seemed to radiate a halo of saintly light, I could not help laughing softly. Hang you? Heh, what sort of night novel cliches are rattling around in your head? I slowly walked to the bedside and glanced at the heavily injured, unconscious miner. In my eyes, this was no miserable victim. This was a living asset capable of steadily producing one silver coin of profit for me every day. It was only that in this age without antibiotics, the loss of a limb was nearly the same as a death sentence. Infection and fever would take their lives. How could a capitalist's assets be allowed to drain away for nothing like this? Listen, Sister Cecilia. I put away my smile and replaced it with a rigorously serious expression. Your healing spell truly is a miracle, but miracles have limits. You may have stopped his bleeding today, but tomorrow the invisible filth inside that wound will still give him a burning fever, and in the end he will die in agony. Cecilia froze. Invisible filth? Is that a curse? No, that is science. I turned toward the steward outside the door. Ball, clear out that 2-story brick building in the center of town, the one we had reserved for the Merchant Guild. Put up a new sign and call it Greywood Town First Workers Hospital. Go to the distillery and bring me the strongest spirits just distilled, the kind that would kill anyone who tried to drink them. And also bring me 2 cartloads of clean bandages that have been boiled over and over in hot water. After giving the orders, I looked back at the bewildered nun, bent slightly, and gave her a flawless noble bow. Beautiful sister, since that bishop reeking of copper has abandoned you, stay in Greywood Town. The terms I offered were extremely tempting and carried an unquestionable force. I will give you a spacious hospital with the cleanest beds inside. I will provide you with miraculous strong spirits capable of killing that invisible filth. I will also select 20 of the smartest young women from among the female workers to serve as your assistants, helping you clean wounds and wrap bandages. Of course, I will reimburse every bit of the monthly medical expenses, and your wages will not be short by a single coin. Let us set it at 1 silver coin a day. What do you say? Cecilia's eyes widened in disbelief. In the church, only senior priests who treated great nobles could enjoy such terror. And yet this lord, regarded as a heretic, wanted to build a great medical facility for these lowest of serfs? And he was willing to pay her such an astonishing wage? Was she worthy of that? Why, are you serious? Cecilia's voice caught in her throat. Why? They are only serfs. Because in my territory, every laborer is precious wealth that must not be violated. I looked into her eyes with complete sincerity, without a trace of falsehood. My only requirement is that from today onward, you will be Greywood Town's chief medical officer. Combine your sacred spells with my system of sanitary management. I want you to snatch the lives of these workers back from death itself, every single one of them. At those words, some line of defense inside Cecilia collapsed with a crash. For the first time, she felt that perhaps the true holy light was not inside that resplendent church, but within this smoke-belching, machine-roaring town. As I watched the young nun nod through tears with all her strength, the smile of a capitalist curled once more across my lips. Excellent. A perfect investment. I snapped my fingers in my heart. With the support of a medical system, my population attrition rate would drop to rock bottom. The industrial gears of Greywood Town would turn even more madly. The wind of May had already begun to carry a touch of dry heat. Yet inside the newly completed 2-story brick building in the center of Greywood Town, there spread a pungent smell utterly unfamiliar to all the townspeople. It was the smell of high-concentration alcohol. To these serfs, who might have spent their entire lives drinking nothing stronger than watered-down rotgut, this liquid that made their scalp go numb from a single whiff was practically the corpse-melting water concocted by the Lord himself. Miss Cecilia, please, don't wash my leg with that stuff. I'd rather have it sawn off. In the emergency hall on the first floor of the hospital, a young quarry worker lay on a gleaming white stone table, letting out pig-slaughtering howls. A 10-centimeter-long gash had been torn open in his lower leg by flying sivsure. Since he had rolled around in the mud, the wound was packed with black-red filth. Cecilia wore a strange white coat that I had forced her to change into. It was a robe made from fine linen repeatedly bleached white, with tightly gathered cuffs. Supposedly, this was to keep invisible filth from hiding in the folds. Bear with it, Paul. Cecilia was very patient, soothing him gently, though the movements of her hands were not gentle at all. She picked up a cotton ball soaked in 75 proof purified strong liquor and pressed it hard against the worker's wound. Oh! Paul let out a shrill scream and jolted violently upward. Pinned down by 2 sturdy female assistants at his sides, he could only stare in despair as tiny white foam bubbled from his wound under the baptism of alcohol. Holy light, please forgive this poor man's suffering. Cecilia murmured a prayer under her breath, and a faint white glow appeared in her hands, covering the wound. This was the medical standard procedure for Greywood Town that I had designed. First use alcohol to physically eliminate bacteria, then have the nun use magic to promote healing, and finally let trained female workers carry out delicate suturing. On the second-floor balcony, dressed in light linen hunting clothes, I held a voucher-proof fresh from the printing press and casually watched the commotion below. Young master, isn't this method of disinfection a little too cruel? Sylvie stood beside me, her palms faintly damp with sweat. As a third-tier knight, she had seen countless bloody battlefields. But this scene of treating their own countrymen in a bright room like livestock being carved open still sent a chill through her. Cruel? I turned my head, a cold smile hanging at the corner of my lips. Sylvie, do you know how much grain and time it takes to train a skilled quarry worker? If we followed the old method of smearing on some horse dung and leaving it to fate, Paul would start running a fever in 3 days, his wound would suppurate in 7, and in half a month I'd have to dig him a grave in the cemetery. Then I'd have to recruit another idiot from the refugees and spend another month teaching him how to use a steel drill. I pointed at the worker below who was currently being stitched up, my voice as calm as if I were discussing the repair cost of a machine. Now, I only need to spend 2 bottles of strong liquor, half a roll of gauze, and a tiny bit of Cecilia's magic. In 3 days he'll be able to get out of bed, and in a week he'll be back in the mine, producing the iron or I can never get enough of. So this isn't cruelty. It's lost control. Sylvie had nothing to say. She realized she would never be able to refute my twisted yet internally consistent way of thinking. In my eyes, human life was not a sacred soul, but a numeric asset flickering on the territory's balance sheet. And yet precisely because of this way of handling things, the people of Greywood Town lived better lives than the commoners of the imperial capital. They even deeply adored me as their lord, to a nearly fanatical degree. At this moment, the suturing downstairs was nearing its end. Cecilia took the fine steel needle handed to her by an assistant. That was the ultra-fine suture needle copper hammer had finally forged only after hundreds of hammerings under a storm of my curses. The tip carried a perfect curve and had been boiled in water for a full hour. Don't be afraid, Paul. We're only mending clothes. Her hands were steady, because years of helping the poor at the lowest level of the church had given her composure far beyond that of ordinary people. As the steel needle pierced the skin, Paul's screams gradually turned into low groans. Cecilia's technique, too, slowly shifted from clumsy to skilled, and this was precisely the surgical suturing method I had taught her. Although at first she had felt that stitching human skin like coarse cloth was profoundly blasphemous, after seeing with her own eyes that 3 gravely wounded people who had originally been doomed to die had miraculously survived, she became a firm supporter of the technique. When the final thread was cut, Cecilia wiped the sweat from her forehead and revealed a holy smile. "All right, Paul, go stay in the observation room on the 2nd floor. Remember, collect 1 free lord's ration every afternoon, and do not scratch the wound." "Thank you, Miss Cecilia." "Thank you, Lord." Paul cried weakly, his eyes full of gratitude for having escaped death. Watching the worker being carried away, I closed the account book in satisfaction on the 2nd floor. "Sylvie, do you see it? This is the highest form of winning people's hearts. I exploited their strength and overdrew their future. But when they are about to be scrapped, I repair them, and instead they become deeply grateful to me, believing I am the most benevolent lord in the world." I turned and looked toward the increasingly busy printing factory to the east, my eyes flickering with fervent light. With this hospital, Greywood Town's population attrition rate will fall to the lowest on the entire continent. And with the vouchers sinking deep into people's hearts, my territory's ability to resist outside pressure and containment will also rise to an unbelievable degree. Cecilia remained busy in the hospital all day. Only when the moon had climbed to the treetops did she drag her exhausted body back to the private dormitory I had arranged for her. It was a clean, dry little house with wooden floors, 10,000 times better than the dark, damp stone hole she had lived in at the church. She sat before the mirror and untied the nun's head covering on her head. It was the sole emblem of her faith, and yet now several bloodstains marked it that could not be washed away. Cecilia fell into thought. Her hometown had been a slum in the southern part of the empire. Her parents died in a sudden plague, and in the end an old priest passing by had picked her up and taken her in. So she had always believed that the church was the warmest place in the world, the place closest to the holy light. But as she gradually grew up, she discovered that those cardinals cared only about golden candlesticks and the heavy holy light tax. Those high-ranking priests were more willing to use precious healing spells on a noble household's sick pet dog than on the serf slowly dying outside the door. Because she had secretly diverted sacrificial white bread to help orphans, Bishop Macbeth had regarded her as low-born trash with sticky fingers, and she had suffered endless mockery and exclusion. Until she came to Greywood Town. Here, that notorious wastrel Lorien really had houses built for refugees to live in, and really had a hospital open to treat the poor. People were paid for their work. Everyone went to work full of energy every day, and when mealtime came, they could eat their fill. Even those frightening half-orcs wore simple, honest smiles she had never seen before. If there truly is a paradise in this world, perhaps the closest thing to it is Lord Lorien's Greywood territory. Cecilia looked out at the brightly lit town beyond the window and smiled with happiness. And on the trade road hundreds of miles from Greywood Town, Bishop Macbeth's luxurious carriage was moving slowly forward. In the hidden compartment of the carriage, 50,000 brand-new silver coins gave off crisp, clinking sounds as they jolted with the ride. To Macbeth's ears, that sound was more pleasant than any hymn. By the dim light of an oil lamp, he was writing with his pen on a top-secret report. After conducting a personal inspection, I have determined that Baron Lorien of Greywood Town is a prodigy favored by the holy light. The black stones within his territory are the refined essence precipitated by the holy light. The half-orcs he employs have all received baptism and become devout laborers. Baron Lorien has also generously given of his wealth, and intends to build a great cathedral of holy light purification in the northern wilderness. Such sincerity has deeply moved me. At this point, Macbeth stopped writing, touched the fat beneath his chin, and let out a cold laugh. That idiot Duke Golden Lion really thinks I'd offend a devout believer for the sake of his empty promises? He knew perfectly well that as long as Lorien delivered those 10,000 silver coins to his private residence every month on schedule, even if Greywood Town truly summoned demons, he would still dare to claim they were six-winged angels in black cloaks. In this world, aside from gold and silver, there is nothing that cannot be explained away. Macbeth put away the letter and happily took a swig of expensive wine. He had already begun planning how, once he returned, he would make things difficult for Duke Golden Lion within the church as the price of using him. By the end of May, Greywood Town's population had officially crossed the threshold of 25,000. As refugees from Redleaf Territory and several nearby minor territories continued to pour in, Greywood Town had already evolved from a mere industrial outpost into the embryonic form of a distorted yet prosperous city. But behind that prosperity lay an administrative system on the verge of collapse. Young master, I really can't hold on any longer. In the study of the Lord's Hall, old Steward Ball sat slumped amid account books piled like hills, his voice aged and dry. Those once shrewd hands of his were now trembling nonstop. To reconcile the daily rations, voucher distribution, and building material losses for more than 20,000 people, he had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Ball, you are my right-hand man. I walked over and handed the old man a cup of warm milk tea. Young master, I understand. Ball gave a bitter smile, and a strange sorrow showed in his eyes. But I'm old now. My mind can't keep up with your strange charts and double-entry bookkeeping methods anymore. When I used to manage an estate of a few hundred people, one glance at the granary was enough for me to figure everything out. Now with 20,000 people, thousands upon thousands of numbers explode in my head every day. I'm afraid that if I miscalculate even one figure, I'll ruin your great undertaking. Looking at this loyal old steward, I fell silent for once. I knew Ball was not lying. The traditional feudal retainer model could no longer support this enormous proto-industrial system. If I kept squeezing him like this man over 60 would probably die right in front of his desk. I understand, Ball. I sighed, and my eyes turned sharp. Starting today, you are no longer the chief steward of Greywood Town. Bale's body suddenly stiffened, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Don't misunderstand, old friend. I patted his hand. I'm going to establish a new institution called the Greywood Town Administrative Committee. You will serve as its honorary chairman. From now on, all you need to do is help me keep an eye on the young people so they don't embezzle anything. As for the actual accounting work, leave that to them. I pushed open the window and pointed outside at the several hundred junior foremen and clerks studying hard in the night school. I'm going to split Greywood Town into different departments. Alara will take charge of the Ministry of Agriculture and manage the 15,000 mu of wheat fields and the greenhouses. Cecilia will take charge of the Ministry of Health and Medicine. Copperhammer the blacksmith will take charge of the Ministry of Industrial Production. Gareth will take charge of the Ministry of Security. Sylvie will take charge of the Ministry of Intelligence and Special Operations. And you, Ball, will help me establish a Ministry of Finance. I will select 50 farmers with the best arithmetic skills from the night school, and you will lead them in handling vouchers and taxation. This was my first step toward a bureaucratic system. I intended to use layered authority and specialized division of labor to completely free up my own energy. But my lord, those mud-legged peasants, what could they possibly know about administration? Ball still sounded hesitant. They don't need to understand. They only need to execute the rules I set down like the gears of a machine. I turned around and took out a drafted copy of the Greywood Town Departmental Operating Guidelines from the drawer. Each person is responsible only for one small part of the process. The coal miners only mine coal. The paymasters only distribute wages. They don't know each other, and their functions do not overlap. That way, no one can grasp the complete logic of how the territory operates, except me. Facing the ever-expanding territorial map on the wall, I could feel the ambition in my heart swelling madly. Ball, remember this. Once a territory's population exceeds 30,000, it is no longer a territory, it is a country. And a country runs on systems, not on personal loyalty. Just as the words left my mouth, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. The half-elf scholar Alara rushed in with a report stained with dirt in her hand. The haughty pride on her face had vanished, replaced by extreme excitement. Lorien, come and look at this. The wheat grown with that special mineral powder called fertilizer matured far faster than I ever imagined. The date of the first harvest can be brought forward by at least half a month. I took the report and swept my gaze across the densely packed data on it, my eyes deep as an abyss. Half a month, just right. I looked south, in the direction of the royal capital. By the time our granaries are overflowing and our vouchers have completely taken over the markets of all the surrounding territories, Duke Golden Lion will discover that whether he sends bishops or armies before Greywood Town's food and steel, they are nothing more than paper illusions. In the imperial capital, inside the Violet family estate, there was only one scent here, the rich fragrance of precious tulips, completely different from the cold frontier wind mixed with coal smoke and earth. Yet seated in this luxuriously decorated study, Serena, the second young lady of the Violet family, felt a suffocation unlike anything she had ever known. She had a head of dark brown curls much like mine, and her amber eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion accumulated over many days. Scattered across the desk were several letters sealed with the special wax mark of the Silvermane Knights. All of these letters had been sent back by my personal knightess, Sylvie, who was supposed to be escorting me back to the imperial capital. Oh, for holy light's sake, has Sylvie's brain frozen solid in the northern wind? Serena rubbed her aching temples and picked up the secret letter once again, rereading it word by word. She recognized every single word in the letter, yet put together, they read like some absurd, third-rate night novel. Honored Miss Serena, please forgive my dereliction of duty. I may be unable to bring young Master Lorien back to the imperial capital, because now, he is already the true uncrowned king of this land. You absolutely cannot imagine what has happened in Greywood Town over these short months. This is no longer the graveyard of exiles, but a roaring fortress of steel. Young Master now commands nearly 30,000 subjects and has established a terrifying force called the Iron Guard. Just last month, he even easily annihilated the 2,500 regular troops and mercenaries led by Viscount Redleaf. Not only that, young Master has also abolished traditional metal currency and issued a kind of paper money called vouchers within his territory. And those lowly refugees actually trust it completely and are working like mad for the sake of this paper money. Serena took a deep breath and slapped the letter heavily onto the mahogany desk. 30,000? Annihilated regular troops? And even printing his own currency, she murmured, as if chewing over the terrifying weight behind those words. This is simply impossible. Even a count with real power would need tens of thousands of gold coins to build up something this vast in just a few months. In her earlier letters, Sylvie had confidently speculated that the cold-hearted Duchess had secretly given me a large sum of startup capital. But Serena knew better than anyone that this was complete nonsense. Mother disliked me. That was an open secret throughout the entire Violet family. In Mother's harsh and snobbish eyes, only my elder brother Arthur, who excelled in swordsmanship and social graces, was the family's sole heir and pride. As for me, the wastrel who once haunted taverns and women, Mother would have preferred I die in the Northlands rather than continue humiliating her. What was more, even if Mother had wanted to give me money, she simply could not produce that sum now. At this thought, Serena's gaze dimmed. The core business under the Violet family's name, the Violet Merchant Guild, had already reached the edge of bankruptcy. In order to completely strangle the economic lifeline of the Violet family, Duke Golden Lion had joined forces with several traditional commercial giants in the imperial capital. Together, they had carried out a brutal blockade against the Violet Merchant Guild's trade routes for spices, silk, and weapons. Its outdated supply chains had been cut off, and the guild's warehouses were piled high with old stock that could not be sold. Meanwhile, the exorbitant maintenance costs and debts were draining the last blood from the family day by day. No new industry, no new profit growth point. This was a dead end. Could it be that my younger brother, who from childhood only knew how to trail after me and cause trouble, really built a city on the wilderness through his own ability? Serena walked to the window and looked out at the garden, which no longer seemed refined. She only felt that my figure in her mind had become more mysterious and unfathomable than ever before. Lately, a secret piece of gossip had also been circulating in the imperial capital's upper social circles. The Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, which had once been merely first-rate and not yet truly top-tier, had opened up some mysterious trade route in the Northlands and, by selling new products such as cheap, durable high-carbon steel farm tools and smokeless black gold, had made a fortune in just 2 months. Serena's intuition told her that the supplier hiding behind the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild was me. No, I have to try asking him for help. Serena bit her pale lip. She walked to the desk and spread out a sheet of top-grade parchment marked with the family's hidden crest, no longer writing as a condescending elder sister, but in the tone of a merchant driven into desperation. She wrote a sincere secret letter. In it, she asked whether, for the sake of the family, I could provide some novel commodity capable of slipping past Duke Golden Lion's blockade and saving the tottering Violet Merchant Guild. After pressing down the wax seal heavily, Serena handed the letter to her most trusted secret courier and turned her gaze toward the northern sky. Lorien, my brother, if you truly have grown up, then let me witness your miracle. In the Northlands, Greywood Town, in a desolate river valley 2 kilometers from the town center, several strange buildings made of blue brick and refractory clay, shaped like oversized upside-down iron cauldrons, were spewing pungent yellow-brown smoke into the air. This was the first chemical experimental station, which I had ordered to be placed under tight lockdown. Because small explosions and toxic gas leaks occurred here at the drop of a hat, even the greediest refugees were unwilling to approach, leaving only loyal and durable half-orcs. Cough, cough, cough. This damned smell is even more disgusting than rotten eggs left out for 10 days. I wore a coarse leather apron and a crude gas mask over my face, made from layers of activated charcoal and damp gauze. I was stumbling back from the side of a brick furnace, yet my eyes shone with a nearly mad excitement. More slowly. Copperhammer, control the temperature of the condenser pipe. I shouted at the top of my lungs. Ahead of me, Copperhammer the blacksmith was operating a complex array of refined steel pipes with his upper body bare and sweat pouring down. These pipes were connected to a sealed dry distillation furnace. Inside the furnace was a load of carefully selected high-quality raw coal. Under high temperatures in the absence of air, the coal was undergoing complex chemical changes. What I was doing was not iron smelting at all, but the extremely dangerous fractional distillation of coal tar. In this backward world, dreaming of leaping straight into the age of internal combustion engines was sheer fantasy. But I had to tear open a breach in the field of basic chemical industry, along with the gurgling sound of liquid flowing through the pipes. Drop by drop, a pale yellow transparent liquid with a uniquely pungent odor slowly dripped out of the condenser tube into a glass beaker. I quickly stepped forward and carefully lifted the beaker. Even through the gas mask, I could still smell that enchanting fragrance belonging to industrial civilization. This was crudely refined kerosene. Young master, what kind of magic potion is this, exactly? It not only smells awful, but explodes at the slightest touch. We already burned down 2 work sheds because of this stuff last week. Pinching her nose, Sylvie stood downwind holding a newly arrived letter, her eyes full of incomprehension. Magic potion? No, my dear Sylvie. This is the spark that will light up the long night of the entire Middle Ages. I carefully poured the kerosene into an exquisitely shaped metal vessel beside me. It was a table lamp with a brass base. Above the base was a cleverly designed knob and gear mechanism used to adjust the length of the cotton wick. Around the wick was a heat-resistant, wind-proof glass chimney, only successfully blown by the Greywood Town Glass Workshop after hundreds of failures. I struck a match, lit the wick soaked in kerosene, and then firmly placed the glass chimney over it. In an instant, a bright and steady orange-yellow glow, completely free of black smoke, blossomed in the dim laboratory. It was brighter than several of the finest beeswax candles combined, and the light shining through the glass illuminated every detail of the room. Even more astonishingly, no matter how hard the wind blew through the crack in the door, the flame inside the glass chimney only trembled slightly and showed no sign of going out. Sylvie's light blue eyes instantly widened. Even in the imperial capital, a duke's castle could rely on nothing more than dim, flickering candlelight after nightfall. That kind of light was not only unreliable and required servants to replace it every day, but also highly prone to causing fires. And yet this object before her, which I called a kerosene lamp, with its stable brightness and exquisite shape, was practically a work of art bestowed by the gods. Perfect. I removed the gas mask, let out a long breath, and showed a satisfied smile. I knew very well that this era-defying technology was still far from mass production. After all, the defect rate for the glass was too high, and kerosene refinement was painfully slow. But that was precisely what gave it the most perfect attribute of all: extreme scarcity. A product that can't be mass-produced should naturally take the route of a high-end luxury good and harvest the wallets of the rich. As I admired my own masterpiece, I took the letter Sylvie handed me. When I saw the tulip wax seal of the Violet family on the envelope, my brow lifted slightly. I opened the letter and skimmed through my second sister Serena's anxious plea for help at a glance. Reading the miserable description in the letter of Mother's Violet Merchant Guild being on the verge of destruction, I felt not the slightest sympathy. Instead, I let out a heartless chuckle. Young master, did something happen in the imperial capital? Sylvie keenly noticed the shift in my expression and sounded somewhat worried. Nothing much. It's just that my noble mother is about to be eaten clean down to the bones. I casually tossed the letter onto the table, my fingers lightly tapping the bright kerosene lamp. And my dear second sister is hoping I can produce some novel little toy to save that leaky wreck of a ship. Inside the experimental station's simple lounge, I sat on a wooden chair with a cup of black tea in my hand. On the table in front of me, the kerosene lamp was still burning steadily, doing an excellent job of driving away the shadows in the corners. Young master, since Second Miss is asking you for help, and the Violet Merchant Guild is the family's business, do you really not intend to give this miraculous lamp to her? Faced with my half-smiling expression, Sylvie asked hesitantly. Although she had no fondness for that cold-hearted duchess either, she had seen clearly how much Serena cared for me. Sylvie, always remember the first iron rule of the capital market. Do not inject high-quality assets into a garbage company that is about to go bankrupt and is drowning in debt. I took a sip of black tea, and there was a cold rationality in my tone. I raised one finger and traced a circle on the tabletop. Mother's Violet Merchant Guild is now a rotting corpse, and all around it circle the vultures released by Duke Golden Lion. If I were to directly place an era-defining product like the kerosene lamp, enough to overturn the nightlife of the imperial capital, under the name of the Violet Merchant Guild, what do you think would happen? Without waiting for Sylvie to answer, I let out a cold laugh and gave the answer myself. First, Duke Golden Lion would use his power in the imperial capital to forcibly classify it as a dangerous heretical object and seize it outright. Second, those greedy traditional merchant guilds would exploit the Violet Merchant Guild's debt crisis and force an acquisition through despicable means. And in the end, they would swallow my technological Congo whole, skin and bones included. Even taking 10,000 steps back, if the guild somehow came back from the dead, given Mother's favoritism, the gold it earned would all be stuffed without hesitation into my elder brother Arthur's pockets, to buy him even more magnificent knightly armor. And I wouldn't get back even a single copper coin of research costs. Hearing this, Sylvie fell silent. She knew exactly how piercingly accurate my analysis was. This was the cold and brutal logic of aristocratic interests. Then, are you planning to refuse Second Miss? No. I owe my second sister a favor, and of course I'm going to help her. I twirled the feather pen in my hand, and a sly light flashed through my eyes. But the one I'm helping is Serena, not that damn Violet Merchant Guild. She'll have to change the way she plays. I spread out a sheet of paper and began writing rapidly. In the letter, I bluntly explained to Serena the hopeless state of the Violet Merchant Guild and mercilessly exposed the issue of internal family resource bias. After that, I offered a modern commercial strategy: establish a new, independent merchant guild under a brand new name and completely isolate it from the old guild. My dear second sister, enclosed with this letter is a new type of lighting device called Tears of the Goddess of Light. It is not only 10 times brighter than the purest beeswax, but also smokeless and odorless, and can even burn in a light breeze. But you absolutely must not sell it under the name of the Violet Merchant Guild. You need to find a down-and-out noble who appears to have nothing whatsoever to do with our family, or a small merchant struggling on the fringes of the imperial capital. Through covert ownership, establish an entirely new and low-profile trading house. We shall call it Nightingale. Leave the old merchant guild's mess and debts for Mother to worry about. You must use Nightingale to package this product as an exceedingly rare alchemical miracle, and you must never place it openly in a shop for sale. Instead, through high society noble banquets, you should first give it away for free to a few countesses who are the most vain and status-conscious. Once they grow accustomed to displaying their jewels and figures under such brilliant, daylight-like illumination, they will never again be able to tolerate those old, dim, suffocating candles. At that point, even if a single lamp is sold at the sky-high price of 10 gold coins, together with the expensive exclusive fuel that must be purchased continuously afterward, they will still line up to deliver gold coins into your secret treasury. After writing the final stroke, I casually blew the ink dry. I placed the letter, together with the carefully packed kerosene lamp prototype, into a black wooden case fitted with special shockproof lining. Send our most elite Iron Guard spy, avoid Duke Golden Lion's informants, and deliver this thing into my second sister's hands personally. I handed the wooden case to Sylvie, stood up, and walked to the window. In the distance, because of the blast furnaces in operation, the sky was stained with a thin layer of black haze. From the agricultural price scissors to the cheap dumping of light industry, and now to using technological monopoly to harvest the wealth of the very top tier of the imperial capital. Greywood Town's capitalist tentacles had finally, in a concealed, elegant, yet extremely deadly way, silently reached into the heart of imperial power. Duke Golden Lion. A cold curve rose at the corner of my mouth. You can blockade those worthless merchant guilds of mine in the open, and I'll drain every last private coin from you old nobles in the shadows.